Our eyes how compatriots, Nigerians go back to serve our fatherland in love and strength and faith. Oh, yeah. The labor our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble course. Lead us right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. To build a nation where
Thank you all for joining me. Yeah, welcome to Sunday Philosophy Sunday. This is the live where we discuss more non-political issues mainly, so that we can actually address some other areas of our lives. The topic today is about this is whether we have lost our ability to create an advanced civilization. I say this because we have all seen all those horrible sights in Nigeria. I don't need to start showing you some of those things. And even where they arrested Dele Farotimi, if you look at the office, even it's like Jesus Christ. And I bet if you go to the police station, the same thing you're going to see. Is there something? The topic should have been even. Do we even have the ability anymore? Do we even have the ability to create an advanced civilization? Because where we are right now, that seems like a long way away, because many of our people don't seem to aspire to anything resembling an advanced civilization. Let me get this in the middle. So our people don't seem to be aspiring in that direction at all. All we are worried about is some are worrying about whether they are marginalized. The other people want to Islamize the entire country, and the other people wants to get the whole benefit of the country and the south. And it's not only us. It's in Africa. It's in other parts of the. They've given up. It's almost as if we have given up, and hence this question. And also, if we haven't lost it, then how do we start heading in that direction? Because if we have lost it, we must well just make our peace that our time is up. And there is a fear actually out there, in my mind, based on anthropological reports that talked about how the European race spread across the world. That if that wasn't like human beings, they will see that as an extinction event for all the other groups, and the wave hasn't stopped. I think maybe it's stopping now because the population is beginning to reduce, and the growth of the population is slowing down. So we are facing a situation here where we have to make our pieces where we are. We don't want to move forward. We don't want to move backward. And our population is growing. Our population is growing. So it appears as if there is a signs that we are beginning to wake up again. But I'm not that convinced, because the other people are so far ahead, and they are moving even faster ahead than we are moving at all. What have we done in the last 25 years other than build a Dangote refinery? That is only strategic thing we've built. That's in 25 years. One thing is the only strategic thing we have built in that country. So that is concerning. And I worry that our future is quite questionable. It's questionable right now. You can argue that maybe we shouldn't even exist. I can share a video of. I will share this video actually, so you guys see it. This European man, he believes that we are incapable, and a lot of people in if you his chat, after he puts a video out, within a few minutes, thousands of people have already commented, and they believe that we are inferior beings. His argument was that there is a ghost DNA in our lineage in Africa that we were talking about. That there is a reason why Europeans don't have that ghost DNA, that they have the Neanderthal DNA. So maybe the Neanderthal DNA was superior. Hence why the Neanderthal and the Denisovans, they are related. Hence why the rest of the world is progressing. Africa is not progressing. They truly believe this. And I think somebody from Botswana was there too and said, you know what? I may not like what you said, but we are like that. That something is wrong with us. That is why I'm asking this question. Do we even have the ability anymore? Or maybe we never did. So I don't know. Masca, long time I've not seen you. And man, I've been really really warped. And you know how it is now in life. There's barely any time. I'm online all the time these days, and I'm doing all kinds of stuff in the UK here. So but it's nice to see you here today. Definitely nice to see you here today. You know, you are one of those people that made me think that, staying overseas is not that good at all. It's not that
Why are you
good.
saying that, forefathers? Some of
because
us are,
because people that live in Nigeria, you guys, you seem to you make it look like it is doable. You can survive in Nigeria. It's
no,
not like
it's not. It's not like am I not surviving? You came to my house now, forefathers.
yeah, yeah. You are able to survive fine in Nigeria.
We are
So
not
why are we
starving
all running
anyway,
away?
so we
Mm,
may not live as comfortable as you people, but we are not. We are not starving, and we are
yeah,
not going to starve.
exactly, exactly. So that gave me a lot of hope, I must say, seeing you there and everything. And welcome, John Abba, and I've forgotten your precise name, so I don't go and ruin it. Let me get your name properly. My man, Matt, long time no see, Matt.
Long time, my man. Long time, my man. I've been busy here also. That's the reason. That's the reason. It's
Like so
been a
now,
long
like
one.
so.
I've been busy. Even you guys have always on my mind. I just said, when am I going to have time again to, join the program and all that? So today I just say no. I have to, take it upon myself to say I will join today. I must surely, join the
Yeah.
family and,
Thank you for
contribute
joining
my
us
own.
today. So, I don't
So
know. Do you want to go first? Who came first? I think it
I
was
want,
Masker.
I
Masker
want to, I
advanced.
want to, I want to go first because I'm the one that first of all came.
Hold on, I put you in first.
I,
So what?
I was,
Uh,
yeah.
uh,
Tell me, I'm listening.
so are we done for? Is it that we don't have any hope of getting out of? Because where we are right now, can you picture us creating such an advanced civilization that we are even a spacefaring population? Do we even picture that far? Because there is nobody that seems to be planning for that, and the rest
Yeah.
of the world is planning for it. So, what do you think?
I think otherwise because sometimes, I'll mention two things that that are more, that are very important and which we are missing. If you want me, I don't know if you want me to go, just talk about Nigeria or talk about Africa as a whole.
Eh, Africa as
You
a
know,
whole, Nigeria, as long as it affects
okay.
black people,
All right.
it's the same thing.
Let me just say it. We lack. What the problem is not that we can't do it. One, if you look at individualistic, you see achievements all over the globe, all over the world. Okay, they have been in a very, very, very important institutions and organizations doing doing great things, innovations and all that. Um, the problem we have in Africa is one, organization, organization.
Hmm.
Two, institution. You know, these two things, just if you look at where you are right now, if you look at where you are right now, not that everything there is perfect, but what is keeping what is making everything work the way it should be is because of there are institutions put in place, organization put in place. No matter who you are, no matter where you are coming where you are coming from Africa, from Asia, from wherever, whichever, US, wherever, when you come into that place, you must follow up what the laws say, the laws of the land. Do you understand? And we are
Hmm.
not saying that these people are perfect or more than who we are. It's just that, okay, you talked about this young man. What's his name again? The one they arrested. You talked about him
Did it follow to me?
in a Delefaro road. In a normal circumstance, I'm asking you, you are UK. Can the police arrest that man the way they did in Nigeria?
Not
I'm
likely.
asking. Not just not, it can't even happen. It can't even happen. Do you understand? The only problem that we have is that we have chosen to elect wrong people in the office. And as long as we keep electing these men, they don't have any projects, they don't have any plan. For example, you have blah blue blah 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 that is our president now. What is his plan for Nigeria? You will see that the way Nigeria is moving, we are moving like people that doesn't have even any plan for ourselves. If you ask Nigeria where they will be in the next 10 years, of them, the ruling party now, none of them can tell you where we will be in the next 10 years or the plan at hand or the roadmap at hand. they will not be able to explain or to tell us. So if we can put these things in place, if we can make good, look at our judiciary, look at what they did in the last election. Look at what they did. Look at what INEC did in the last election. Look at the NSAS, the police. Look at what they did last time. They have not even corrected the reason why people protested. They are still doing the same thing. They have not changed. Look at the army. The army have left. Let me ask you, please, forefather, do you see military men anyhow in the UK?
No, no, not really.
You can imagine this is what we are talking about. Organization and that institution is long gone in Nigeria. We don't have plans. We don't have anything for the future. They said that we are the future of tomorrow. We are not seeing nothing.
Yeah, but why
We are
don't we
just
have a
beginning.
plan? What is happening to us? Because like you don't have a plan, I don't have a plan.
This is
Why does no
no
one
no
have a plan?
no no no. I'm not talking about we. No, when I talk about having a plan and having institution and having a organization, is the is the role of the government to put a viable and a working institution and organization that is working. Every other things will follow. But when everything is zigmarolling, how can you follow up what the plan that is at hand? There is none. Like where I am right now, they already have a plan. They have already. As I come into into this country, I know what to do, what not to do. If I need paper, I know the office that I need to go. If my son have any issue in school, I know the offices which I need to go, and they will attend to me. The one they will attend to me without asking me for any bribe, without frustrating me, without thinking if I am a black or I'm a white. This is what I am talking about. We are not ready until we have a working government. Those institutions and organizations, if they are not being put in place, respected, and respected by law, we are heading nowhere.
Thank
This is
you,
my take for now.
thank you. I don't know where
You're
Masca
welcome.
is, so I don't want to jump queue. Janaba is there too, but Jagon is the lucky one that came in there when this guy finished. So Jagon, I don't know. Maybe I should play this video about this guy that was talking about black people, so that you understand some the context, some of the areas that made me think about this topic. Because I do watch, I'm concerned. I see the development in China. I see the technology that other people are building, like those underground tunneling machines and all that. Not to mention the adventures or accomplishments of Elon Musk with the SpaceX program. So you see all that, but it's like there is no one within our society thinking about these things. It's like that's why the question has to be asked: Are we done? Should we just pack our load and forget about all this conversation because our destiny has already been written and we are done for? Because nobody seems to be care about this our future at all. There's no future out there. Children. I saw Obasanjo the other day when he was saying that a Nigerian child, told him that she doesn't see a future, and there's truth to it. There is no real anybody that has insight into their future, because human beings are different. Some people do have insight into these things, and when they look at the way we are formed right now, they don't see a future. There is no path, and nobody is giving them that. So that is why I wanted to talk about this. And let me just play this video quickly so that we'll get it past for fair use policy in under YouTube, because this guy seems to be a little bit notorious. So I don't want them to go and flag us because of this. I'm reacting to what this history debunked streamer said about black people, so that you guys can hear it.
Not him.
Exactly, you know him now.
Yeah, I know him. No volume.
The orthodox scientific view since the end of the Second World War was, until a decade or two ago, that humanity was one species, with any observed differences between different populations or ethnic groups being purely cultural. In other words, the only difference between a Chinese person, a white European, and a black African lay in the different languages spoken or religions followed, that kind of thing. All physical differences, in skin colour, say, or the possession of an epicanthic eyefold seen in those of East Asian heritage, didn't have any bearing at all on character or intelligence. This was the original foundation for the idea of non-racism, that in fact science did not support the idea of racial differences. Since it has become possible to analyse our DNA in detail, though, that point of view has become quite untenable. The first modern humans to leave Africa and move into the Middle East and Europe, roughly 50,000 years ago, encountered another species already living there, the Neanderthals. Although there's over the years a tradition grew up that they view the Neanderthals as being semi-human brutes, half human, half ape, it's not true. Neanderthals were very advanced. They were doing all kinds of things, and it's possible that the modern humans that left Africa actually learned from the Neanderthals. In any case, Homo sapien, modern humans, bred with the Neanderthals, and in the process they acquired some very useful genes, some relating, among other things, to brain size, architecture, and function. One particular gene which 70% of Europeans and Asians have is a variation of microcephalin. This protects against the disorder of microcephaly and is connected with the growth and architecture of the brain. Babies with microcephaly are with heads much smaller than average. The outlook for such children in terms of life expectancy and intellectual ability is poor. The commonest cause of microcephaly is genetic disorders. Another gene which helps the brain develop is a version of the ASPM gene. This is found in just a quarter of the world's population.
Forefathers, how long is
In
this video?
2005, a researcher at the University of Chicago called Bruce Lamb found that these two variants of the genes had only been around in our species for 40,000 years and 6,000 years, respectively. The humans who remained in Africa did not
You're
acquire the
only complicating the thing because I was not understanding what he said. Now you're fastening him up.
You are the one that asked now. I thought you wanted me to finish it quickly. So basically, what
No,
he's
I
saying is
wasn't
that
really understanding what he's saying, and I
okay,
was not agreeing with his line of thought because
No, it is fallacy. It is fallacy. It's
Don't
just
worry,
no,
don't worry.
he's
Let's
making
bring it to the faces, please, so I can have my say.
yeah. So the idea was okay. Let me give you an idea of what they are saying so
I
that you
understand very
understand.
well what you're saying. Bring
No,
me in.
you understand. Not everybody does. You know him, so you see what they are saying now. He said, finally, after centuries, science has caught up with the common sense observation of every average person. At this point, I know I'm being lied to about my people, my heritage, my history, me and everyone who looks like me. Thank you for daring to speak the truth. So, in other words, they are all saying 3,000 comments. They are all saying we are inferior people. That's what science is proving. That nobody is telling this truth to people, and they are worried that they are going to even remove his video. My education is in human evolution. The concept of erectus not being extinct has been on my mind for the last few months. So they're saying Homo erectus is still around. That's us. That's what they're saying. That we are not civilized and all that. So you see the level of thinking that is going on out there, and that's why I felt like okay, this is one, and I can see the way our people behave. Some of the things that is obvious to us, we don't do it. And I can also see how advanced other people are and how more advanced they are getting. Even after we made contact with them, the gap between them and us has expanded, not reduced. So that's why this question is pertinent. So, Jago, if I think Masca was here before you. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, 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 no. Let Jagun go. I mean, me,
Uh, Jago
let
was getting
Jagun
hot
go.
already.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no. I would have loved to follow line. It's just that maybe I can give people a way of understanding it so they can comment better. Maybe. Are you
Yeah,
on?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Master, my brother, I salute you all. Nice to see
I
you, bro.
salute you, Jagun. Well done. How are you?
I'm well, oh, thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Sure. I this particular character, I've seen him a few times, and although he is very annoying, I'm somebody on YouTube. I comment and I comment hard. Just like they don't like me here, they don't like me on YouTube. Or this guy, I don't comment on it because he's beneath my reckoning. He's a liar and a known liar. This guy in Nigeria a couple of times. He knows us, but he leans on the side of racism without calling himself a racist. Now, when we speak about the Neanderthal, the Neanderthal, like the Decinovians, are two groups of skeletal that were born outside of Africa. To
Your
the
audio is fluctuating. You may want to check it. I think it seems to be fluctuating. Your audio.
oh really?
Yeah, it
You
seems to be.
just don't like Jagun, forefather.
Is
That's
it
all.
that? Is
We're
it that?
hearing
Is it
Jagun
that?
loud
Oh
and
my
clear
God!
and he's
I
stable.
can't believe this. You started again, oh. You started again. So
We
you
can hear you, Jagun. Go ahead. We
please
know
Oh,
he
carry
thank
doesn't
you,
like
on.
you.
thank you. The Neanderthal and the Decinovians, these are skeletons that were outside of Africa. What we call the Homo erectus is African. That is in terms of the scientific uh, viewpoint, that we were actually the first human beings, the first to stand upright. I don't necessarily follow that logic, but fair enough. This is the logic that the Europeans gave us. So now that we stepped outside of Africa and we populated the rest of the world, mixing with others, it was said that we are the only people without either Decimovian or um, um, Neanderthal um, blood in our genes. Having said that, the initial viewpoint on the Neanderthal is that he was bulkish, not as intelligent as Homo erectus, and not as capable of certain thought patterns. This is the history that the Europeans have given us. Now, all of a sudden, they are coming out with science today that saying that actually the Neanderthal is extremely intelligent. The Neanderthal, is that, and the other one. You see, this is the way, if we're paying attention to the way the European manipulate history, in order to see ourselves on top, we need to be paying attention because all of this is manipulation and complete balderdash, nonsense, rubbish. Now, the way we need to understand what's going on is that apart from the obvious oppression that has happened to the African over millennia, we also have to understand that this game is not finished. The European is a minority in this world. They are a minority. But where we are in the West, we will see them as the majority because we're not really looking outside of the West for our understanding of the way this life works. Another thing that is in their position is that they are very aware of where we are today and that they are a minority, and soon they will be usurped by the majority. It's just going to happen, given the strength of China and the Eastern countries who are pushing a lot, and indeed the fact that the influence of the African across the world is undeniable. The influence of the African across the world is undeniable. So given these factors, people like this that come up and stretch out their neck daringly to talk nonsense, I think we need to really appreciate that they are talking nonsense, that they have no case. They cannot stand and debate with somebody with knowledge on this subject. They cannot. They can come on screen by themselves and utter all the nonsense in the world. To me, I just sweep it under the
Yeah,
carpet.
but Jago though, Jagos, but you can dismiss them. But like as an individual, you are
I'm going
smart,
there.
you articulate and everything. But as a group, how do you manifest what they claim to see that we are not advanced at all?
Okay, I will tell you. I'll firstly speak about the individuals. There is a Yoruba guy. His name is I can't say his name correctly, so I won't attempt. And what I mean is that I'm not clear on his name. Not that I can't pronounce his name, but he's a Yoruba guy. He's the top 5 in robotics in the planet. I don't know if you know him, forefather. The top 5 robotics and AI in the world, not just in one corner, in the world. Now, we have these people. We know that we have them. We've always had superstar intellect. Always.
Jagun, just to help you, yesterday somebody sent me a video of 2 Nigerian ladies in the UK that have developed a battery using diamond that has a lifespan of 1,000 years. A battery that has 1,000 years. They are Nigerians.
Indeed. There we are.
5,000 years.
There we
Yes,
are.
I'll send you the video of forefathers now, and you should kindly play it.
Yes. Yes, please send it on. Now, all I'm trying to tell us, forefather, is that we are going to have these detractors. We are going to have these people throwing stones at us always. They always do. You know, I have a life of hearing their nonsense since I was a child and defying them. Since 4 years old, I've not believed in them at all. And they know me for that. They failed me in my O levels twice because of the way I wrote my O levels. I had to go back and put it back to them. They turned and changed my score, give me a full pass. Because in my paper, I was arguing that these questions are put in such a way that doesn't allow me to answer them in such a way. However, and then I'll carry on. And that's how I answered most of the questions. Now, the thing is, the education that we are given, you have to understand that each of us have to educate ourselves all over again privately. The education, if we just take the education of the West and eat it without rhetoric of our own, without understanding of our own, we're not going to enter in this world in a successful manner at all, in my view. Now, I say all this to let you know that the collectivism, which is where we as Black people are failing, is the issue and the only issue. Once we get our collectivism correct, there's nobody that can beat us in the planet. No one. Absolutely no one. Why? Because we have been blessed and overblessed. And I think a lot of the overblessing is what gives us a lot of our selfishness, maybe, is what gives us some blindness, is what gives us our overpride. These issues that we have, we need to check ourselves. We really do. Because it allows us to be lied to. It allows us even to join the liars. It allows us to work against ourselves. When we look at ourselves, me personally, when I look at the whole Niger African level, I just see all the ways that we are stabbing ourselves in the chest, not even the back. We stab ourselves frontally. And it's because we lack the appreciation and the respect of who it is that we are. We have no idea who we are. It's what is told to me every day. The other day, there were 2 friends I read in the newspaper. 2 friends. They're 24 years old. Good-looking men, good-looking young men. Good-looking. And I had to make mention of that because they were good-looking. So in looking at them, one of them stabbed the other one 25 times. And I'm saying, what kind of friendship is this? Then I was reading what was being said, and I kind of saw between the lines that jealousy from one to another was what was pursuing this horrific level. He didn't kill him all. He completely paralyzed him. Oh, sorry. He died after 5 months of being completely paralyzed, blinded in one eye, blah, blah, blah. You see, we fight against ourselves. There's no need to answer. That guy, I totally ignore him. He's an idiot, he's a spoof. He's not part of the conversation. He's not part of the conversation. You know, I'm a non-violent person in terms of intellect. Where there is intellect, I feel that I should challenge intellectually. But there are times when I see this level, all I want to do is behead someone. I'm sorry to say, but I don't know what else to do with such a rhetoric coming from somebody who basically knows better. So I assist anybody to follow what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Jago. You know, this thing, Masca, the only way to prove it is to prove it too. You can talk all you want, because this way they look at us. Look at some of our road. Even trailer, road will swallow trailer. That is how bad things are. Look at the conditions we live in, and that is why when they see us, they like, these guys. They are not serious.
Forefathers, I hope it's my turn.
Yes.
And how many minutes are we talking? So let me.
I think we are keeping it flexible. Let's just be reasonable. It's a more
Okay.
relaxed session.
I'll try and be brief, but where I will start is you are saying that there's need for proof, but what I can sometimes also, what you don't have to prove. What you are saying that we have to prove that we are intelligent.
No, we are capable.
No, but the man is not talking about okay, capable in what sense? We are strong.
With the ability, with the ability
the black
to create
man
a civilization.
Is strong, and that is capability.
No, to create a civilization, because it's not individual capability now. It's another layer.
So what is the basis? What is the major underlying input for creating civilization? Is it strength? Is it physical strength?
It's collective sharing of information and organization. It takes organization to be able to pull that together. That is
so if you listen to what you are saying now, because you're saying that it's about organization.
Yes, collective. Our collectiveness is not an individual thing. That's that seems to be where we have failed so far. Individually, yes, we know we are capable, but as a group. And this is what Lord Lugard said too. He said we don't seem to be able to organize ourselves. I don't know whether he was just saying because it was
we are not okay. So forefathers, we are not able to organize ourselves, and we have the Songhai Empire.
Yeah, Songhai Empire, yes, we had it. We also had Ghana. Yes, we had those things, but we still have it.
By the way, forefathers, so you are taking off on a tangent, because when you said we, you are attempting to say that all black people today are all descendants of one single person.
In a way, because if you look at 40 black African countries or so, they are all practically, compared to others, rubbish.
So I will then extend the argument that every human being looks the same. I will argue too that the color, because it's skin color you're talking about now, when you use the word black. And I can tell you that even me, if I move to the US, let's say if I was 14, the color of my skin today will completely be different. So I'm saying that, are we arguing about the color of the skin, or is there something inherent that we're talking about? Because I don't believe that all black people are descendants from the same man. But if we're all descendants of the same person, then even the white people and us must have descended from the same place.
Correct. Can I just add this, Masca? I beg your pardon. The pineal gland, if we know that we have a pineal gland, in most of the West, the Oyinbo, the pineal gland is calcified, which means it is not functioning. Okay? The pineal gland. Huh?
Is that a fact?
Well, you check it out, bro.
Yes, it is. I can confirm
what I'm
that.
saying, what I'm saying, my brother, is what I know. I don't come on here and just pontificate. So you go and do your research. I'm not arguing with you. But what I am saying is that amongst the, you see, how you calcify the pineal is by what you take in and the atmosphere that is out here. If you know that they are always spraying the air with all kinds of metals that are entering into our breathing capacity, that is what calcifies the pineal gland. We don't have the same in Africa. We don't have the same. So do your own checks. But underline that. Thank you, Master.
Okay, so see, forefathers, there are many angles to this argument. Even me, I'm wondering which line I should take. But let me continue from where I started. In my attempt, I will not attempt to show that we are intelligent. I just want to show that the problem that today Africa is having is not a peculiar problem to Africa. If this lack of organization is an issue, look at the Arab world and tell me what you see. Do you see organized people? And tell me one Arab country that today is an organized place.
But even them, they are showing signs that there's flashes. They are
No,
showing signs.
no,
We are not.
look,
Arab countries they are nuclear ready. If Saudi
this
wants to go
is
nuclear,
not,
they can
if
go
you
nuclear.
take that
We can't.
argument, look, that argument is easy to disprove, because if it is a question of flashes, one can argue that Rwanda is showing a flash of brilliance. If it's
Rwanda.
flash, yes, if it's flash we are looking at, you can't disargue that. Rwanda is a flash, and it's a good flash.
Yeah, that flash is GDP per capita about 1,000.
No, but so these are another. This is a different argument. Economics is a different argument. It's not about organization. It's about exploitation.
But Uganda's one is not technological flash. It's just
I didn't say Uganda.
flash.
I said Rwanda.
Rwanda. Yeah, you are right. So it's more of clean the streets, build new buildings.
It's about organization you're talking about. I'm following your argument.
I get what you are saying. Okay, that's a fair point, but with the results still though.
No, it's okay. So my argument, the line of argument I want to pursue, if you compare Rwanda and Yemen as two countries, one is an Arab country, one is a black country, you will see that Rwanda is far ahead of Yemen. So the argument about race is completely debunked. Now, my second line of argument is that even the white people today that are forming supremacy, trust me, not too long ago, the whole of Spain was under the same Arab civilization. Do you know that?
Yes, with the Moors, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. So, and do you know that these Moors that you talk about, the bulk of them were actually Africans?
Correct.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. Now, so the argument I'm putting to you now, forefathers, is that these white people are not really civilized like that. Their own flash is even going to be the shortest flash as far as civilization is concerned, because we all know that as it is today, China as a country certainly is already edging ahead of all these, what do they call them, these Caucasoids.
Yes.
Okay,
but
so
hold on, Masca. Let me just play this so that it will
no.
Slow your words down a bit. Let me show you, because sometimes when we say this, it looks like it's abstract. Let me show you so you see what we are talking about.
No. Before you say anything, go further, because this is the problem of the black man.
This is the problem of the black man. Is it not the black man that did
No,
that?
what you are doing
Forefathers,
is
I will sue you. You're casting my state.
Oh, I'm casting your state, eh? I'm not casting your state. See, I'm showing you that as a way of reminder of the way we have run our societies. I see that everywhere.
No, see, what if your argument is that today we're still backward, I will agree with you totally. Journeys are normally like that. Even Formula One race is like that. If you look at relay or any human endeavor, it's like that. Some people will be in front, some people will be behind. And nothing says that the person who has a bad start will not win the race. Because
Okay.
this is a philosophical section. So you can't tell me that I'm being philosophical. Why I said that video you're playing is the black man's problem. Because
Okay.
I can agree with you that we are falling into a narrative. I don't agree with that narrative that there's a problem with us as a people. Because I take myself as a person. I have 6 kids, 4 fathers. I can tell you that the level of intelligence among my kids is not the same. Because that's the elephant you're trying to run away from. You are trying to say that we are not intelligent people. Because when you argue about organization, it's the brain that will make you organized. You are suggesting that there's something wrong with our brain. But I'm saying that people that I see at me, myself, me individually, unless you are going to argue that maybe my wife had some extramarital stuff. That's why some are intelligent, some are not intelligent.
You see how they are praising you. 6 kids, wow. It's not just only 6 kids, so 6 beautiful kids. You see this man? He's all right. Let him carry on. Uh,
Anyway,
sipping his
I will summarize
mm,
with 3 points for fathers.
mm.
The first, like I said, is that it's not only black people that are struggling today in the world. Arabs are struggling. Indians have struggled at some point until Mahatma Gandhi came along. Okay, even the Chinese were struggling. So everybody has a struggle time. This is our time. And you, of all people, forefather, knew when Africa was on the top of the echelon.
That's right.
So this, my first argument is that
That was a long time ago now. That's why I'm asking the question. Have we lost that ability? Are we done?
okay, no, so if that is the argument, then it's a completely different discussion. It will be an interesting discussion. The question then would be, how do you lose capacity? How will you lose that? Something that you have. How will you lose it? Where will it go to? I'm asking you, it's not a rhetorical
It could go
question.
to other people now, just like the native Indians went to
How
the
is like it fly by night and then it enter white people?
other people take it from you. Yeah, you lost a gift.
What because okay, so I'd ask you, what is the basis of this issue? Is the brain? Yes or no?
Is the brain, is the times, is the environment. I think that's what
Okay,
makes it
so okay,
complicated.
fantastic. So the last argument I wanted to make is the argument of nature and nurture. I have some friends, forefathers. Or let me put it this way. If you have 2 twins, one stayed in the village, grew up in the village, and you could be twins. If your twin is in the village or grew up in a very remote village, you will not recognize him. People would think he's coming from a different planet. But your twins is nurture, is the environment. That I can agree with you.
Mm.
And
Okay.
environment has nothing to do with the people. If we are looking at Africa as an environment, I would totally agree with the argument. And it's not a bad argument. My argument for the environment would be that Africa is a continent of abundance. Whether you talk of everything that a human being needs to live a comfortable life is here in Africa. I don't need to rush.
Sorry, Masker. Can I make, because you've been on for 15 minutes plus, so I want to just, you keep talking.
It's not
You
done.
No,
can't
no, no,
stop
no.
me.
I'm not
If my
contradicting
time is
you.
up,
Like,
you're not. No. I will not take this. I will not take this from anybody.
I was
Yeah,
not going to
I
calm
will
stop
down,
not
you.
calm
I
take
down.
it
just wanted
from
to.
you.
I was not
Yeah,
going to
You are
stop you from
Justin, you get
talking.
your
you
turn.
Continue
want,
You
talking.
get
if
your
you are,
turn. You
no,
get your
I
turn,
will not
Justin.
take it.
I
If you
told
are
you now.
complaining that
I
I
was
have
the one that
spoken
said
for
he
too
has
long, let the
freedom.
man stop me. I'm
Mm,
willing to stop. I even leave the program. I'm not going.
mm.
This is not happening.
Exactly.
I
Don't do
talk.
that,
What is
Justin.
that?
Allow him to talk. You get your
You want
chance.
to talk?
Nobody was
I
going to
can
stop
even
you.
sit and listen
I'm
for
not
you for 30
interrupting
hours.
him. I wanted to add to what he was saying, and you continue. Nobody is kicking you
Okay,
out of
just
the.
Maska, it's like he says it's an interjection. I don't know whether you want to accept it. It's up to you.
Yeah, he said something about the environments, that Africa is the place of abundance. I was not going to tell you that. I know I told you that you've been on for 15 minutes, but that was not my point. I was going to say about that. Most people, especially people who understand history, in relation to geography. Most people would completely argue with that and say it's the opposite, it's the other way around. One of the main, people are always talking about politicians and history. Politicians is a fairly new thing in human history. Back then, it was dynasties and kingships. The main thing that's hindered our progress as a people is historically is geography, actual geography, actual geography. Like most countries on planet Earth that are landlocked and have no access to the cheapest form of trade are African countries. Most countries on planet Earth that are 2,000 meters above sea level on average elevation are African countries. Most countries on planet Earth that are basically traded with almost no other foreign empires are African countries. The ones you always hear of is typically Egypt, Ethiopia. Those are the advanced ones. Those were the exceptions. Have you wondered why we have so many languages?
That's
The
totally
geography
untrue.
changes so.
Justin, that's so untrue. I don't think you should have interrupted by saying that he has spent long. One, you even said that's not your point. Why did you make it? Ridiculous. And then you go on to start saying some spurious history. That's not true. If you want me to break it down to you, the level of interaction that Africans have had with the rest of the world, let me do it, because I will do it for you. I will do it for you. What you are reading, I keep telling you people, what you are reading is not the truth. You need to dig deeper. I know exactly your level. I know where you're reading from. And what I'm telling you, you are spouting the things that they gave you to spout. Because everything you're saying is untrue. Allow Mascot to carry on, Joe. You
Okay,
can
so
use
let me
your
ask
own
this
time.
question.
You
This
can
is how
use
I'll
your
catch
own
this guy
time
now.
to say
Let me
your nonsense. Because it's nonsense. You're bringing
Okay, let me
nonsense
ask you
here.
this
Let him
question,
just start his
Jagun, and this is why I used to nip
question.
you now. Let
Don't
me ask this question.
just
Sorry,
ask for
Masker, I
you
know
ask for
it's
him to
actually your turn. Sorry to have
Justin, you just came
interrupted.
in. Can you chill?
Let me
You just came in.
well, I've been
You're
on
the last
since.
one
I've been
to
on before you, bro.
Sendika,
I actually was one of the
let
first
him
person
just
on
ask
this
his
Yeah,
question.
the
Let him
first
but
just
person that
Justin, are you happy now with what you've done?
Absolutely. You just broke up everything. What for? Because you want to speak.
Because
And you
even
want to
my
speak
argument
nonsense.
of
It's
abundance
terrible.
is
Wait
not
your turn.
it's not the material abundance you're alluding to. When I was saying abundance, for instance, in terms of natural growing food, me here in Africa, when I was a kid, in our house, there's guava, there's almost everything that grow up naturally. And I've read a book that was written by no less person than the wife of Lord Bugard. She was marveling at the kind of abundance that we have.
Absolutely. He doesn't read.
But,
He just
but, but where
pontificating.
I was going to, for instance, in my head, I was looking at the sunlight. I've worked in Poland, I think 2005, 2006. I have seen so many people with frosts begging on the trains, and I'm like, this can never happen in Africa. That because you don't have a place to stay, the sun will not do you that. You can sleep anywhere. We are a comfortable continent, let's put it that way. Maybe I use the word abundance. So I'm just saying that all the white people that you're talking, all this trading you're talking, trading is a sign of scarcity. You don't, if you have enough in your house, why are you trading with somebody? Right.
Exactly.
how is trading a sign of
But
scarcity?
but that's not,
So China
yeah.
is poor.
I think
All
I
the people
understand it. You
are
see,
poor.
that's
You
I
are
why
think
not
you have to
anything
understanding.
I
understand.
understood the
People
concept
are
very
poor. Take
easily.
it
Trading
from
is a
me.
sign of dominance. The British
Not
traded with the world and they
necessarily.
are the most
Hold on,
dominant in.
hold on.
You see, it's okay.
See,
I
I
don't
think
want to look.
yeah,
It's,
please. Okay,
I'm
carry
not
on.
the one that
Don't
said
worry.
the question.
Just
All I'm
later on, we
doing,
are going to have that conversation. I understood exactly
anyway,
where Mascara is coming from.
Me
so let
too.
me just do it in 1 minute further. Let me recap my arguments. My argument is that the problems that we see with black people today, it's not only black people. Arabs are having that same problem. So if people are not smart, it's not only black people. But my argument also was that these same Arabs that we want to say now are not intelligent. They were ruling the white people. So that's my first argument. In Spain, anybody who reads small history will understand that the
It's not
Arabs
just
are.
Spain, it's the whole of the Mediterranean, the southern Mediterranean. They had it in their hand.
That's my first argument. My second argument is that if it is the brain we're talking about, in my own small family, I can say that I have a genius.
Yo, mascot, your 1 minute is over, man. You've been talking for 20 minutes. Let someone
It's
else talk.
all right. I rest my case. I think the problem is my
This
kind
is
of
this is a
voice.
relaxed session. Okay, I think okay. let's just Masca, just leave it. Since others need to talk.
We will come back to him now. We'll
Yeah,
come
yeah.
back, Master.
So this is Jonaba. Thank you for joining us, Jonaba. Thank you for your patience. And let's try to keep it
Forefathers, you keep
cordial.
skipping me. I was like the fourth person on here now. Come on.
Was he? Were you the fourth person? I don't think so. Were you okay?
You remove me and
I
put me
think
back because my camera was off.
Okay,
Justin gave
okay,
him
okay.
another
You
warning.
just don't like me, this man.
Okay, just go ahead. Now. What are you talking
Poor
about? I don't
Justin.
like.
At the rate you are going, you will not be
Justin
done
should go
here.
ahead, but it's not because he's here first, but because he's
He's
the
not here first. Leave him.
longest.
He's just crying. He's just
See,
crying.
Justin, about that economic stuff. What he meant was that the ideal situation of any nation is the ability
It's
not
funny.
to have to buy anything from other people. That's the ideal. Anything else is just you have to now. That's the point. Ideal situation, you don't need to export to anybody. So that it means you don't need to buy from anybody. In other words, you don't need to import anything. So the moment you start importing, something is off, and you want to be doing something to correct that. I think that's the point he was trying to make.
Forefather, is it possible to change the amount of time you give to individual presenters?
No, I think this is like
I
just
think
free
yeah, I
talking. It
think
doesn't
people
give us.
okay, now that it appears that people are becoming impatient. So let's try to regulate it 2 minutes for Justin.
No,
He's not gonna like it. Okay, please go
Exactly. I
ahead.
didn't even know you weren't regulating it before.
Yeah, I wasn't regulating it. Now
that tells you that you weren't here first. If you were here first, you'd have known that.
Geez. He just
Don't
gave
play
himself.
here.
Yeah,
Or
but
don't play here.
Look
anyways,
at that.
it's
He's
fine. It's
smiling.
fine. It's fine.
He's
I'm
smiling. He
not.
just gave himself away.
Anyways, I was going to say, like, Jagun was arguing earlier that I'm reading it probably in his eyes. I'm reading it from like the white man's view of history. But when you really look at a lot of things that happened in the past, because if you say 500 years of history, it's like 2 days in actual history, like
That's right.
history in general. It's like 2 days. It's not far. It's not long ago. I read some things that it's not just by reading something. There are modern day facts and things in your face to prove that this thing is right. I'm okay. Like I would like to ask Jagun now personally. When you
Yes, sir.
look at things that civilize and modernize societies today, one thing that clearly has worked is beasts of burden, meaning a certain society's ability to domesticate animals, to turn them into what is useful to society, especially in the olden day world when your biggest form of value comes from agricultural advancements, right? Now, Jagun, please, can you tell me how many creatures using modern day civilization have African people, Black African, Sub-Saharan African, managed to domesticate into today's world as compared to Arabs?
Okay, forget Arabs. Forget them. They came very. The Arabs are new people. They're not. Arabs are basically just mixed race people. They are not. They are not people like we Africans. You understand? Who were here and saw everything. Let me just
Okay,
put this.
fine, fine.
Let me
Still
just
haven't
put
answered
this
my
to you, my
question.
friend. Yes. Give me a little while. Not too long. Forgive me. I won't go too long. But I'm going to answer your question in a roundabout way,
You
which
don't have
is
a lot of time. You can
no,
say
I
what.
don't. I don't. But this is a fair discussion. Do you know who the first shogun was? Which is a Japanese warrior with the sword. The first shogun was an African. Let me just tell you that. Secondly, in terms of trade, East Africa was trading with the whole of Asia and Asia Minor way before any European came to the store. I don't know if you've read any of that. I don't know if you know any of that. In
I
terms
know
of
that's why Kenyan food is
wait, I'm
mostly
answering your
Indian people
question, my
food.
friend. The wheel was said to be non-African, that Africans did not develop the wheel. Yet we developed so many ways of pottery that the wheel was used from Egypt to West Africa. The wheel was developed in all areas by the potter's wheel. It was the potter's wheel that the wheel came from. But they say that we had nothing to do with that. Secondly, the Levant, which is what we now call the Middle East, that area was a farming potential and they used that potential to the biggest. The next area, or at the same time, if not before, of farmers, original farmers, was West Africa. Are you aware of any of this? Are you aware of it? Because I'm upset with people that come on and pontificate white rubbish when they should read more, and they should be offended when white rubbish is coming into their ears. in order for you to
Sorry,
read
please,
more.
can I ask what were they? Sorry, no, I don't mean to interrupt, but what were they farming? And if you could explain how they were doing it.
What we farm today, sorghum, millet, and all these things. They were farming all these things. West Africa was the biggest. The biggest African empires were all in West Africa. The biggest, and these lasted millennia upon millennia. It didn't start yesterday. But because you don't read, because there's somebody who said, imagine somebody speaking about Lord Lugar's wife and quoting her. That's the level of ignorance that we have. We don't know who Lord Lugar's wife was. All we know is that she was the person that named Nigeria. So they speak rubbish instead of understanding that she was. Wait, Lord Lugar's wife.
Going on for a bit now.
No, I have to. This is important. Lord Lugar's wife was the most prominent writer in UK at the time.
Can you wait your turn? Let Justin finish.
No,
no. He's answering the question I asked him. I give him the permission to.
Thank you, Justin. I don't know why you're trying to police anything here, Shimak or whatever your name is. I don't know why you're doing it, but I know that you have big teeth, so you always have to interrupt.
Answer for that.
And by the way, Jago, you can continue. But the reason why I asked the question I asked forefathers, in case you are wondering personally, is because when you really look at history, one of the biggest things that advanced civilization was domestication of beasts of burden. The Arabs were able to just come into this Sahara area and take so many of our people just by one innovation that changed the world completely, and that was the domestication of camels. This was one wild animal that you could not touch. They will bite you, they will throw you around. The Arabs came, they domesticated this animal. They took this animal down south.
They came with the camel. The camel is from the original camel is from Mongolia, which is in Asia.
Yes.
So that's
that was a while ago. Let me ask you.
No, it's still apt.
No, because
Jago is saying the truth. I love what he's saying. He's adding to what I'm saying, and it's true.
But
this is just proves that civilizations were.
Question now. Why do you think they domesticated those animals?
My theory, and I feel like my theory is really true, even though people would argue that it's not, because I've analyzed how these things work, right? My theory is that inside of Africa, because I think that's still part of why people separate the north from sub-Sahara, because the north is more geographically advantaged, especially Egypt. Egypt has been the geographical exception for more than 1,000 years. They are blessed geographically.
Why do you think they domesticated
the sub-Saharan area? We found it hard for more than two reasons, right? The first reason being our geography. As you move from the Sahara downwards, it changes so drastically. Like you're in the desert already from that Niger area to northern Nigeria, boom, you just suddenly change climate.
I think you're misunderstanding the question. I'm asking, why do you think the other people domesticated animals and we didn't domesticate?
Hold on, now I'm getting there. I know where you're headed at. The reason why is because inside of Africa, first of all, most of the creatures that we stereotype as typical African people creatures, as Jagon said, they actually came from outside. A lot of them came from, that's why in Morocco they still have Atlas lions. I think there's about like 5 of them left. They're almost extinct because they actually came from some parts of Middle East.
No, that's not the Atlas lion. They call it the Barbary lion, and it's the biggest lion in the world. But it is extinct to the point that obviously there's a few here and there. But these were the lions that.
I ask Justin a small question.
Before you do, Maska, I beg. Maska, let me say this before, please.
Time now.
One at a time, indeed. Sorry, forefather. Justin, I really, what I say, don't think that I don't respect who you are and the knowledge that you have. And I know that you're a brave individual. But let me just put this to you, that I know when you read what you are saying. The person's name is Sowe, S-O-W-E, and he's a Black American intellect. I totally disagree with most of what he says. I have a lot of agreement with what he says, but I know that's what you read, and that's what you are saying now. I know where you have read that thing that you are saying, and I can tell you, I can debunk all of it. I can, because I've read deeper.
Let him answer the question, please.
And another thing is that because of this, because if you heard what I was actually saying before someone made me divert, because of this climatic drastic difference, because of this climatic harshness, even with the disease environment was so harsh that if you know anything about how the white people first came, they were dying like crazy. So just imagine these Europeans that had such different disease environment to the extent they were able to wipe out Native Americans. We were able to wipe them out with our own disease environments here in Africa. It shows how harsh the African environment is. So the animals adapted to this by being way hardier. The lions in Asia, this is something that blew my mind when I looked at it geographically. You know that the lions in Asia, the elephant in Asia, the buffalo in Asia are 50 times calmer in terms of their behavior and demeanor than the ones we have here in Africa. It's for a reason.
The
What's the
question
reason?
India,
What's the
in
reason?
India,
no,
in
Jago,
India,
sorry,
people
please.
are riding their elephants, doing their festival, decorating the elephants. Please come to safari in any part of Africa and try doing that with an African elephant. Whether I no go throw you upside down,
But
like
Just
literally
you are
the
not
size.
answering. You didn't answer the
no, I
question.
beg for father.
Wait
Let me
now,
so
I'm
that
getting
the
somewhere.
discussion will make sense.
People just
Why
don't
Justin,
can't
I
listen
you
really
enough
just
to
want to
learn.
answer a
know.
question sharp?
Okay,
Okay,
the answer to
Justin.
your question is because number one, the disease environment was too harsh.
No,
Number two, the animals were way like more colossal and bigger. Number three, the our own ancestors just
All
simply
this
did
is
not
from Thomas Sowell.
domesticate.
All of what you're saying is
Our
not
own ancestors simply did not domesticate a lot of these animals. So today it's quite impossible to do that because they are just rogue and just
please, let me just
really
correct
hard to
something real
No,
quick.
domesticate.
let's
You
not
know,
do
at
this
some point,
now. Other
Napoleon's
people are
army
here
they
that
came
have not
to
said anything.
Napoleon's
Fourth
army
this
came to
is
West Africa
important.
and they couldn't domesticate the zebra, so they brought horses all the way from Europe because they found out that this African
Justin,
horse is
Justin,
so
I
hard.
just want to understand what's your argument that yes, we black people have a problem.
Absolutely.
No,
No, no, he's
it's
saying the
simply
environment. To be fair, he's
No, no, no,
actually
no.
saying the
I'm asking
environment.
him now so that he can answer.
the environment was too harsh. The actual environment was too
No.
harsh.
I agree with environment.
Do you know that
The black
mosquitoes were
people.
killing people so
No,
often? I
wait
mean, except
now,
our own people
Justin.
were more immune than any
Can
other
someone
people.
else?
Justin,
Can you pass
Visitors,
the
like
mic?
I agree that
Are we
our
passing?
please,
environment, Justin, I
Pass the
understand and
mic.
I
Pass the
agree
mic
that
to
our
someone else.
environment is unique.
okay,
But I'm asking you now your argument. Are you arguing that we as a people have a problem?
Yo, Master, can you ask the question when
yes,
it's your
yes, for
turn?
sure, yes,
Can you
yes,
ask the
yes.
question?
No, he can
Okay,
ask the
thank you,
question when he
sir.
wants. You are not moderating.
So I've
Can
answered
we
Fine.
hear
Masca's
an
question, and
answer?
forefathers, have I answered
We
your
got
question?
we here.
Yes,
We
you
got
have
to take
answered my question.
Yeah. So
Okay.
and forefathers, when you really look at it, look at lion. Do you know that in India, in Pakistan, by the way, does not involve in dairy science with the use of cows like Europe. Their biggest form of milk, yogurts, cheese, all these
It's
things
from
comes
camels.
from camels and water buffalo. Funny thing that I
Good.
found out, and it blew my mind when I found this out. You see the
Why is
Cape
it blowing your
buffalo,
mind?
Can you?
because it all it's something that is the reason why it blows my mind is because it's something that when you put two and two together, it starts to make sense. Did you know that the Cape buffalo in Africa is
I
two
have to
times
beg your
wilder
pardon, forefather. Can I just
and
have
more
1 minute?
Not your
aggressive
Just
than
mind.
one.
There are
the
other people.
buffalo that we have?
I know, but this is very
Oh my
important.
God.
No,
It's very
Jago.
important.
They are also
Jago,
very
please, could you
important.
hold on? I don't think I'm hearing myself at all because of the way other people are talking. The buffalo that we have here in Africa is two times wilder, more aggressive. You see Neat or Najo how they throw lions around because our ancestors did not domesticate them. In India, the buffalo that they have there, do you know that they traded it with Egyptians and Italians? To the extent, go and look up mozzarella cheese, mozzarella that we use in our pizza. It originally came from buffalo, that originally came from India. They traded
Is
it
this
so
having nothing to
wide
do with the
around the world that they
discussion,
managed to
man?
trade it with ancient Egyptians. One of the Egyptian kings, I can't
Thank you.
remember his name, he sought buffaloes from India. This was a perfect example of how the trade was so
Thank you.
widespread.
Thank you,
But the
Joseph.
question is, how did Africans like the ancient Nigerians not get involved in all this specific type of trade? Because if you brought back then, if you brought buffaloes from that part of the world to say West Africa now, the disease environment, the testes fly, the mosquitoes will just completely wipe them out. They tried it early, they tried it too with I can't remember the name of this European animal, and it didn't work. I can't remember the name of the animal. But basically our disease environment was 50 times harsher, more just deadly in general. They said it even impacted the
No,
actual
not
thinking
Jago.
of the people that lived there.
Thank you.
Just
Listen,
1 minute, please,
Jago,
folks.
please, no.
Please,
You've
I'm
had
begging
enough.
you.
Come on, you can't be
I'm
interjecting with every. No, you can't be interjecting with everybody. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, that's a shame, bro.
The other people have to talk now. You know that now. See, I saw a documentary where somebody said the reason why Africans didn't do these things is because they didn't need it. Just like in South America, there are many parts of South America that they didn't even invent the wheel at all because they didn't need it because of the environment. And in the case of Africa, the Bantus, you know that most of them, like in South Africa, they don't do a lot of fishing. And the reason they give was that because there was abundance. Africa had a lot of abundance, so they don't have the need to go into those many niches. Like in Nigeria now, they do a lot of fishing and all the rest, but South Africans don't care. most parts of this in Africa, because they have water. It's not like water doesn't surround them, but they don't care because they've not had any need for it. So it's not that clear cut for all these things that we are saying. Um, and who is next? Oh God. Jonaba definitely is next. Man, Jonaba, thank you for your humongous patience, because these people today, everybody seems to. We have to try to keep it brief. If we have the ability to answer the
What do you
question,
mean by everybody seems to? Don't be generalizing now.
You have.
hey, you see that Emiloko, you don't start to. I didn't even call you.
No, you said everybody. I'm part of the everybody now, isn't it?
Okay, it's not you that.
What I can advise you as the program proceed, let people cut it short so the other people don't wait too
Yes,
long.
get to the
But
point.
in any case, let somebody else continues. Because me, I'm a senior citizen. I think before I talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you, Jonaba. I think since Emilokun just said, just started having a
No, I think
conversation.
that doctor and doctor. I met them here. I
I
think I
think
met
Dr.
doctor
Saul,
and
Dr.
yeah,
Saul
I
was
met
next,
people
isn't
here.
it?
So
Yeah, he
I
went
can
in
wait
and
patiently.
yeah. Dr.
Yes.
Saul, thank you for joining us about this.
Okay. Yes.
Have we lost the ability to create an advanced civilization in the current context? Because look at our society. These things are bad though. The other day I saw a school where students were kidnapped.
Yes.
I was supposed to be feeling sorry, for the student, but I look at the school, I was like, oh my God, human beings are being trained in there. Our people, oh, so
Yes.
what do you think?
This is interesting. In fact, there is a posting actually that is actually going viral in Twitter. So there is a map that actually shows sub-Saharan Africa, Egypt, and North Africa left out. That none of these countries have invented anything. Okay. Now, what is interesting is the black race has had a lot of history. Starting from 650 AD, some people say 700, the Arab colonized the black Africans. And the reason why they are not there today, I'm not going to delve into history. They castrated them. So before the European came in the 1500 or 1400 actually, or 15th century as it is termed. So that was another disruption starting. And the Arab enslavement actually ran parallel with the European enslavement. For 1400 years, even in Mauritania, you still see the enslavement going on there, even to the 20th century. Now, what is the implication of this? It created a survival mode in African or the African race in general, both in Africa as a continent and in diaspora. People in survival mode prey on each other. So, what the implication of this is if you actually travel across African nations today, all over the world, you find that services you can actually get cheaply anywhere else, it is most expensive and even hard to get by in African nations. So they kind of carry that mentality from these disruptions and it affects all of them. It continue to carry on. Now, what the option that is left for them, they begin to romanticize with relics of history, like the Great Zimbabwe history, the Benin Kingdom. We continue to romanticize with that. Now, if I go back about 600 or over years ago, the Benin were able to create bronze. They were able to smith iron. If you go to Nigeria today, I tell you the simplest iron is imported from China. So if 600 or 700 years back, they were able to do blacksmith. In fact, slavery was ended because Africans, this technology of blacksmithing, when the machine came, the English guy actually harnessed the power of blacksmithing of the Jamaican slave to have built a machine that actually start another industrial revolution that
Can
stopped
we
slavery.
stand up for this man? He's speaking facts upon facts.
That is
Thank you so
true.
much.
That is true. Yeah.
Okay,
Actually, Jagun sent me that. That's how I learned it.
okay. Now let's quickly bring it forward to what we have today. Slavery for 1400 and over years didn't just deal with African people. It actually brought they actually did a research on the African people, which is they employ anthropology and psychology. Okay. Now, for those of you who are outside Africa, if the European or anywhere you go in the world, if they are dealing with you, they give you pageantry. We like exclusivity. We like red carpet. They give that to you. African likes that. They also exploited our religion, and they know that how we can take that to heart. So these anthropological and physiological studies were used to kind of after the colonialism ended, they knew they can still have the control of Africa by employing these psychological and anthropological um, studies of the black race. So enslavement by different parties and colonialism, they also did a deep research. What Africans should have done when we were getting independence, they would have actually, or OAU or countries in Africa, or even us, why is the black man so vulnerable? Why that every civilization, although if you go online, a lot of our intelligentsia or academics, they don't want to feel the shame of enslavement. What they normally say, oh, our history didn't start with slavery. For goodness sake, for 1400 years, we have been enslaved. So 1400 years is quite a long years. So why has that happened? They should have invested on research. Before I conclude, do you think if the European were the one, the black people enslaved, they will come back to be working for the same or the same black people? They definitely will not. The Indians or some other race, they were never enslaved. And even today, there are incentives given to them. If you look at all the CEOs of the top tech companies, they are Indians, they are entrusted. So they have nothing to worry about. If you look at the Israel that suffers any barbarism from Europeans, they have been empowered. So every other race has been empowered. We will not be able to create advanced move forward. I don't want us to dwell on relics of the past. We won't be able to dwell to create an advanced civilization if we have not deal with the past. This is where I'm going to stop so that I give a chance for other people to speak.
Yeah, just to be clear, smelting iron was done almost more than 5,000 years ago by the Nok culture in Nigeria.
Okay.
And so it's something that we smelted iron even before the Europeans. But it
Yes.
still doesn't take away from the fact of our current state. And for some reason, our people are not making any move. You don't even see them really trying. The only
Yes.
thing they are trying to do is among themselves. They are not trying to challenge the world or do anything out there. And that is a concern of mine, and hence the question. So,
Um,
Eccentrica,
Poor
Jonathan,
Finance.
whenever you're ready, let me know. Are
Okay.
you ready? Jonathan,
Yes.
are you ready? All right, please
Mhm.
go ahead.
All right. Good evening, fellow panelists, once again. I'm in line with most of the discussion we have all discussed so far. I don't think anything is far from each other. But according to the doctor, what I catch from what he said is that after the slavery, we could have the trauma have been lingering for generations, and we have never dealt with it in a way that we can move forward and improve our lifestyle. And when I say lifestyle, I mean uh, how do we build advanced and, and civilized uh, uh, society that we move past the past. but also this brokenness and this over the years has been passing on. One key thing that I believe that the doctor said that stick with me is that after that resources and everything have been taken, they move back, but they replace it with religion. So they can have us in a way that they can, we can believe in them. I watched something a few days ago. I don't know, maybe some of you have come across it. A white man was talking to them in Kenya, and the Kenyan person said, "Yes, you guys are God, we are the devil." You can see that kind of a generational impact that even among us here, before you know it, you bring religion and you talk this religion so well, like it is what it is. Our politicians today and all the people, including those pastors that are praying that fire should come down, and even in the mosques, tell them to go back to their original state to invoke their God. Why are they running from it? Because it's more organic, it's more natural, and psychologically, they know the impact of it. So we are in a long walk, and since they have thwarted our brain, I'm not saying Africans are not brilliant, of course, individually, but we are talking about building a society, a road, hospital, and we have no trust in each other. But I believe, in the summary, I believe it is still possible if we get the right leader, very radical. But it's a long walk to freedom, but it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Eccentricast, thank you for joining us. So what do you make of this topic? Are we past tense? Should we just retire from pursuing civilization at this stage?
Yeah, Janaba, shout out to you, man, for putting your points succinctly, and not wasting time talking about something that's not related. Appreciate that.
We appreciate you, Eccentricast.
I learned a
Did you?
lot from.
You came here with an attitude today.
Man,
Eccentricast.
no. That's not. No, no, that's not true. So I feel like a lot of people are missing the point. Like they are. I don't. I mean, you should flash the topic on the on the banner so people will know what we are discussing here. Because we spent a lot of time talking about something that's unrelated, and most of the comments made were not actually true. Like, I mean, let's if you make an unverifiable statement, you can retract it. It's there's
Please speak
there's no
your
shame
own thing,
there's no
bro.
shame in
You're
that.
wasting our
There's
time.
there's no such thing as Europeans have calcified pineal gland. That makes no sense because pineal gland regulates sleep and sexual activity. I
You know
mean, they
nothing. But
they have
say what you want to
Yeah,
say.
but that doesn't
understood.
stop it from being calcified. How does that justify
Man,
that it's not
can you
calcified?
mute yourself,
Let's
dude? Mute
just
yourself.
produce evidence so that we can. So
Yeah,
please go
look it
ahead.
up. Look it up. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Look it up. Anyway, so most of the arguments are anecdotal arguments. So let's get back on track here. Um, there's nothing. So there's this ghost DNA thing, right? It's just a new finding, right? Because the technology for DNA has advanced, right? There is this ghost DNA found in Africans. I forgot what particular region
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
it's
found
Yoruba
people.
people and Mende people. It's not
Yeah,
everybody. They say they had that on some weird
Nigeria.
species.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
within Yoruba and the Mende.
so the ghost DNA thing, there was no conclusion. Anyone, the guy you played his video came into his conclusion based on that, right? That's like the whole God in the middle argument. People make, right? If they don't understand something, they will insert. They will put God in there. God did it, right? That's the same argument here. Like you're looking at the condition, since he can't think critically. He's not a critical thinker. Of course, he has his own biases, right? So he insert that. Ghost DNA. If you hear ghost, hear DNA, it leads you to certain conclusions. People that are on the comments of the video, agreeing with him are lazy. This is laziness, right? Our brain preserves energy when we don't think critically. The brain loves to be lazy, right? And we see that a lot when you go online. People make lazy arguments because they don't want to think. Like if you pick up a book that challenges you, it will nearly knock you out. It will put you to sleep because our brain doesn't like that. It doesn't like to, it likes to preserve energy. Anyway, so Homo erectus came out of Africa, right, and went to the Middle East, and of course all parts of Europe, right. The Neanderthal DNA actually is found mostly in East Asians, right? Like the Chinese, the Japanese. They have higher percentage of Neanderthal DNA than Europeans. Europeans have few percentage of the Neanderthal DNA, 2%. I mean, you can go on YouTube and see people that do DNA tests, mostly Europeans. They will show that they have like few percentage of Neanderthal DNA. Let's just say the Neanderthal DNA is a superior DNA, compared to other homonyms, right? But they don't have a lot of Neanderthal DNA compared to people in Ethiopia. Ethiopians have Neanderthal DNA. All you have to do is just go on YouTube again, look up Ethiopians who do their DNA tests. They all have, most of them, majority of them have Neanderthal DNA, right? So the argument there, it's just lazy. You know what I mean? If you like Dr. So said, African civilization was stopped. You know what I mean? By invasions, people coming in pillaging the continent, right? You can look at it like it's the humans that left were coming back home. So when they came back home, they, instead of staying here, having like some agreements, you know what I mean? They came in and pillaged. It's I think it's normal thing that our species do. We can see our cousins, other species like us that do the same thing. You know what I mean? We go in, we invade, we pillage, we flex our powers, right? So this thing's stopped our progress, right? And we can see there's a book called Black Athena, right? Black Athena it was written by a Greek intellectual, right? I forgot what he does, what he teaches in school. It's a very interesting book. He talks about how African religion influenced Greek religion and African philosophers influenced Greek philosophers, right? And there's one thing you guys can just look up. Someone like Isaac Newton, we give Newton a lot of credit for a lot of things that has to do with physics, right? But if you look at his work, Isaac Newton was not, he was not given I forgot the title for something that he claimed that he invented. Turns out it was some guy from Egypt. I forgot his name, Ibn something. He was the one that came up with that whole theory. Isaac Newton plagiarized it and patented it. And he had a case over that, right? And this is real stuff. You know what I mean? It's a
Yeah, but
fact that
Egypt is not. Sorry to interrupt, bro. My bad, my bad. But like, Egypt is not really like us, like the actual like Negroes. So as of back then,
okay, hold
as
on.
of
That's
400
fine.
years ago.
Listen. Let me counter that. Let me destroy that argument. Okay. If you look at Nigeria, for instance, all the neighboring people, all the tribes, so-called, in Nigeria are related by DNA. They all related, Yoruba, Igbo. They all have similarity in their DNA. If you look at Ghanaians, there's no difference between Ghanaians and people in Yoruba and Hausa, right? You see that similarity in the DNA? Do you think that there's going to
Yes,
be
yes.
a
So how
sudden
does
jump?
that
No, no,
connect with
wait.
Egypt?
Let me finish. Do you think there's going to be a sudden jump? That's nonsense. If you look at Egyptians, look at the Sudanese, look at the Nubians, right? They're next door neighbors.
Yeah,
What do you
but
think?
you're not
No,
getting
no,
what I'm saying.
wait.
You have a
Let me
point.
finish.
Yeah, people say Yoruba came from.
Wait. Just mute your mic, goddammit. Do you think that all of a sudden there'll be a DNA jump? They will go from dark skin, very dark, darker than pretty much everyone you can meet in Nigeria, except perhaps people in the northern region, very dark, and then all of a sudden they turn into a light-skinned people. No, it tells you a story. It tells you that there was invasion, and this is all recorded because Egyptians record
My
everything.
brother, you're making a point, but you're not
Mute
making a
yourself,
fact. You're
man.
making
Mute
a fact,
yourself.
but you're
Quit
not
trying to
making a
get mute
point.
yourself. Get out of here. Mute
The
yourself. We're talking
Egyptians
about
were not
animals.
were
When y'all
white
pretend
as I
to
mean
talk
light.
about your animals,
What am I
mute
saying?
yourself. Let me
Egyptians were
finish.
Arabs as of 400 years ago when Newton was doing his thing.
Okay,
When
hold on,
Isaac
hold
Mute
on.
Newton was
Let's
yourself.
doing
just
his
I
wait.
ain't
thing,
trying to hear
Calm
you.
No,
down.
man,
Egyptians
get
were
it
already
wrong.
Arabized
Mute
by
Mute
that
yourself.
time.
yourself.
So
Say
what is your
something
point?
now.
Yeah, I know
Hold
that.
on.
Mute
Let's do
yourself.
this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just do this. Let's
Yeah, I
just
know
see.
that Yorubas and all these people came from
Um,
ancient, is it
Hey,
Egypt or
Justin, I'll
Saudi or
make
something
you
like
Justin,
that?
talk.
Justin,
I'm
Justin.
aware of that, but as at that
Can we
time, the
mute our
history you are
mics?
speaking, my brother.
Mute your
Damn,
mic.
mute your shit, nigga. Let people
Just mute your
talk.
mic so that we see evidence from 5,000 years ago or so. So now you
Newton
have
didn't exist 5,000 years ago.
can you calm down? I'm trying to show you something that came down from Egypt itself 5,000 years ago. So this is the normal palette of the first Egyptian pharaoh. Now I will show you this, because if I show you here, it's not going to be very, very clear. He looks quite different from these people, and these people look quite different from these people. These are the Delta Egyptians that he had to conquer to create Egypt. You notice their hair. Now let me show you this, so you see what we are talking about here. You see these people here that were defeated, and look at these people. You see their hair. You notice the clear difference, and look at the nose. Do you see the difference? You see the hair we are talking about here. So that is the people that conquered the Delta Egyptians. They don't look like the Arab. The Arabs look like this, but these ones are not. Is that clear for you
How
now?
many months ago was that?
Yo, thank
This
you for
was
that, man.
thousands
Can
of
you mute this?
years
Can you
ago.
mute this guy, please?
This was the first pharaoh, the Nama palette. Go and check it yourself. If they
That's
didn't do
right.
this, people
That's
like
right.
you will be believing what they are telling you. But they can't hide. I don't know why they showed everybody this one. They forgot that these people were wearing afros or
Let me
something.
take my time back.
Eh?
Let me finish my point. I took some notes. Let me finish up. Forefather, what you shared is insightful. Appreciate you for that. This guy Justin, kick him out backstage, man. We don't got time for this. So we all know Thomas Sankara, right? Thomas Sankara came in. He tried to develop his country, and of course, United States of America came in and killed Thomas Sankara. There was a time after the Second World War. United States through the CIA went all over the world, toppling all communist leaders all over the world, especially in Africa. You know what I mean? That actually stopped our progress after our independence. After our independence, we were moving with the Soviet. A lot of African countries were aligning with the Soviet Union and practicing communism. United States of America came in, toppled the government, not just in Africa, in Europe as well, and in Asia. And because they want the world to practice the system. You know what I mean? The system that they have already perfected. The system that has to do with individualism, neoliberalism, individualism, and that has to do with conquest. And that's not a model that fits us. We have communities, we have villages, we operate in a communal setting. You know, we are a community. We don't operate with this whole neoliberal concept, and that's what we impose with. And the economic system that we impose with, it's not allowing us to actualize our full potential. Like Namibia, for instance, they were doing surgery before Europeans actually knew how to do surgery. Like they were having 100% rate of maternal death when they do cesarean section, right? But Africans would do cesarean section, and it was successful, right? And there is this story of the Dogons. The Dogons were able to map the constellation of Sirius B before Europeans actually came up with a telescope that could go through Sirius A star because it's so bright. But these guys were not mapping it, and they
before they
had no
knew it was
technology.
even there.
They were
Yeah, but we
exactly.
did all those things now. But look at where we are now.
It tells
No,
you
but these things are important, forefathers. They're
Trailers are
important.
swallowing. Roads are swallowing trailers.
our sex civilization will
That is
stop.
not
Like,
good.
listen, we are
So what was lost
anyway.
exactly that made us didn't carry the technology of the Dogon to judge astrophysics and shit like that?
No, but
I'm
Not,
just
not,
talking to
this
this
is not
eccentric
nice.
cast
Now
guy.
you make your
no, not be
point.
using
Let
such
some
language,
other
Justin.
people
Calm
make
down.
their point.
So let's let Emiloku. The last thing we need is Emiloku protest here. Emiloku, welcome. The scientist. The scientist. Welcome.
Forefathers, don't.
Have you given up? Have you given up? You are one of those people with those ghost DNA. What I call that. You are one of them.
Anyway, you see, good evening, everybody. Greetings to the panelists and the listeners. Um, I think looking at the question, if we had lost the ability to create our own advanced civilization, I would say no, we haven't lost it. And I think I don't need to share again any form of historical perspective to this regard because I believe that's what we have even discussed to this point. But just like Dr. Soul also said, he emphasized the impact of slavery. He emphasized the impact of slavery to the African tribe as a whole, and what that has done to us. I believe there's also a research to that regard, where I know that traumas experienced by trauma experienced by maybe first generation tend to go genetically down to even fourth generation, and I think that has been proven. There's a research to that. So basically, the experiences that we've had has culminated into where we are today as old people. But for me as a person, I will always want to talk that overtaking is allowed in this world. And I think in this present time we have now, knowledge is kind of at least the basic knowledge that we can now build on, the foundational knowledge, the alphabets of knowledge are quite ubiquitous now. They are not hidden again. They are easily accessible anywhere. I think we can use that we can leverage on that and get serious and develop something ourselves. If that would take 100 years, maybe. If it's going to take 10 years, if it's going to take 5 years. But, there's a story of the Bible that I love to really talk about. It's the story of, sorry for those who are not Christians, but I think there's a lot of knowledge wisdom to share from that analogy. The story of Esau and Jacob. Jacob was the blessed child, in quotes. Esau was the unfortunate one. But there was something that was stated that Esau too will be blessed, but he will be a slave to his younger brother. But after a while, when he becomes restless, at a point of his restlessness, he will take away the shackle from off his neck, and then he will become his own master. That is where we are naturally as Black people. I don't.
That one from the Bible. I don't remember the Bible saying Esau would take it off.
Oh, maybe you should just go and read that story again. Maybe, yes. He stated
You don't know
clearly
it. Justin chapter 5.
I thought Esau was done for good.
No, he wasn't done. Look, it was stated that he will become restless, and then he will take off the shackles himself. Basically saying that there's no cost, there's no blessing anywhere. You just have to create it yourself. But until you are conscious enough to that point, until you are aware of that, you will simply be chained by the invincible chains that are not even there, which are your mindsets, your traditions, your culture, all those things you just have to do away with. There's nothing wrong in people who are superior. I mean, let me put it that way, who are more civilized than the others. It is normal. We can't all be the same at the same time. Overtaking is allowed. So if they've overtaken us in the past, it is part of the story. It is part of humanization. But afterwards, once we come to this awareness, as we are discussing right now, what do we do? And you can see it's not that maybe we are not intelligent, because after all, we have histories of Black people in good places doing things. But as a group, I used to even say that, for example, look at Nigeria. As a group, we are like I see ourselves as the base of civilization itself. So, but what do we need to do? For me as a person, I think we just need to be truthful to ourselves. That, okay, we are not where others are, and let us start working. Let us start working. Let us start putting things together gradually. And before you know it, just the way trauma goes down from the first generation to the fourth generation, that the fourth generation people inherit things naturally in their genes that are naturally traumatized. After a while, when we get serious, it might not be our generation again, but that seriousness, that nobility, that character will trickle down to the further generations. and they will grow from there. That will be their own foundation to begin to think something different. And naturally, once you are in that frame of reference, once you are in that wavelength of thought, that you are not thinking of the Abraham's hierarchy of needs, that you're not thinking of your first, your food, your survival, you have broken that level. Gradually, you get to the point of actualization of self. Nobody's going to stop you at that time. And that
Very
time you can
interesting.
rule the whole world. Nobody's going to stop you. You can even rule the solar system as at that time. Nobody will stop you as at that. But if you have not gotten there, we don't need to rush. We just need to be truthful to ourselves. That's the first step we need to take. Be truthful to
That kind
ourselves,
of talk, that kind of
but
talk gives me trouble
we
because
are not there
these
yet.
days overtake. Oh.
That is the thing. Nobody's look.
The kind of overtake we are talking about, you are not going to come back from overtaking. This is the time we are talking about continent killers here. These are not
Look,
those
forefathers,
days where
forefather, look,
they
we need
rock
to be
one
truthful.
village
Look,
and you
forefather, let me tell you
finish.
something. There's no reason to be afraid if those who are not fit die. It is called survival of the fittest for a reason.
And
If
that's why
your group is not fit enough,
I'm
you
talking
are
about
going
this
to
topic
go,
now.
and that is how life is. A lot of ethnicities have gone, and we have no trace of them till today. Look, that's part
Um,
of life. But
okay.
we have to be realistic and then move on. And I think
Yeah,
we just need to sit
but
down and work.
your plan. Okay, I hear your plan when you say we should
It's
walk.
not a plan for father. I think, really, you saved the best for the last. The problem now is you're confusing yourself.
Okay. Can I interject? Okay,
Okay.
so right, so let's take stock of the technology with that is what is currently available. Now, if you look at the past, our forefathers were defeated by technology. Though they were very good in blacksmithing, they could, if they have harnessed the power of sulfur and put it in their guns, they probably would have drive the European away. So we were defeated by technology in the past. Now, today, there is an issue. There's a very big issue. Even from the last speaker, Hime, um, we might not even have survivor for the fittest, or because those fittest ones are so bad. If you look at the geopolitics of today, before I come back to what I want to say, you find that if you are weak, people will erase you and your generation. They will obliterate that race, just like what is happening in Palestine today, Syria, and probably Iran. And it is coming back to the Sahel that we will hold that for now. Let me say what I want to say. So today, the technology is moving at a fast pace with the emergence of large language models or LLM chat GBT. Now, there is a trend. We've been able to also contribute to our own liquidations of our image, which is the degeneracy of the content we put online. Because there is poverty, there is hardship, you find the content from the black race are extreme degeneracy. What is the implication of this? These AI models, these large language models, they are becoming sentient. They are able to infer from what they have. Now, today, if you type in Google prostitute, for example, you'll find the images of black women comes out.
I'm
Okay.
checking.
Then in future, if you type horrible things on any of the Google, you'll find that any AI generated will be the most horrible. That is what the children will be fed with. Now, what is the implication?
Dr. Soul. What are you afraid of that?
Okay, yes, let me tell you the danger
You see
of
this
it.
guy. You see this kind of. You see. This is why.
Look,
You
look,
know.
look, look.
Every local. You need to stop. I'm afraid of that.
No, forefather.
Let
all the
me
time.
let
Look,
me
look.
let
No,
me tell
sorry, Dr.
you.
Soul. You know I'm the one
What do
talking.
you mean? Are you afraid of that?
I I thought you were going to, but I think it's quite taking the time.
Okay,
Let me just round up my
To be
okay,
fair, it's not our image that shows up in prostitution, by the way. So please go ahead.
So you see, look,
okay. So
forefathers. Um, please, sorry. This is just my submission. If you no face the death, we go kill you. You no go know if you feel conquer that death, and you no go even know the kind of power you get. Look, we are just quite unfortunate to have leaders that are myopic. That's just the thing.
Okay.
We need people that can help create an environment for for intelligence to thrive. And by doing that, it's just going to take a little while. Trust me, that level of intelligence will be the norm. And before you know it, the next level of awareness and consciousness of thinking, we grow from there.
You see, what you said now is good, but the timeline is what I have an issue with.
Forefathers, look, timeline.
Forefather.
Look, you are just talking about
No,
timeline as if
timeline, you're talking about 100 years. I don't think we have that luxury.
it is not a matter of luxury. The thing
That's
is,
luxury.
Forefathers, can I come in?
Let me confirm that we've not
No, I
we've not
think it's
promoted
I speak
somebody.
the truth that came before you.
I speak the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, why is I
anyway,
speak the
It's not
truth?
I speak the truth. Oh,
let me
let's
just
for
Yeah,
Is
let me
half of
just
Turkey
let me
half
just
of
say
African?
my point one more
Turkey
time.
is inside Europe.
yeah.
Let me
We
just
have
say
to
my point one more
state
time, just
correctly.
to
Well, I know
emphasize.
him as I speak the truth.
Oh, no. We changed it. Half of Turkey is in Europe, and Moors means black Muslims. Thank you, Master. Yeah, baby.
So, who wanted to say something?
I was next after Emmy.
Okay, please go ahead.
You not
No,
even ask me if I'm done.
Emmy's not done.
Oh,
Emmy,
it's not done. Okay, okay,
No,
No,
fine. Go
Emma
ahead.
is done. Emma has submitted.
I've made my submission, but just to make sure that everything is properly padded.
Okay,
So
good.
let us get
oh shit,
serious.
oh shit.
Get
Oh
Can we
shit.
serious.
come in?
Thank you.
So I okay. So I
Let him finish now. I just give him 30 seconds to round up. Okay, round up 30. You rounded up. Okay, good. Well, I think you made a good point about what the way to do it. I think you are right there. It's just that 100 years thing. I don't
Not
think we have the
you
luxury.
see, forefathers. The point he made is that we black people don't have a problem.
I agree. I don't know about that too. That trailer that goes inside the road says something else to me. It's a very, very
The
symbolic
white
thing.
people that shoot themselves with gun, that is also a big problem. Why do we always focus on our own smaller problems?
But that
China
let
will
them take
always
over
have
the
You
world
accidents.
now.
have a point there. You have a point, but still, yeah, 40 African countries, none of them can build an aircraft. Yeah, we have something to answer
Then
for.
maybe you are not listening to your panelists. The submission they all made was that we were truncated. Our journey was truncated. That's the bottom line of what everybody said. So we should
But forefathers,
understand
when you think
where we
about
are.
it, you see that aircraft thing you spoke about is not fair. It's not That's not a fair justification to make because the standards, every industry has standard. All the standards for everything nowadays are
well,
Europeanized,
would it be fair for you?
Eurocentric
Okay,
everything.
let him
Would it
carry
be
on. Let
fair
him.
for you to wait for your turn? Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Half of Turkey is inside Europe. Thank you for joining us. Clearly, Turkey is making headlines.
And
Go ahead.
he's actually the one that gave me the inspiration. Him and somebody else for my name. But
And you
thanks. Yeah.
stuck to it. Unbelievable.
Yes. Yeah. We're petty like that. So I was listening. I was listening to everybody, and I came in when well, I actually sat down when Eccentric was talking, and I listened to him, and I listened to Dr. Soul, and then I heard the back and forth between Justin and Eccentric. And I'd like to say, and this is not to cast aspersions at anybody, we have to be very careful when we make certain rhetorics, when we make certain pronouncements. We have to be very careful that we are not regurgitating white supremacist tropes. Because when you come on here and you make assertions like 40 sub-Saharan or sub-Saharan Africa minus the northern part, nobody has developed anything. Let me tell you something. First and foremost, if we're looking for humanity, West Africa started the human race. Sub-Saharan Africa. Let's start off with that. Then, if we want to go further, smelting, we started that. I know everybody has said over time, repeatedly, about iron ore, iron metallurgy, turning iron into weapons and tools for farming. We started advancements in farming. Believe it or not, we started advancements. We made the biggest advancements for thousands of years, for millennia, in maritime technology and maritime travel. We used to forget what they tell us about Columbus. We used to come to the North Americas. There was a documentary I was actually watching yesterday or 2 days ago, how they said we used to go to the southernmost tip in canoes of Brazil. When they did the DNA of those people, they found out that they were linked to the people in Mali and Sudan. Now you have to also remember Mansa Musa's predecessor, the first one, the first Mansa Musa, he got lost at sea. Supposedly he got lost at sea, but he was actually making another journey across the Atlantic to go to North America to trade with them. So we've never been slouches. We've never been unintelligent people. Like Masca rightly said, and everybody has reiterated on here, Africa has been truncated. I've mentioned old inventions that we made. Now, if we want to come to the present, Black people of sub-Saharan heritage invented things like the elevator doors, things like automatic drying machines. These are not people that were like 10, 20, 50 generations removed from Africa. These were 1 or 2 generations from Africa, taken away as slaves. Now, why are we stuck in where we are? It is very simple. It is the same way they enslaved us in the past. They are doing it in a different fashion, meaning we are economically disenfranchised. We are hit with all kinds of fines, sanctions. Then they turn around and give us so-called aid, which is actually our money that will make no difference. People were in the uproar 2 weeks ago here in the United States that Biden was giving Africa, as if Africa is a freaking local government. He's giving Africa $1 billion. What will $1 billion do for Africa? Absolutely nothing. So we are suffering from brain drain. That is a big problem for Africa. I don't know where you are. I know everybody on here, maybe minus Master. Master actually probably lived in the West. Everybody here is educated, but everybody is putting their profession and their expertise to the development of the West. How is Africa going to develop in that way? Now, to end it, I will go back to what Eccentric and Justin were going at. I don't know if Justin's position is that the Egyptians were not Black, and I'm not going to delve too much into that. But if forefathers
No. The answer is no. That was in my position. They were Black, obviously.
Okay, so what was your position?
Because I mean, Jagun would have slapped me from here if I said they weren't Black. Jagun is my teacher in this live stream. He knows that I can't make the argument. They
No,
were
what was
Black.
your position, sir?
Basically, my position was exactly that, except because he was basically saying that Newton had a patent argument with someone from Egypt who was the original owner of whatever thing he invented, right? Some of his things that he innovated. And I was trying to argue that as at the time, Egyptians were already very, very white and Arabs. White and Arab rather. As in not white meaning Caucasian, but like
At the
white, like
time of
you know what I mean.
Okay. So I thought you meant, well,
Yeah,
whatever
no, definitely. I'm fully aware that Egyptians were Black to some extent. I can't argue about that.
All right, because I was gonna bring up the fact that Egypt was colonized and recolonized by like the Greeks, the Turks, the Europeans, the Arabs. I was going to bring up Cleopatra, and I was going to ask you in recent times, because I thought your position was they weren't Black. I was going to say, well, go look at the picture of Anwar Sadat and come back and tell us but if you say, yeah, that was in your position. I'll just end it here, but I just think in the bottom line, we need to be very careful because there's little kids watching this, and we cannot be killing their self-esteem or how they think or how they look at the world by propagating white supremacist tropes on here. And I'm noticing that kind of is seeming to be what is happening tonight.
I think there is a risk of that. I hear what you are saying, but sometimes this type of questions need to be asked because I don't believe that. I don't believe that we don't have the ability, but Man, there's a lot of force out there, and even with some of our people, they talk about 100 years, 200 years. Wait, if you wait 200 years, you are done. There's no time for that. Sekau, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for
Sunanja, sorry, before you call Sekau, sorry,
Sekou,
please.
Sekou, not Shekau, Sekou.
Sunanja, sorry. Before
yeah.
you call Sekou, let me just emphasize something. Look, I am trying to emphasize a point. Even my example might be like an extreme, but you need to understand the content itself. When I mean 100 years, I'm trying to say, let us get the job done, even if it's going to take 100 years. Not that maybe we must take 100 years.
Oh, I
You
see.
need to understand that.
No, but you see, Justin, if you are talking like, because this is part of the problem we have. I asked you a direct and frontal question. Do you believe that we Black people fundamentally have a problem? By that statement, it means that you are agreeing with what forefathers was putting across, that we have lost the ability. In fact, the core of the statement is that we don't even have it in the first instance.
That's not what I'm saying, though. It's a
That's what
question.
I'm saying.
It's a question. Have we
I know,
lost it?
but the question, okay, that's what your question is saying.
Yeah, I get that, and in a way, that's what
And
happened.
Justin's position is agreeing with it. But for him to now talk about 100 years, then like, what will 100 years do for people that don't have the capacity?
Yeah, it will help us
So
bury ourselves.
let's see, we are confused. This is my submission. We are mostly confused sometimes. My argument is that, look, there's no problem with us. We are looking at history. History can be confusing. So even the guns, or anyway, it's not my turn. Let me keep quiet.
So it's Sekou, eh?
Yes, sir.
Sekou.
Forefathers, can you hear me?
Thank you for coming in. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
Sekou.
thank you. Thank you for
Yo, check out. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for coming through.
yeah, peace and
Yeah, man.
blessing.
Thank you. Long time. Oh.
Long time, Jagun. Peace and blessing to everyone on the panel. This is a very powerful discussion. When I saw the topic, I said I have to come in. This is a research question. In fact, a very, very powerful research question. I think people can write PhD dissertation on this type of question. The question is, did we lost the ability? And I think most people are confusing ability with capacity. Yes, we've lost the ability, but we did not lose the capacity. It's a difference. The ability is the skill. And the one example is, we are all Africans here right now. Why are we speaking English? Why are we communicating an important topic that deals with our cultural history and intellectual history, but we don't have a common African language that we can communicate that in right now? We don't have it. What African language is used for higher learning and scientific research after nearly a century of independence, or half a century? We don't have. My country, Liberia, has been independent since 1847, but there is no single African language that is used to teach mathematics, to teach science, physics, and chemistry, because you've lost the ability. You lost the ability, but you didn't lose the capacity. So we have to answer the question first. Yes, we've lost the ability, but we have the capacity. The capacity is potential. As far as science is concerned, all humans of more in life today have the same intellectual capacity. That means what an Asian or European can do, an African can do also. But having the capacity and the ability is not the same. I have the capacity to kind of fly a plane if you teach me, but I don't have the ability. I'm not trained to do that. I'm not a pilot. So if you put me in a plane, it's going to crash. So what Black people need to do is to understand that ability, that skill. How did we lost it? And I don't want to go into long history. I know many people are talking of ancient Egypt here tonight. I don't want to go into all of that. But the truth here is that at one point in history, Black people had the capacity. No matter how small it was, how do we know? Even our modern ancient kingdoms, let's start with West Africa. We produced everything that we needed to eat. The clothes we were wearing, the gods we worship, were all coming from our own intellectual capacity. You see? But that is not the same, the truth today. That is not the truth today. If you look at what is happening today, we've lost all those capacities. So we have to go back to the drawing board. In one of the books, I will recommend two books for listeners. I know there are many educated people here, but people who are listening. The first book is The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. He's a Black American, where he tabled how Black people lost this ability we are talking about. It didn't start as slavery, this 14th century after European Renaissance. That's not when it started. It started thousands of years ago with the falling of Nubia, the falling of Egypt, the falling of this great civilization in Africa started to crumble Black people. Because when we talk of Black people today, people just say sub-Saharan Africa. That's even another word created by Europeans. It's a politically charged word. There was a green Sahara. Black people used to live in the Sahara. Why is it that Hausa people in the north in Nigeria today, their language is classified as Afro-Asiatic? It's Afro-Asiatic, but they are in sub-Saharan Africa, but their language is Afro-Asiatic. That means it's spoken both in Asia, in Africa, in that language family. So you got to know that our root go back to we have Black people in Asia, we have Black people in the Sahara area. The whole of North Africa was Black at some point. So this issue of sub-Saharan Africa is another lie that we need to put away. So for me, I don't want to take people's time much. All I want to say, we suffer from two things. One is taught by proxy. We don't think, the thinking of any Black intellectual you put here today, his thinking is the taught by proxy. That means when white people say anything, we don't want to go beyond that. When they say anything in the Bible or the Quran, none of us want to define God outside those two books because you are scared. How dare you challenge the white man book? That's the thought by proxy. If I say my God is Olodumare, I say Olodumare is as same as Allah. I don't want to follow Allah. I follow Olodumare. Many people will get scared. They will say, "Oh, Olodumare is not a real God. The real God is Allah," because you've been told that you cannot think more than your master. You cannot think beyond the Arabs. You can't think beyond the European. That's why one of the best scholars that I follow, who wrote another book called African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal. He was one of the greatest historians that Africans have ever produced. He has written about all these things we are talking about. People should read his books, The African Origin of Civilization. Another one is A Civilization of Barbarism. Another one is Pre-Colonial Black Africa. He has written about all of these things. You see, one of the things he told us is that Black people have to go back to what they call direct knowledge. Direct knowledge means we got to go back to primary research and find out everything about ourselves without using European as intermediary to explain anything to us about the universe. We can learn from them. We can learn skills from them. We can learn scientific skills. But when we want to become masters of the universe, we have to engage in direct knowledge. That means for every intellectual information, we got to go to the primary research and come to terms with truth through our own intellectual research by not using either Arab or European to tell us what the truth is, because they will never tell us the truth. It was the Muslim scholars who were the first to tell people in the world that Black people were cursed by the curse of Noah. People don't know this. It was Ibn Khaldun and all of the first Arab writers. They started the myth that Black people were cursed. Then the Jewish and the Muslim, Christian scholars started following the same myth that destroyed Black people for centuries, that we were cursed through the children of Noah. This destruction of Black people intellectual mind and thinking has gone so deep into our political system. Our leaders today don't see themselves as leaders of the world. They want to be subservient to the other people. So it's very deep. It's very deep. So I would like to stop here.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, who's that?
It's Justin. Can I add to what he's saying? Because he's definitely making a lot of sense and getting somewhere.
Maximum 1 minute. I will stop if you don't stop.
Before you go on, Fafa, just check the
Okay,
private
that's
chat.
fine.
I sent you some.
Well, it just so happens that based on what he said, especially when he pointed out language and then spoke about gods, I just realized that if you want to know one of the things that makes civilizations different. Because people here were talking about how the northern Nigerians were doing iron smelting and blacksmithing 5,000 years ago. The main thing that separated Europeans and Americans' innovation to the African ones is the fact that these guys were clearly, there's two things, right? Standardization and patenting. Let me tell you, there's about four major things that people use to start a civilization. Even if it's a small village that you can classify as a civilization, it starts with language, standardization of that language, and then it starts with standard units of measurement. Everybody had their measurement. Even why is it that when they built America, Americans, one of the first things they did was create their own measurement metric system. And then there's this other one, oh god, let me not forget to I've forgotten what it's called, but there's about four of them. In Africa, where we messed up is we just pretty much copy and pasted the Europeans ones. That's it. That's just the truth. And the thing about the Europeans, they are the absolute bosses at standardizing everything. When these people started flying aeroplane, the Wright brothers, one of the first things they did with aircraft was they standardized it to avoid accidents. That's why the aerospace industry is one of the safest. We have more car accidents
Sorry,
than plane
Justin.
accidents.
Justin, please, I just want to make a small comment. It's a repeat comment from me. You said something casually, and these are where the problems are. You say where Africans messed up. Meanwhile, we have all agreed that there was a conscious effort to truncate all that we're doing. Now we're making our forefathers like as if they were a mess.
Well, I never said where Africans
The same
messed
thing
up.
happened to others, though. Maybe that's why people are saying it. The same thing happened to others, but
We can't
Okay,
say
so
it.
where can
Fathers,
we
you
show
cannot let's start from
where
here.
is the
For
patent
example,
of northern Nigeria's
let's say
smelting 5,000 years ago? Where can we pull it up from?
see that plane he's talking about? The process of making that plane, getting the aluminum and the parts to make the plane, the wires, the plastic. Guess what? That innovation came from somewhere. They didn't make the planes. I'm saying, let's say it started from Africa. The Africans didn't make the planes. They went to Orwell brothers, agreed. But the process, the iron metallurgy, to start that process that the Orwell brothers took advantage of, started with us. So you cannot
Yeah,
now,
we know that you are repeating what you said
so you
earlier.
cannot
I'm
now
asking,
turn,
where
so
is
you
the
cannot,
recorded patent?
so you cannot now turn around and try to make us seem like we were some kind of unthinking
In that
cavemen
case, it means you did
that
not
did
get my
not,
point.
just because we did not patent it, while we were doing this iron smelting and doing advancements in mathematics and astronomy and astrology. Guess what? The white man was somewhere, no denigration, in a cave somewhere, didn't even know that it was wrong to take a shit in the freaking streets.
You've not
We
answered
had
my
all these
question.
advancements.
let's allow AY come into the
Oh my
conversation
god.
since he just
That
stepped
means
in.
this guy did not learn anything that I just
No,
said.
it's okay. It's okay. AY, thank you for joining us regarding the
I think only
conversation.
one of his headphones is working.
Just to be clear that I'm not trying to denigrate our people in any way. This is just a serious. It's quite a serious question about whether we have lost something here, and if we have lost something, when something gets lost, you can find it and recover it, just like somebody said.
You are underlining your fear, however, and
Exactly.
your shame in
Shame.
being.
Yes, I have to be embarrassed now. This is not good
No,
now.
this is more what you are doing. It's a personal thing to you, which is
No,
fair enough.
I am embarrassed. If you have 1.4 billion black people in the world, and none of them you can say that okay, there's no
This is why we gave you the historical perspective in order for you to
I
understand.
understand that.
No. Wait. Sorry. I don't
Now,
mean, AY, I don't mean to take your time at all. But it is very important that we understand where we are and how we got where we are. It is from there that we can begin to use our mind more profitably, away from shame and embarrassment, into the endeavor of innovation in the world. You see, the West is not white alone, as has been kind of mentioned. The West, the Europeans went all around the world and they gathered the intelligences of all peoples around the world and they created the West. The West,
Exactly.
as we know, has so many different initiatives from different ethnicities that have paid into the West. As has been mentioned before, we who are in the West are basically fighting against ourselves. I've said it before, we're stabbing ourselves frontally just by being here. Paying our taxes into this system is not paying for Africa to be lifted up, but it's paying for Africa that other to be suppressed further. So unless you really understand these things, your fear doesn't mean anything. What does your fear mean?
No,
Come
I
on,
don't
catch
know.
up, bro.
No. You see,
Okay.
you can have fear, whether it means something or not. It doesn't matter. As long as it's there, one has
Forefathers,
to be concerned
Okay.
please,
for our future.
I need half of
In
talking to
Because
addition,
learn
we
from
all
what I'm saying
sorry.
want
because
our people to
he's not
succeed.
getting our underlying points.
Allow AY Joe.
Yeah,
Let us
Justin,
hear.
hold on. Justin, let's AY go, and then you can come in.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Hello,
Master
AY.
Kwanabu.
AY not trouble.
Wanna be wise, everything can tire person, especially if you are living in Nigeria. You need to hide sometimes and just lick your wounds.
I understand, man. Yeah. It's tiring, to be honest. Even on this platform, some people are even tired. Eh? Yeah, the issue with Africa. I don't even know where you got this topic today again.
Is it a bad
Me,
one?
I listened a little bit,
Chat GGG.
You guys need to
So
stop. You guys need to stop. But we have to talk about these big topics
the
now. This is
the
a
way
serious issue.
the way me and we handle this, right? So honestly, I will whatever it is, right? Where we are is where we are. We mess up. So I don't know how we want to define the past. But I would think we should focus more in the future. Jago was saying one thing now. Even the West, we are still calling the West, right? So what they do, even up to today. Yesterday we were discussing about research, for example. They get the best brain across the world. That's what they still doing today. So I don't know what you want to call it, right? They get the best brain, let's say from Nigeria. The people that most Nigeria that are coming to abroad through education, they are actually the best we have, some of the best. This is just the honest truth. So what happened in the system, they are gonna give you stipend, they are gonna give you some schools like you have ability to pay your tuition, you have sometimes scholarship, sometimes in form of um, basically you are given dollar you've not seen before. Like many years ago, I remember when I wanted to do my research, like my stipend for my professor alone was like 1,200. When I came in, like I was looking at that money as a lot of money, right? Because you are just coming from Nigeria, you are converting this dollar into
Calculated into
naira.
Naira.
So let me tell you how the system work. You get stuck in the educational system, the domain, where you don't really know what is really going on outside. So in your mind, you are top of the world. You are doing some things, amazing stuff. But technically, they are investing in you. I remember having this conversation with one of my lab mates then. They collect this best brain from Africa, from India, from China, from everywhere. Investing in 1,000 students, for example, graduate students, they put you in a lab, do research. You know what they need to succeed? They just need 1% of that population to give them result, that useful result. That's it. So I think we need to look at the future because I personally have this opinion. I don't know if anybody will call it bias. Nigeria, we have some of the young best brains in the world. We really have good, sharp brains in Nigeria, but we don't take advantage of it. A lot of these young ones, they end up going in direction they don't want. They end up getting stuck with jobs they don't want. Instead of us to have a system that will keep them in science and technology. In civil service, for example, it's same thing. You get your best brain in the country to run the policy. Somebody was talking about, okay, if you are new to America, right? I remember my first time in America. When you go to the American public, if you pay attention, you will you will be astonished how the public, how the people are ignorant. I'm not even you will not even get it. Then I remember my brother saying that when he said, I'm like, he's like, then why are they successful? The reason why they are successful, they put their best brain up there to get the job done. So to get the job done, others will follow, others will, listen. They develop the system. That's why you see the system working. But if you go to our case, most of the Africa country, there is issue of my tribe, not your tribe. Basically, favoritism. You don't put your best out there, right? There are some things we should not compromise. Issue of research, which is research and development, you have to put in your best there because the to develop, you need to find local solution to your local problems. So even when something was developed in America, you need to have people that have the brain to look at it and localize the solution. It just, for example, you want to build roads. There are some countries you go, their roads, if you go to Saudi Arabia, for example, they are building roads across the mountain. Some people build the road across the desert. To some people, it depends. They have to study the soil, know, okay, what do we need to build this road,
But
So,
AY,
mm,
you said that they tap into other people's knowledge,
mhm.
and if 1%, delivers result, you see, that 1%, that one result makes all the difference.
It makes
and
all the
and, and,
difference.
and
Not
that is
only
what
that,
is bothering me, that they keep making that 1% donation that
so
we keep
so
making,
that
and
one
they are keep
percent,
running away from us.
that 1% make all the difference. The other reason I was referring to the 1%, what I'm basically saying, for example, you are investing $100 million on 1,000 students in the next, say, 5 years. So with that 1%, even when you're looking at, you might say, oh, I've invested a lot. They will make that money times 100 from that 1%. So that is just the minimum. But they keep investing in this area because they understand research and development. They keep improving system. They keep making life better for themselves. So when you see what we are doing, right? Even when you hear science, research and development in Nigeria, in Africa, for example, it's all funny, funny stuff. If you've been in that system, you understand what these professors do. Even the so-called professor in Nigerian university is copy and paste. They don't understand doing the originality of the work. They don't understand that. People do PhD, they copy papers everywhere. They said, "Oh, I'm a PhD holder. Call me doctor." So these are the issue. We have to be real. We have to be more uh, result oriented. We have to look for solutions. That is what we don't have. But we need people that understand because there is no way. That's the future. If you want to have the future, you have to invest in your science and technology. That is the basis of development. That, like yesterday we were discussing it because when we keep going back, even in Arab country we are calling now, that's what they are doing now. Go and see Saudi investment in AI currently. It's so massive, the amount of money they invest in. They are so picky brains from everywhere. Even China, that's what they do. China will send their student out to other to the West to learn different technology. They go there, they localize the solution. That's what they are doing.
For
They're not doing
AY, can I
anything.
interject a little bit? Hope you don't
You
mind.
interject too much.
Hope you don't mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can
Forefathers and
interject.
AY, I don't understand. I think there's this discrepancy between we once had an argument, me and forefathers, where I said that politicians don't matter and that what matters is innovation, right? But for some reason, whenever you guys are talking about fixing the overall system and everything in the nations, right, you keep emphasizing more on. I'm talking to both of you now. You keep emphasizing more on technologies and innovation, like you bad roads. You even showed us the Auchi Benin road, things like that, which is basically innovation, and not necessarily the political system and fixing it, which is good, because I would personally argue that forget politicians now. The number one thing we need to fix is innovation. That's the number one thing that will propel the country forward. In fact, people would argue that if you have a dead country with bad politicians, we can't progress. But I think it's the other way around. In fact, one of the things that causes innovation is actually when you have bad politicians. Look at, and I always use Iran as an example. So, there was one time forefathers was
You
telling me
say that
that,
when
well, we
you have
can't have innovation if
the
the
reason why you
politicians are
have
so bad.
innovation, did you say that the reason why you have innovation because you have bad politicians?
No, I said, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. There was once a time about two live streams ago when I
So
was doing the live stream. You
Justin, let
said
me
that,
just
sorry, wait, hold on. You said that, but we can't have good innovation and all these things that China is doing if our politicians are bad, right? And then I now argued against you forefathers and said, no, that's not true. Then you now said I should list a country that is like so. And then I said Iran. And so I'm just saying that I'm happy to see now that you and the AY are finally emphasizing on more of the innovation side of things and not just bad politicians or Tinubu did this, something like that. Because I feel like that's what is really important.
But if you are just looked at the bottom of my name there, you see security, law and order, and technological revolution. That is essential to our survival. So I am not taking technology for granted.
Justin, what exactly is your point? Are you saying we don't need politicians to develop?
Actually, yes, I feel so. Politicians are the most important of all the least important things, in my opinion.
So okay, hold on, hold on.
Gentlemen, please, we were discussing something else. Now, you guys, as typical Africans, will leave that issue and go and start doing something else.
Oh no,
Would I
it's just
do
a
in the
little
other?
detour. You're gonna get back.
No,
Okay,
No, it doesn't
round
make
up
sense.
AY so that we can go back
who
to
is making so
Mascot.
so let me quickly give this answer to Justin. I personally think I don't know what you want to call it if it's politician, but you need the leaders. You need the leader that have the political will to invest in research and development, right? You need the leader. So if you call the politician, whatever, if it's a monarch system, you need the leader. If it's a politicians, you need the leaders, right? So we definitely need the leaders, definitely, for us to move forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Father, can you return me to where I was? Because I don't want to lose my turn. I know you like to forget where I am.
I'm
I
not
was
gonna.
right next to Masca there, where
Nobody can
Masca
forget.
finished.
Nobody can forget you, George Jago. Okay, I think a mascot then before revolution. Revolution, you want to play some music for us for relaxation later on? I don't know because this is why you carry guitar. You are with your guitar today. So
I was just listening and practicing. We practice at the same time.
oh, I
I
see.
was listening to you guys and was just touching this so that I get the feelings.
Oh, okay, nice one, nice one. Let Masca go, then you can speak. Now Masca is in Nigeria. We should be giving him preferential treatment.
No,
You know,
don't give me preferential treatment. I'm okay.
when
It's
I try
fine.
to help our people,
No, I don't need.
You're welcome.
If I needed diaspora help, I would have been in diaspora myself.
You see that? You see that? All right, then. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I think I must thank you for fathers for bringing up that topic, and I think it has brought out very good discussions. And for me, I've learned a lot. I'm very happy that I joined. So my time, I would use it just to reiterate what I think are the important aspects of the discussion. Yes, that I think it was the gentleman from, I think, the West African country that pointed it out clearly in perspective that there's a difference between ability and capacity. So I think, forefathers, there lies your answer. We inherently, inside us, we're as good as anybody. But the truth is that we still have a challenge of transforming what is inside us out there in the reality. And I think the conclusion is that we have been traumatized at some point, and we need to understand that we are trauma victims and begin to look for solution. But I will also land on what MS said, which I find also a little bit, I wouldn't say profound, but it's bordering on that, where he spoke about the fact that we need to, what did you use, Emma? It's like get irritated, or this, we need to get upset with the situation. What word did you use?
Restlessness.
We need to be restless. And I think that should be the summary of all this discussion. We need to get to that restless. We need to be restless. We need to be upset with where we are today, that we have the capacity and we are not being able to put things on the table. And I think on that note, I would say good night to each and everybody. It's late at night, but I'm really, really glad that I joined. I am going to sleep a better, a well-informed person with things in perspective. That there's need for us to have that restlessness. And it is so apt because the first person that I saw talking was Showori, who was saying that he's coming into Nigeria to protest. And I think that's the mindset. We just need to be upset with the way things are. And it's also apt that the issue Justin raised. I think the problem is really our leadership, which goes back into forefathers' question also. Why we are not able to do things together is because we have problem with leaders. But I think I would say
but Masca, don't you think we have too many division within us, so many divisions, so many distractions among ourselves? I think that's a big problem.
That's true. That's true. But we need to be restless. We need to be upset with these divisions. Even the white, I know when England was scavenging Scotland. So it's not my fundamental argument is that all our problems are not. It's not only us. It's not new to us. It's not new to humanity. The only thing is we need to be restless that we are last in the rest. And we should remember Nigeria not they carry last. We should be upset with that. But you're right, but that doesn't mean that we should remain divided. We should be upset with that division. We should be restless about the divisions.
Thank you. Thank you. Before you
Nice
leave,
one.
let me leave you with this parting quote. Enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-imposed immaturity. And immaturity is the inability to use one's understanding without guidance from another. And these are the people that created the Enlightenment period that led to this scientific revolution that you are seeing. That is Immanuel Kant there. So that would be the parting shot. So I really appreciate you for coming in, given that you guys are on the motherland, as they say. And your contribution is highly valued. And if you have the time, come back. I know you are enjoying Nigeria so much. You're enjoying Nigeria so much. And when I come there, I'll come and enjoy it too. My goodness, when I went to Nigeria, I couldn't leave, man. I was there for about a month or so. Now, going back is not that easy anymore. So thank you for joining us, Masca. Well done.
So is it my turn?
No.
Yes.
Oh, hey, yes, my man.
Yeah, welcome, Revolution.
Revolution.
I greet everybody. I was coming out all the while, because I did do my work. Now work I did break. You see, today my big guy came into power. The two people I respect a lot. That's sorry, say I want to go back from beginning. Me una no vessel, because I know where una dey for philosophy. AY was talking the good things, how things go change, how they take they use us for international level and all this type of things. But they say before you go climb, you go crawl. We have to crawl in Nigeria by removing these bad leaders. Because no matter what thing we they dream about, if the system no dey straightforward, can you imagine a country no way no get electricity? Una will be science students, you can know that type of
deficiency where it go cause. Ordinary electricity we no get. What kind of scientific something go fit happen for Nigeria self? Nothing. So, except you travel out to where people dey serious, things they go on. So what I was just listening, I was listening on all through. I was listening to everything. No one what I miss inside there. Only I couldn't join and to be able to talk, but I was listening. And you guys have contributed a lot, said a lot of good things. There's hope, but like Sore was saying, he said, if they have about 1,000 people like him, can you imagine what will be happening in Nigeria? My brother KJ, like coward as Nigerians, I say, what you people are doing, you cannot do it. Say if they pray 3 times a day, go pray before you come up, pray for middle of the road, pray till you come back home. You know those kind of things. So when you look at all those type of things, and we they talk of every day we go they complain, say Tinubu is say this is bad, is bad. We refuse to fight. You understand me? So this is my own. Sometimes I know if you talk much. Sometimes I get angry to some people where go just come talk nonsense, they disappear. People like Tony and all those kind of people. People where go they bring tears into the eyes of Nigerians. When they come, they go just the turn table upside down, you know. So to just give una a chance, continue, because I enjoy una. I don't get anything to say. But what I want to say is I don't know, you know, say we no go school. To pronounce some language, they disturb me well. Nigeria, we have to destroy Nigeria and rebuild it. I don't believe in dividing Nigeria. But those who want to divide Nigeria, they get their chance because nothing is working. But I believe that Nigeria can still be one. But that one, we have to fight for it. We are not divided in the normal sense. We're only divided at the top. Where did they take fool us at the bottom? So one Nigeria is possible, but we have to fight for it. Gentlemen, make I enjoy on a philosophical Sunday. Thank you.
Well said, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate.
Forefathers, did you see what I sent you about the brain surgery in ancient Africa?
Let me confirm. I'm not sure I saw that fully. No, I didn't see that. I've not seen it.
It's the link I added you. I just
okay. That's half of Turkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forefather, can I just interject a little
so
bit?
if you can play that later, if you want to.
Okay. I think let me just share it now so that and it will be good for us to actually hear from philosophers too, since we are doing philosophy too.
Forefathers, as you are doing that, try and be looking at the comments. You see the kind of arguments that is going on there.
Yeah, so people take it easy. This kind of who is Ruru Og? Take it easy now. What is going on? Is he even typing or just
that's Justin?
That's me, man.
Justin.
Like,
you are really take it easy now. Just
no, actually, basically, anytime I type something, it multiplies by 6. I don't know why.
I see. Yeah, you may want to watch out for your keyboard. Okay, let me just play this.
Justin, is because you're on 6 different platforms. You know, this particular program is heard on 6 different platforms.
Justice, are you Ruru?
Okay, yeah, it's Ruru. Yeah, okay.
As Ignuti was a politician, you asked that question.
You know, now this man sitting down is not helping our image, but it's all right. Let's go ahead. He's not helping, but let's carry on.
At the audacity of man.
Ouch.
No anesthesia here. No hypnosis. Only the psychosomatic belief and faith in one man, the witch doctor. Opening of the cranial cavity is the most delicate of operations. Modern surgical requirements are 1 sterile nurse, 1 instrument nurse, 2 circulating nurses, not sterile, 1 anesthesiologist, the chief surgeon, his personal assistant.
Father, this is too gory now.
The interning physician attached to his staff. Operating facilities. The low minimal requirements.
That's quite heavy, but still. Oh my God.
Father, why are you showing this on the live?
No, I'm trying to move it forward now. I'm trying to move it forward.
Are you sure they won't like censor you? Because this thing is harsh. Oh.
No,
Yeah,
this is already
No,
there,
no,
man.
no.
It's being there.
It's medical. It's all over. It's all over the internet. They're not censoring you for nothing.
Where is it? There's a ladybird face.
are those forefather fees?
This one now. Why? Oh, okay. Let's pause it now.
Forefather, this is too much. Oh.
Let's pause it. But still,
I think we can talk what is behind it is
Yeah,
graphic.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
it's so graphic.
So in any event, what you can see there is how back in the
You
day,
found it?
before the
You found it?
advancement in technology and in medicine, how Africa would
Where is
clear tumors from
Where's the
brain
ladybird?
tumors. Oh my,
Wait. Yo, someone needs to mute himself. Your
It's
kids
very,
and your wife is coming along.
I think. I mean, so, um, you can see what
I
you can
think
see.
that's him, man. You know, he
Yeah,
has two
it was
wives, so
Emmy.
he
It
has
was.
a lot of kids over there.
So you can see that before the advancement in technology, we actually perfected for that time. That was the most advanced way to take out brain tumors. So my point is, if we could do that all this while, then to criticize us for not having the ability now, they perfected our own actions. And like Emmy rightly said, it is a turn by turn thing. Things, innovations, you piggyback off this person and you advance on the next thing. So we're not stupid people. And I think, the better we stick to that and hold that
Half of
sacrosanct thing.
Turkey.
You know what I mean?
Can I say something? You know the last time you were
Doctor
on
want
and
to
that I was
inject
on
now.
too, you said
Hold on.
Justin
I think
always
others want
here.
to speak, Justin. Okay, doctor. I think doctor is next. Then,
Okay,
whenever you want to speak, Jonaba, I think you have been quite patient.
okay,
Please, doctor, go ahead.
okay. Yes, this video is interesting.
I'm afraid it's me next, bruv. You
Uh,
keep doing this. Even I have to remind you.
I miss you, Jago. How
Yeah,
can I
yeah,
possibly miss you?
it's terrible, bro.
Okay,
It's
okay.
becoming personal.
Doctor, no. Why is it? It can't be personal. You are a honored member of the platform,
My
so
brother,
doctor
it's been like an hour and a half since I spoke in terms of I wanted to try and correct Justin in terms of his environmental Africa thing. And he didn't allow me. So that whole sense has now gone. Now, the way we speak turn by turn is very good, but sometimes interjections are also correctional, and there too are very good. So, if you can, please, you're doing a marvelous job. Don't get me wrong, but if you can, kind of, read the room a little bit more, understand that your own submissions that come at the end of everybody else's submissions can be limited to a degree. Thank you. That is what I would lead with.
I'm checking myself whether I speak more than 1 minute. I never speak more than 1 minute.
No, your interjections are good also. Let me just say this, if I may, real quick. Justin, as far as what you read from our Thomas Sowell, that I believe largely don't ask you to do the research for yourself, so you can find out how accurate Thomas Sowell is. When it comes to the southern part of Africa, that temperature in the south is a lot cooler than West Africa. West Africa is a different ball game entirely. We are a people of serious fortitude when it comes to diseases and such like, because we have taken quite a lot of the I don't know, enzyme or whatever it might be that is kind of correctional where disease is concerned. Whereas in Southern Africa, that's why they were able to stay there all the way up to Zambia, because the temperature is completely different than it is in West Africa. It's a temperate climate. So the diseases that were disturbing the American Aborigines that killed them out in their jaws, the same happened in Southern Africa, which is why their populations are not like our populations in West Africa. So I would like to make that point there.
yeah.
And
Well, Jagun, I have three arguments to make. Three big arguments, right? One thing is that Originally I was actually referring to West Africa. So you emphasizing on the South is
No, you,
I,
you,
I don't
you
think I
don't,
even
don't, don't,
spoke.
don't blame me for what you said. No, I'm not going to accept that. You said the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. That was your words. So I'm here correcting you. Take the correction. Have the argument with yourself, because I'm not having that argument.
All right, all
You
right, all
understand?
right. Next.
If
No, it's not next door. I didn't
comfort,
wait an hour just to say that, my brother. I'm waiting patiently here.
Was it an
Mm.
hour? Okay, please go
okay, so can I
on.
say something?
No, no, no,
So
If
no.
there's been
Don't disturb my
Stop
time.
doing that,
doctor
Justin.
want to say something, let him say so we can have some movement
Yes.
around,
Stop
please.
doing that,
Absolutely,
Justin. Come on. Jago,
absolutely.
please finish what you are saying. So, Doctor,
I too would like to say something of what Masca said, which is to say that these are quite important discussions, even though we all come from different points of view, where these discussions are leaning. I feel that we need to watch the world right now in terms of moving forward. The world right now, in terms of our diaspora is very wide. It's not just in the West, it's not just Europe and America, it's in the Far East, it's in the Middle East, it's in places that we won't even propose that we. There are many of us in Russia, many of us. I've been there, I've seen us active. Some of the activity is a little bit unscrupulous, which is fair enough because that's how the world works. But a lot of the activity is well within the infrastructure that they have in that place called Russia. Now, I feel once we understand that we already have a global power base, we are global right now. Once we understand that, and we can actually feed into what's happening technologically in this world with with the rise of both India and China, I think it's about positioning now and how we are really looking at the
Guys,
future.
good night. Oh, good night.
Thank you, my brother. Um, Positioning in terms of how we partner each other across this globe in order to make serious moves in Africa. There are a lot of things that we need to stop. I don't know who it was. I think it was Sekou, who is now gone, who said that the language that we are using, such as sub-Saharan Africa, that's a horrible language. And I remember when it first came to my ears, I thought, what the hell are they talking about? Knowing that they were again strategizing to separate, break up what is Africa. The whole of Africa is African. Those people who are now occupying North Africa, I'm sorry, they're visitors. They're intruders. As much as they are looking after it for us until it's our time to take it back. Now, when I say take it back, I don't mean necessarily in any violent term. I really do mean that it's going to come to the fore that all this region is ours. We originated it. We put it there. You understand? But it's an argument that has been won in terms of those who are away from the Western point of view. But the Western point of view persists, and these Western point of view are the thing that's disturbing people like Forefather the most, because you are taking too much from the Western point of view, my brother, and you are adding it to your embarrassment when you don't need to. This is why I feel it's very important for us to own our Father's name. When we don't really identify ourselves, we're nobody. I don't know how you might see it, but we're nobody. Who are you? Who the hell are you talking to? Coming from a nobody point of view. Fuck off. What I really feel about
Hey,
these things.
come on
Wait,
now.
allow it. What I really feel about these things is that we need to be proud of who we are. We really need to be proud and stand on the ground of who we are. It is there that respect is really understood and given. So, yeah, I'll wait another hour for my turn again. Thank
Let
you.
me share this before Doctor goes, because there is a level. You see, this question is important because there is a stage. I think we as a people, we may not have gone through that stage. That the period of enlightenment that the Europeans went through, we
Oh,
may not
dear
have gone through
forefather,
that.
please.
The reason why I'm saying that, no, no, you will see what I mean, because what they are describing that this man went through, you can see that a lot of people will sympathize with him in Nigeria today. Let me just play that so you see what I mean.
What are we watching? Still photos? Where's the voice, the volume?
Did you hear
We
that,
can't hear
forefather?
it.
There's
We
no
can't hear it.
volume. Oh.
Me and this volume problem, sorry about that, man. It's like, okay, let me go back again because, okay, now.
He observed the modern world shifting alongside him, away from blind faith in religious and political authority and into secular, independent, rational thinking. However, Kant, having seen and understood the value of religion in the lives of the people he had known, and having appreciated and respected how it promoted ethical behavior and good conduct, he worried about the consequences of humanity shifting away from it. Kant saw humanity at a juncture in which it was now mature enough to leave home, but not mature enough to know how to live well on its own. During and following his education, Kant published many works dealing with topics related to metaphysics, ethics, epistemology, politics, and aesthetics, focusing his life's work on helping facilitate the Western world's successful transition into a new enlightened age. In his masterwork, Critique of Pure Reason, as well as throughout several of his other works, Kant attempted to do this by examining current conceptions of knowledge and reality, synthesizing new models of understanding, and defining reason as the ultimate source of good. Kant wrote, "Our age is the age of criticism, to which everything must be subjected. The sacredness of religion and the authority of legislation are by many regarded as grounds of exemption from the examination of this tribunal. But if they are exempted, they become the subjects of just suspicion, and cannot lay claim to sincere respect, which reason accords only to that which has stood the test of a free and public examination."
I don't want to go on too long with it. So the idea is that you see what the struggle he was going through with the society. He's saying religion is good because he inculcates good behavior, but at the same time, we have to move past it. So that's the struggle they went through, and I'm sure Nigerians still
He
have a
didn't say that,
long.
though.
No,
Um,
that's basically what he
I
said.
know about Kant. And you see, what you have to understand, if I may quickly, forefather, what you have to
Okay.
understand is that by the time of the Enlightenment in Europe, it was that whole period was given to them by the Moors. That whole period came out of the Moors. Now, if you think about philosophy and you have any understanding of philosophy, you would understand that in the time of Socrates and the like in Greece, this is the beginning of the European philosophical drive. And it took another 1,000 years before the Enlightenment period. Both times it was offered to them by Africans. So I don't want you to be looking at this European text as though it's out of this planet, because it's not.
Calm down, calm down, calm down.
I'm not upset. I'm just putting it to
No, no,
you.
no. You are saying stuff, but you don't. Wait, who is the African that gave it to them?
No, not who is the African. If you understand the history
You know,
between
you
Imhotep,
see,
you're asking a question. You're asking a
said,
question.
yeah,
Here's the
but you're
answer.
not answering it now. You just
No,
want
I
to
am.
again. Okay, go ahead.
No,
Do,
he is
do you know
answering
who?
it.
Do you know who Imhotep is?
Yes,
Well, that's a name I put forward right
that
now.
was thousands of years ago.
It was thousands of years ago where they educated the Greeks and the Europeans. It was another 1,000 years before the Moors came and educated the rest of Europe, because all of Spain and southern Europe was pillaged in terms of the libraries that they had in the time, in terms of the mosques that they had. All these things.
See. It's not like all those things existed. But what he is talking about is based on the fact that even with all those reasoning and they had Christianity, things were advancing, but they needed to move to a totally different paradigm that has transformed the world as we see today. They started questioning what is real and what is not real. That's what created the scientific method, where they have to verify stuff. That's what created the empirical method. You have to question everything.
You know,
So that is exactly what he said,
forefathers, sorry,
and I
forefathers,
don't
can
know
I,
why he said that's not what he said. No, sorry, I need to
forefathers,
go to the doctor. I need to go to the doctor. I asked him to wait.
forefathers, sorry, can I say something?
Don't keep
Jagun and
interrupting now. Doctor, please go ahead.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
This is
you are a real doctor. And which doctor, or doctor of what, if I may
yeah.
ask, if I'm
I have a
asking?
PhD. I have a PhD in applied computer applied machine learning, which is more or less
Wow, that's
on
quite
AI.
something.
Yes. Okay, so one important topic came up, which was on patent.
So, do you have a token? I saw you
Look at
wrote
that,
it.
look at that, look at that.
You
Yes.
have token trading there.
He's already jealous now. You see?
Do you
Jealousy,
trade?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
hold
I
on.
am on Twitter on that name. Okay. So, patent
Are you
came up.
heavy on trading?
No. Please allow this man to speak.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, okay. So we'll talk
I think
about
you
that.
need a
So that is
break.
on
You,
Twitter.
yeah,
Okay.
you, Jagu, you need a break. You'll be here to
Well,
feed.
I'm going to take you out of this place now.
Okay. Okay. So,
Father, do your job. Do your job.
Yeah.
okay.
Please go ahead
So
there, doctor.
an interesting point came up that was on patent, which if you compare China and US, you find that countries that actually has a lot of patents becomes very wealthy. In fact, America is wealthy today solely on patent. That is the bedrock. Okay, so moving forward with that, there are a lot of inventions from the black race, but for the fact that we have been is under subservient, if I may say so, because of the enslavement, most of these inventions were overshadowed. Like the video you played about the first brain surgery coming from South Africa, also heart surgery was as well coming from South Africa. But there is also the first inoculation of vaccine actually came from one Simmons in Boston. That was an African slave. So because of this overshadow or living under enslavement, our patent was somehow obscured, and that happened then. But today,
Stolen,
what?
basically.
Eh?
Mostly stolen, basically.
No, not
Okay.
stolen. I will not say that.
Okay. Shall I go on? Okay. What happened today is the same thing is going on. If you are employed, whatever inventions you make, they automatically becomes your employer's invention. Even the few patents accredited to black, this was the time they were segregated, and they were able to, these inventions they were able to showcase because they were done in their own workshop, and the world have history of them. But in 20th century, I'm afraid that in future we might have a problem. The black history might be blank during our time, because most of us, they either sucked up by acquisition because of the mindset we want big money. If you tell an African to leave a patent or register a patent in Nigeria today or in Africa, he probably won't do it because there's no much money he's going to make. And some of them, through gainful employment, they also lost their invention. So in future, during this our time in 21st century, we might have a blank black history. That is the danger that is going to come in future. So what are we doing? What are the solutions? The solutions is actually lies within individual, each of us. To actually, we've been very good in not working together. We could also be very good in actually having a mindset of not allowing our invention to just slipped away from us. So if you say, for example, you know this oppression is going on, you probably will refuse for any amount of money to be employed in those places where you will lose your invention. There are people who are doing that. They rather have their invention than the big money. So the mindset comes to play in that kind of situation, because without that, in future we might have a scenario where our invention of the 21st century or 20th century at the later part will not be there at all. And if these children are making references to what is being done by black people today, as just this topic has come up, there will be no reference point coming from the black nations of today, because it doesn't exist, and we don't want to be a group that now point to history to find our technological advancement. So the takeaway from here, we must be mindful of getting that paycheck to use acquisition to take our inventions, or getting that good salary and be employed to lose the invention to whoever that manages that companies or manages the team. That is all I need to say.
I'm just trying to wonder here. Just follow me. I want to share this video. It's just funny. It's just a light-hearted video, but it's still an indication of where our people still are. I wonder whether. Let me just play it so you guys see what I mean. There's no point really.
Now leg walk now. Don't be leg walk with that.
Leg walk, yeah.
Now. Look at that. All you need to play is the music. If the music was flowing, you can understand now.
My point is that. My point is that.
Wait.
You just came in.
What's different?
The point I'm making is that this is dance, but look at the environment. Look at what we are doing.
What's different? What's different?
Hold
different?
You're being
Hold up. What's the difference? What's the difference in that with the doo-wop, the break dance, or the moonwalk that they was just doing? What's
the environment? That's my point. Look at the environment.
You want them to be in a discotheque? You want them to be in discotheque to make it happen?
We are still here.
Fathers, open your eyes and see properly.
Okay.
You understand what you're saying there, right? These are, in fact, the type of dance you see in this world today, starting from things like this. You get my point? And hold on. These guys are still trying to keep even the culture alive. You understand? They are trying to keep culture alive. What you are thinking right now is you want this fancy disco light, bubbly, shovel and
I don't know what he wants, man.
Oh, you see that? So you want to rebel like this? Eh?
I think you're
like
saying
we are going to be in trouble. That's trouble for us. That's the problem for me.
Father, I think when you came here, they used to call you an African bobo bastard, and you are reflecting on those years. You see, it's true now. You're fundamentally ashamed. The thing is,
I'm not. No.
Wait. If I can say, the last time I was 21 in my village in Niger, and my mother had retired. And in the village, the king gives a festival every 5 years for those people who have come to retirement age. If you see the beauty of the culture in that place, my goodness, I was spellbound. It was so visually, culturally uplifting. I mean, what we have, we must keep it. We must.
I'm not saying we should not keep it. I'm saying,
but don't dance in the dust. Just don't dance in the dust.
And look at the children. You know, I will show you the one where they kidnap children too. It's like, come on, man. We can't be living like we have to stop
You're mixing two things together.
Did you see that quote from Kant? So sorry, this is self-imposed. What do they call it? Immaturity. We refuse to change. Jesus, this is 2024.
Brothers, where you live right now, right? Do you have fancy 21st century housing where you live? No. You still have the medieval houses where you live. You still have those cultures. You need to change it.
This one,
you still have it there.
When you come out to a place like the United States, what you need to do, you got to go into forget all the glitz and glamour you see of New York and Manhattan. Go into the interior. Go into places in Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, in the inland. Go into the places St. Louis, Missouri. Go into Kentucky. I guarantee you're gonna run out of there within 20 minutes.
Ohio.
There's places. There's places in the United States. There's places in the United States that are called sundown towns. If you're a black person, you better not be caught in there when the sun is going down.
Yeah, it's white people's town.
Well, it's called the sundown town. So if you complain about people being kidnapped and all of that, maybe you take a visit to a sundown. You might fit in. Who knows?
This is the kind of stuff they come up with. I'm just saying that our people just simply refuse to change, and they will see this
No,
thing. They will say it's
forefathers,
okay.
listen,
And
forefathers,
you see what Jago
forefathers.
is saying? We're just
No,
keeping the culture alive.
no,
We're just
forefathers.
keeping
I
the
give
culture
you
alive
forefathers.
in
Hold on now,
Potopoto like
forefathers.
that.
Listen,
That's not how
forefathers,
you
listen,
keep culture alive.
forefathers, listen. I give you
Bro,
simple
didn't you
example.
see the legwork there? Now
I
legwork
give
they
you a simple
do.
example.
In Potopoto,
Where you are
Assad
living,
everywhere. Children look like they are destined to
See,
say
see,
that
no,
is
forefathers,
what we are
forefathers. See,
preserving culture.
where you are living. How are the houses? The houses you see in Nigeria, are they not finer, far finer, better, finer than the ones you are living in the UK? Not
No,
you
no, they are
living,
not.
as in
Oh.
your
Where did
environment.
you get that one from?
Sorry?
How can the house that you live in Nigeria be finer than the one in the UK? Where did that
I,
happen?
Far
The
finer.
houses that I have in Nigeria are far finer than where I'm living today, my brother.
Do you understand
Probably,
me?
if you have a big one, but the quality, the what is inside the house,
What is
it's not
inside?
the tools that they have inside the house. Nigeria, you need
Which is just
generator to power it.
cosmetic. Hold on. Your money can buy it. It's cosmetic. I'm talking about even the external building, the exterior of the building. You see the
Forefather.
bricks are still
You
there.
see that kind of attitude. That's the kind of stuff. So, are you trying to say all those jaga building we have for our
No,
children?
listen to me.
You are
See,
okay with it?
listen.
Is that your
Forefathers,
argument?
forefathers, hold on.
Why are you fighting
Jaga,
him?
jaga.
Your forefathers,
Forefather.
It's you that
Don't
will destroy
ever,
this building.
don't
Let me
ever,
fight the building.
forefather.
Uh-uh.
Just be true. Just be true, forefather. It's
the
true.
finest house in the
I'm
UK.
understanding you more. It is good that you don't reveal where you are from. Because I don't think I want to go there. I think
Let
where
me
you are
look at
from
this one.
must
Look
be the
at that
most
one.
jaga place ever.
You look at
My
that one. Look
brother.
at that one. You see the
let me
attitude
say
there.
this. Let me
That
say
kind
this.
of talk.
See.
Now
Forefathers,
so
you're
Let
living
me
in
I
London.
think
The
it's
finest
Jonaba.
house in
Jonaba wants to say
London.
something.
let me
See,
quickly say
this
this.
guy
It's
just
not
came in
close to
and
the
he
one in
started
Nigeria.
talking. Hold
Let me
on.
quickly.
Let's
Hold on,
allow
wait.
Jonaba to say something. Jonaba
Janaba
wants to say
will allow
something.
me. Don't worry.
Jonaba,
Janaba
please
will
say
give me
something,
time
Jerry.
to
All these
speak.
people want to start
Janaba is
attacking me
not like you,
for
man.
revealing the truth. They want to start attacking me now.
Wanted to say somebody was trying to say something.
no,
Yeah.
Jonathan, please go ahead.
Okay.
Jaguar, you a
I
co-moderator now?
Absolutely. Haven't you recognized? I beg.
I think I think forefather is missing. He asked the right question. His topic, what are standing today? Where are we? Are we losing it? Are we going to get it back? Where is the world at? And where are we as a black people?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Look at where we
but
are.
where these people are today, it's okay for where they are. It's entertaining. Don't buy your mind to whosoever went and shoot that video. These are the people who also believe that we are still humping around the trees, which is not true. So I
Yeah.
don't want your mind to go there. There are many people that grow in their space and civilization. Uh, that are part of US that they have latrine like we have in Nigeria. I've been there. So, and civilization, and some people even fight, they don't want uh, too much government regulation in their areas. Uh, in part of Texas, I am. Rich people have everything to themselves. They have like we have a sockaway system of their own. They created that. They don't want all those federal state this thing. Of course, it's still regulated by the city and all of that. And but in Nigeria, we look at it as something that we are suffering because government do not provide it for us. But these rich people are doing the same thing that we the rich people in Nigeria does. They
Like the
have
Amish.
everything. Yes, they have everything to themselves. The roads are even not too good, but it's the acres of land they occupy, and sometimes they also use it for economical reason, which means if you have more than 11 acres of land and have some animal, you pay less
Taxi.
taxes on your
Hmm.
on your property than person that live in two-bedroom flat. So there are many reasons why we have to appreciate where we are. In as much, I think some of the things you see, but you can also see how people survive. If you put a white person there with this dust, their immune system they will collapse once. They will not even go to the next day.
You see, now we are trying to sugarcoat it, eh?
No,
No.
no, I'm talking about the African magic of who we are. You know, where
Yeah.
we survive, apart from other social and economical issue that it was because of our foresight. We were welcoming people. Still today, the culture of African people, some people even if they have food, they'll prefer to serve a visitor than to eat it. They
John
prefer to
Albert,
give.
let me John Albert, there's a thing I'm gonna send to forefathers now, maybe he'll play it. That thing you're saying, there's a guy on, he's a British, he pretends that he's poor and he tells different people that he has no food. And guess what? He has talked to Chinese, Indians, all kinds of people. The only people that he has tested like 3 times that ever fed him were Nigerians. Right there in Peckham.
You see? So this is the uniqueness of Africans that these people took advantage of us. And since then, the trauma they have caused us, we may think it's something very cheap. We should not blame anybody. After thousands of years, it's still leaning in our blood. Well, this is a tough, it is a tough thing that when you see there's a place in Dallas area, they call it Oak Cliff. If
Mhm.
you see 5 years over there, having have to defend their life, what are you going to say to the next generation in that environment? So these things we cannot take it for granted. But I believe with all that we share here, I believe we it's either we are in denial or we truly don't know that the 21st century, of course, is not about anybody coming to grab you in real life, which we see the best of us in abroad, because that is a 21st century approach to use any other things to entice us to come for a better life. And that is not the truth, is that we have everything there, but they continue to interfere in our space and take us from our root. And we stay and we say we are man, and we say, oh, we are praying to God. Did that God want you to be in that situation perpetually? I wanted to tell Dr. Haruna, of course, I like his way, but I wanted to ask him, the God is talking about that, uh, Rudolph asked him a question, and I phrased it this way: that I think Rudolph was talking about a pastor that prayed that he says because of him, dollar could have been 10,000 to me to quote it correctly, but if not for his prayer. And the point I'm trying to make is that just look at it, not too critical. This the father that spared the Satan and killed the son, innocent son, as it is in the Bible, is the same God that you think is going to come and defend you in your own situation or do everything for you. And he killed his own son, and he didn't kill the Satan to end the case. Our walk to freedom is that until we wake up that this way of life, we have to manage it with the good governance, even with all the technology, investing in AI and make us competitive in 21st century. It still have to be a good governor. In the environment where we are for many years is because there is no enablement environment that promote security, healthy living, rather corruption is the order of the day. And as far as that is still lingering, we do not have a tough leader who have a vision for the country. We will see continue to struggle while the world move forward. What do we do as a people? Until we, the people, come out in masses and say enough is enough. As far as we are afraid of death, we cannot go beyond that limitation that they have set for us because they are stooge to the West, and the West provided them personal security, give them all the information they need to live in the society, while the millions of the citizens languish in pain. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just share one more. One of my reasoning or why I may be crossed.
Were taken from this school
Look at that
shortly
man and
after
his
the
school.
bombing assembly
This man
was
comes to work
paid.
every day. That thing, how much does
140
it take to fix
students were
that thing?
abducted from
But
US
they don't
cafeteria.
fix it. That's my problem with our people. They will
Forefathers,
see something, they will refuse to
forefathers,
fix it
listen.
every day.
Forefathers,
When I go to Nigeria, I see that type of stuff too, and I was like, why do you people have to live like animals like this?
forefathers, listen. Don't blame
It
the
doesn't
people. Let me
cost
tell you something.
30 minutes a day to do some of all these things.
Forefathers, there's some things you don't understand in life. Sometimes look at life and study why. Don't just look decide. Oh, the people decide
Other
to.
people have suffered though.
No, hold. Listen, just listen to me first. Listen to me. There's some people who suffered, right? And they're, oh, I suffered. I don't want my people to suffer. So I have to sacrifice myself and do what it takes to make sure my people do not suffer. While there are some who suffer, they're like, I suffer, man. If I enjoy, I will not make sure I'll make sure nobody enjoy like me. So that I will be enjoying, they will be suffering, so that they will worship me. Instead of you to think of no, let me take my people out of suffering. You will not be happy because you are up there, other people are suffering, you want to be called chairman, chairman, chairman. You understand? And because you suffered before and you are afraid to become poor again, you will do everything to sustain your wealth at the detriment of other people's poverty. You don't care. You understand? That's why you see some people, they steal, they have enough for their children. Like you just still want to steal. It now becomes a culture for you.
That's just greed.
You
But
understand? It now becomes a
that's
culture for
normal
them.
human nature. But our
No, hold
problem
on.
It's
See,
not
people,
normal.
listen, listen.
is not
When you say
normal.
normal human nature,
No, it's not.
is everything
I disagree with you.
that has
Yeah,
limits.
it's not.
You understand? You see, like Nigerian politicians, for instance, because you see them, if they have money, none of them are captains of industry. None of them. The only thing they know how to do, lazy brain, they steal the money, they build property, either hotel or habitable properties, and put it for rent and be collecting money. That's the kind of business they do.
But it's not only what about the teacher that just left a building? Like he doesn't care. Like
Wait,
if he
you are
fixes it,
still
it's gonna kill him.
think now. Think what concerns teacher with renovation of building?
It
Do you know?
constantly see that's a problem now
No,
because if he doesn't
wait,
concern the
do
teacher,
you
he shouldn't
listen?
grow up to and get used to living in that
Listen. Do
condition
you know
and
if he
things
has
keep deteriorating.
listen? Do you know if he's being owed salary itself? That is just out of his mind. Is even trying
Okay,
to come out and
that's one.
walk around to just
Forefathers, my
to
turn,
But
please
bro.
people.
then there's always an excuse. So we are in a downward
Forefathers, I'm
spiral.
asking you a
Forefather,
question. Do you know if he has
Forefathers,
been
my
paid
uh,
turn.
salary? Yes
It's
or
my
no?
turn.
Yeah. You want to say something?
let me say
Maybe to
something.
that
What
extent as
what
My
well.
Local
turn,
P
bro.
is saying.
Look P, go ahead,
Forefather,
go ahead.
actually, I will go with what Father is saying. What Local P is saying. Yeah, both of you are technically correct, but the
Oh, it's
problem
my
is
turn.
bigger.
I have some
Hold
submissions
on.
to make.
The
Yo, hold on,
problem,
you hold on. It's my turn. Wait, wait.
the problem is even bigger than you look at it, right? Let me just give you an example. You can go call that school now. Who is the principal of the school? Who is the headmaster? You will give him money, send him money. How much to face it? They will take the money, they will not do it. So that is how bad it is, right?
See,
So
Ayo, let me correct you first.
who
That
be
Look
school,
at
Ayo?
it. Wait. Hold on, hold on. It's my
that school
turn. Hold
belongs to
on.
a
Wait.
government.
That's embarrassing. Al Jazeera is there. It's embarrassing. Look at how
See,
we live,
look,
and the
listen to
whole world
me.
sees us like this, like
Gotta
The
animals.
school
go.
belongs to a government. You cannot just jump into a government property and say you want to. A teacher cannot even try it.
Yes, you
You
can.
can't, you can't do
Yes,
it.
you
You
can.
can
Listen,
You
do
listen
can
it.
to
No,
go
me.
no, no,
to.
no.
Listen.
No.
Listen.
Don't say that.
If I
You can
listen,
do it.
if you don't know, listen.
Your forefather.
If I take 10 million, even 100 million, I can't even give to the principal to go and do it. Principal will take the money and say he wants to do it. Tomorrow they'll fire him. He can't even try because it's not his duty. First, you have to involve the commissioner for education. That is because that
There
is
is a
employer.
process, but you can't get it done.
No,
A state can't
look at
even
what you
a
said.
state
You
can't
said
even
if you
fix
give the
roads.
headmaster, he will take
Federal
the money
roads
and
that
he
go
will not
through
do
the
it.
states.
He can't
No,
even
that's
take the
just an
money. He can't even
example. That's
report it
just
to
an
Even
his
here in
boss,
the
example.
UK, where they
commissioner for
have
education.
regulations all over the place, you can still make some place look nicer. You can't just leave it things to dilapidate like that, like you don't know
The
that
teacher
something is going
cannot do
wrong.
it. Who be this guy saying? Not the year word.
Why do you
The
keep
teacher
saying the teacher cannot
cannot.
do it? The teacher can do it. Ah,
Okay, you win.
teachers have an
Okay,
element of
thank you.
autonomy. It's like somebody that rents a
Keep
property.
quiet. You don't know anything. Shut up. You don't know. They cannot.
Don't tell people to
They
shut
don't
up.
know. Ah.
Why are you telling me to shut up? I'm telling you. Are they
Look,
going to
It's
sue me?
frustrated.
let me tell you, look.
Are they going to sue the
If
teacher?
I'm not sure what I'm saying, I will not be pissed. Look, don't mislead anybody. It's a system. You understand? This education has a system that is structured. It's not
So
just even in private school, for instance, that's it's not owned by government. You can't even give the principal to do anything without even involving the proprietor. Do you think at all?
You
Think
can.
about it
Let
like
even the
this,
commissioner
forefathers.
for
Even
education.
even a federal road that passes through a state, the state that road is situated in cannot do anything without
Stop that. I don't know why you
getting
This
just
is, see,
permission.
you know what? No, don't stop talking the way you are talking, because I don't buy that thing you are selling. If somebody truly wants to help, that's what they did to Akpoche, isn't it? When they say, "Oh, she cannot fix the road," people like you, this thing, support for this thing, you be saying, "Oh yeah, you can't do it, you can't do it." No, she did,
Forefathers,
No,
and
it's
but
not
it's
and
the
the thing
easy.
is stopped
rules.
It's
her.
not that I
Forefathers,
cannot do it.
forefathers,
I want
forefathers,
to, but
forefathers.
the
No,
way the
no, no.
system is structured, you
Hold on.
cannot go it.
So
Yeah,
You have to
forefathers,
okay. If you
you
see a
have to
leak in the
liaise
roof, you can't
with the
block the
commissioner for
you
education.
can't stop the leak, because the system has to come
forefathers,
and fix it for
Forefathers,
you.
you see,
forefathers.
listen to
It
me.
has been.
Even if you want to
It
do
has.
it,
Local
you
P.
have to
Hold
liaise
on.
with the commissioner for education.
Okay. So
Don't you get?
forefathers,
They have to be
forefathers.
approval for you to do it. Ah,
Oh
First,
my God.
let me respond to the road thing. So
ah.
back in the day, they were very stringent and strict with the laws. You fix it. If anything, the president probably gets mad at you, or he wouldn't even pay you back. You keep asking for the money, he'll be like, "Yeah, that's your problem because we never asked you to fix it." But they've relaxed those rules now. So at least in the last two administrations, like the lady you just mentioned, they'll fix it and maybe they pay them, maybe they don't pay them. We don't
Oh,
know.
they're trying to
So
arrest her.
there you go. So it
They
was
tried to
very.
arrest her, but they
There
failed.
you
But
go.
the point in what, but they failed because what she was doing was right.
So
The people
what's
were
your
supporting
argument?
her.
What's your
No,
That is
so
the,
it's
what's
not
your
my
right.
point is
so
that
what's
Maybe
your so
public
what's
if
your
you are
outside
doing the
argument?
right
leave
thing,
her.
nobody would stop you. They will
No,
try
Forefathers,
and
it's
you
you
not
don't have
about
fail.
the
right or
right.
wrong. There's a
Ah,
policy. There's a policy you got to stick to, even in the
I
civil
mean, forefather,
service.
man,
You
you
got
Oh
your
so
my
research.
God.
You fought for this
See,
thing, forefathers.
even in Abuja, the church that is around the area where I was, they paved the road, even if they are not supposed to. They did. You can't just say, "Oh, because you
Forefathers.
leave your
There's
society to
something,
just fall
forefathers.
apart."
You're making a
And
mistake. Listen,
no,
with the
forefathers.
government to
you
solve everything.
look.
Nobody is
Listen,
telling
listen to the
you
argument.
individual or NGO cannot do anything, right? But you cannot just wake up, take your money, 100 million. You see a road that is bad. You understand? And okay, come, contractor, you come and do this, come and do this, come and do this. No, you cannot. Do you understand?
I
Even if you want to
understand
do
that.
it with your own money, listen to me. You have to like let the authority, as in whoever's in charge, whether it's local government, the council, whatever, they have to know because you don't know if they have it in their budget. You know the
I think you
thing.
are
Not
misunderstanding
even
me. I think you
budget.
are
Maybe
misunderstanding me. Oh. I'm saying I'm not. You are misunderstanding me. I'm not saying he should go and fix that one that is like that. I'm saying it started from somewhere. When he started breaking in the first place, you nip it. You don't have to spend a lot of money
yeah,
to
but
do that.
Nigeria has a maintenance culture. You
That is
know
what I'm
that
saying.
Nigeria has a
Let me
maintenance
ask one simple
culture.
question, right?
I don't expect the teacher to go and fix the whole roof like that.
No, forefathers.
Right.
Have you heard of what's it called? If you work in the company where you forgotten the name of this word. Sometimes where you use your own money, right, to do things for the company, right? At the end of the month, you can submit your receipt or whatever, and the company will reimburse you. You get my point?
Yeah,
But you cannot use your money just to do it without even allowing the company know that you did it with your own money.
I understand what you mean.
You can so it's the forefathers.
I
Look,
think we are cross
systems are
talking
put
each
in
other. You're
place.
not
Hold
understanding where
on,
I'm coming
guy.
from.
Hold
I
for
understand
father.
where you're
Sorry,
coming from. You are thinking that I'm
father. Sorry.
expecting to fix the entire
I
roof.
think,
That's not what I'm
I,
talking about.
Not
I think.
entire, even that
Hold
small
on,
chocolate
hold
thing.
on,
Eh?
Lokopi,
That
hold
chocolate,
on,
he should
hold
be able to
on.
do
That
that.
is not true. So you see, Lokopi, you making this thing too complicated. Like the federal road, I speak the truth, was talking about. You have to inform the
State,
the
forefathers,
Ministry of
local
Federal
government,
Ministry of.
Works,
Hold on.
local government, leave
If
federal, local government safe.
hold on,
As
hold
small
on.
as local government.
You wait now. So, like the federal government routes that you was talking about, you have to inform the federal Ministry of
Ministry of
Work.
Works and
They
Housing.
will approve it. You will not do it. They will reimburse you. But these schools, local pay is talking about, is making it so making it look very difficult. The truth is, they will easily approve it for you to do it. If we go home now and said, I want to construct a new block for my primary school, you just go get approval. They will tell you, okay, go ahead and do it. They will not
Okay,
hold you. If
so
you want to
okay,
repair, hold on. If you want to do repair, yeah, you take approval. It's not something big. They will even be happy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they will tell you to do it.
What did they talk since 2 years ago?
But you're making
What am I
it too
saying?
complicated. Like if it's cast on stone.
No, okay, maybe the way
Okay. Sorry to interject. I'll have to leave now. Bye,
what I'm
comrades.
saying is
Okay, Dr.
I have
So.
left my details. Yeah, I have left my
What
details
is
in the
saying,
chat. I know
my argument
one
is,
of you wanted to
Poppada is
speak to
saying
me.
you can just
No,
go there
leave
That,
and do
it
it. You have the
alone.
money.
trading. Yeah, nice one.
yeah.
Okay,
You
bye.
get
All right. Thank
Credit
you.
too.
And
Poppada say
feel
you
free to
can go
join
there and
us
just do
when
it.
we are on such a session. We need
Yeah.
PhDs. One of these days I will host only PhDs. None of these riffraffs.
Yes, I also left my
they
contact
are not
details in
welcome
case
here.
anyone wants to reach me, please.
See Poppada.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You not get
Dr. So.
PhD.
Yeah,
You want
thank
that
you.
you get PhD. What did they worry you?
I'm going to host the PhD only session. None of these
and you not get
sagas
PhD. You
come
want
here
that you get PhD.
to yap me constantly. But you see where my kind of reasoning come from. It's not because I don't have faith in our people. I have to have faith. If I don't have faith, then I'm done.
Let me
Go ahead.
say this, right? I think it is time we Nigerians we have to do whatever we can do.
The conversation
Is
is
to
not
help.
about
Hold
Nigerians.
on,
It's about
hold
black
on,
people. Like, what are
hold
we
on.
doing?
If it is to help our local communities, please let's try and help. Even if it's these schools we're talking about, primary school, we should not be waiting for government alone. I think it's hard time we get in, do whatever we can do. If we can do organize, even if it's old school made, organize
Especially
to
the
say
bad
okay.
ones, the really, really
Wait,
bad
wait.
ones.
You
Some
guys
are
don't.
so
This
bad
is not a
because
deep
what the people
analysis of the
hold on,
problem of Nigeria. Like fixing
hold
a
on.
classroom. It's not. Wait. Fixing a
No,
classroom is
I
not going to
get where you're
change
coming from. You can think high level
anything.
and you can think other level too. I understand where you're
Hold
coming
on.
from, but
No.
allow him to finish what he's saying.
This is okay. Hold on.
Just let me
Wait.
finish now.
No, it's not your turn. You've had your turn. You came here last. Everyone has gone around. Now it's my turn. Why do you guys do this? Hold on, it's my turn.
Sometimes
Everyone
sincerely
wants to have.
feel eccentric. Just
You
want
guys
to
been going
argue
back
for
and
argue
forth.
sake.
Like, yeah,
He came fighting today.
Go ahead.
Fighting.
Go ahead.
4 minutes.
Go ahead.
Four
According
minutes.
to
Let me get this off
when
my
you
chest.
finish
Give me
your
4 minutes.
rubbish, then I will
I'll
continue.
I'll be gone. Yeah. Okay, let me finish my rubbish.
Go ahead.
So yeah, let me bring everyone back again. Let's backtrack. All right. This is not about Nigeria or classrooms. It's
Oh my
man,
God.
what the hell are we doing? Anyways, so if anyone here has read books written by Jules Bonds, right? If you look at all the literary work that were done prior to a lot of innovations that were made in the West, those things actually influenced a lot of the innovations like submarines. Jules Verne wrote about submarine before they actually had submarines, right? And a lot of technology. And you can see, like, if you look at Star Trek, the movie itself, right? You can see how it actually influences technology, right? So there are roles that this things play. The literary writers, right? In the Bible they call them prophets. You know what I'm saying? That prophets do not predict the future. It is the writers that predict the future. In like countries like Nigeria, we don't have like writers that write. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. There is no
need
path. There's
we need,
nothing.
exactly. We need people that could write. You know what I'm saying? That could write on the science, scientific works, fictional writers. I'm not talking about, what I'm saying, people that's writing a biography. I'm talking about fictional writer, the people that can imagine. In order for you to create, you have to actually have vision, right? And the thing about innovation is, there's no boundary. You know what I mean? You can think of anything. But the thing is, we don't. If we have literary writers that write about new technologies that we don't have, you know what I'm saying, it will inspire kids that read those things to want to create something. So we need to start from there. You know what I mean? There was a time in America when intellectualism was abhorred. People hated intellectualism. I talked about it here, where teachers, where people that were doing the teaching work, where like the Irish people, right, the prisoners, women, they hated teachers, they hated education until the intellectuals came in and changed all that. You know that's what we need. We need investment investment in education. We need writers. You know what I'm saying? We need fictional writers. We need fictional writers that could write things from our own perspective. They can write about you know about sciences, right? From my own perspective, we need all those things to inspire, the young kids, inspire people to want to create. You know what I'm saying? That's what we can do. It's not about
Okay,
building a
It
eccentric.
seems
geopolitical
like
So,
the only
platform.
area they
eccentric,
allow us to
eccentric. Hold
excel
on,
is in
forward that. Let me
literature
ask you a
and
question. Forward that. Sorry,
telling.
forward. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Eccentric and forward that. Have any of you been to any science and technology exhibition
Yeah.
that Africans are part of? As in, like in world, as a worldwide exhibition for both science and technology, where
I never heard
Africans
of
are
this.
part of.
What the bro wanna go talk about?
If you've been to and see the performance of Africans, you'll be
Yeah.
marveled. From nothing, look at what they were able to create from Africa, not even from not
Oh
even
my
Africans from
God.
the West, Africans from Africa. You understand? But the problem that you don't get is look, whether on witchcraft or somewhere else, there's just this thing where investors. Okay, there was this boy that built airplane, small airplane, flying object airplane. Wasn't what one boy from I think it's Agbo, but he lives in Edo State, right? I think he went to this Benin Technical College or whatever. He built a small plane with remote or whatever. He was just doing it, just YouTube, play, whatever, doing it like just okay, I can do it. So some people say like okay, they now call this what's it called? I think it was this minister for science and technology at the time, Ogbunaya or Onu, something like that. Yeah, they called him to attention like, oh, this guy, this how can you do that? They played with the boy left and right, up and down, threw him away, whatever. It was a company from Finland that saw the video that flew to Nigeria, took the boy, talked to the family, and took him, relocated the guy to Finland to come be building drone for them. You understand? They went to Benin to pick this boy. This was like a couple, not up to 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You get my
So
point? But
that's
this
one of
was
the problems
somebody.
that we have.
Hold on. This was
It's an
somebody
issue
that
of
was in.
brain drain. No, wait,
Sorry.
wait. I'm agreeing with you. This is an issue of brain drain, right?
No,
You know,
no, not even.
one,
No, I'm not even. No, before that,
that's what it is. If we're not
no,
investing
no.
on,
No, listen to me
hold
now.
on, let me take my time. Let
Before
me
it
take
got,
my time back. Let me take my time back. This is
listen to me.
like,
Before it got to,
Exciting
before
and
it
is
got
not
to,
having it. Oh.
hold on first now.
This is Loco. He
Wait
let
first
him
now. Let me
finish
finish
now.
now. Let me finish now, please. Let me finish,
He
guys. Let me
says
finish.
he's
right
not
here with my
letting you.
tongue.
Before it got to that
Where's
point,
that
right?
Loco is
noise?
not listening to anybody.
Wait,
That's
what is
AY,
it?
man. That's AY. AY need to mute.
What I'm trying to say is
AY is
this, right?
tripping.
Before it
No,
got to
it's not AY. It
that
was
part, right? This boy was introduced to the Minister for Science and Technology in Nigeria. Not even commissioner, minister. I think it's Ogbonaya Onu. I think I've forgotten his name. You understand?
Like you said,
The
Barnett.
guy now play with the boy, play, talk go here, talk go front, talk go back. Nothing happened. Nothing. Because like nobody was willing to even invest in the guy. He wasn't willing to take on the guy. Oh, you can do this. Okay, let me introduce you to this and that. We can even sponsor you to get full education in whatever you are doing. Come back and help. You know, maybe at least in the future help our aviation industry. Nothing came out from it.
You're making it sound as if the people that are not helping him are still not us. That's the problem of this whole conversation.
Yeah,
We are
no,
just
no,
incapable of doing the
my
right
own
thing.
problem. You were trying to say like we don't even like what is it like we write imaginary fiction whatever that we can somebody can build that we have people even without writing just creative there handmade skilled
Yeah,
they
wait,
can
wait.
even do
So
it yet nobody's even willing to put anything into it. The
yeah,
foundation
well, of
is
course
there.
we don't have the infrastructure for those, right? We don't have infrastructure. We don't have the industry
Exactly.
base to make airplanes, right? We don't have the
No,
industry
it
base.
might, no,
But
I
wait,
don't say
wait, wait,
it
wait,
might
wait.
not be
Hold on,
airplane.
hold on,
It might be
hold on,
robotic.
hold on. So
The last one they did in Dubai, it was the guy
P.
robotic stuff.
yeah,
So Niger, can I say something?
wait. I'm
These
not done.
people have been
Hold on.
wrestling. Let him finish, then you can
So
go ahead.
I
You
yeah,
beg.
understand? So
look at
the
Pete.
one they did in Dubai, it
Yo,
was even
Loco, stop. You are
robotic.
See, the way
disrupting now.
Loco
Let
P
him
does his
finish
own
now.
is too much, man.
It's gone
Loco
on long
P.
now.
No,
Slow
okay,
Locopia
down.
and eccentric.
they annoy me. Look, see, I've seen
So
Locopia and eccentric. They are
what is
problem.
it with you guys? Look,
hold
see,
on first.
eh? Look,
No,
see, eh?
no.
Let's not look, see,
Jago,
eh,
listen.
again.
Do
You
you know I'm
let
angry?
aesthetic goes
Do you know I'm
and
angry?
Emi Loco.
I
Let's
have
be
seen
orderly
what
now.
Nigerians
You
can
see why
do,
we're not going to
right? out
Look
of
at the
nothing.
topic is about civilization.
I
How
don't
are we
know.
supposed to build anything with this type of attitude? Eh? We can't be organizing for a simple
No, see,
conversation.
Papa, the first because you are writing us down. You
I
are
gotta tell you
writing
a
us
story,
off.
right?
I'm not writing
Wait,
us down. I'm calling some
Papa, I
things
got
that we need to start challenging
Father,
out.
please take control. Eccentric
Yes,
and
Ecedicals, please
Locopi,
go
they
ahead
are
so that
they
no,
are
no,
everybody
chill
will
out,
asking
man.
understand.
questions of
Everybody
what's
chill out,
going
chill out,
on.
chill out. There's something that I witnessed, right? When I traveled to Nigeria, right? When I was in when I was at the airport here, everything was organized. Everyone was in the line, you know what I'm saying? Things was flowing. Once I got to Nigeria, right? It was so rowdy. The same people that were on the line that were all acting civil right here.
It's a
When we got
culture.
to Nigeria, they start yelling at the officials at the airport. I'm like, look at that. I'm like, what the hell, what's going
The
on here?
culture.
They start acting a fool. Like they could not stay in the line. They were screaming at people and stuff, trying to hand out money, trying to get them in the front. I'm like, that's crazy. This guy's weird. I was at the airport. These guys were acting normal. And then when we got here, I'm like, it
It's
has
a
to be the weather because it was hot.
culture
It
of
was hella hot.
impunity.
I
It's
was
a
like,
culture because they know they can get away with it.
You
yeah,
know,
not for
you
real.
touched on something just now. What you just said just now rang in my head a bit when you say culture. It sounds when we just say culture, it just sounds like a cliche. Culture it seems to be a very difficult thing to shift.
No,
It's a
it's not
very tough thing to
difficult.
shift. Okay, then why is it that people are having trouble trying to get their women to have children, even if they want them to have more children?
Well,
Sometimes it's very difficult to shift a culture.
that's not culture. The women just don't want to have sex. That's
It's
different
a
from.
cultural thing now for them.
Well,
It's
I
You
don't
not
can't
know.
cultural.
expect
Maybe
them to
It's
go and
not.
okay.
sit at home.
Maybe we'll put it on the sexual culture. I don't know, but I'm
It's not. I
doing
don't
with
think so.
yeah, because forefathers gonna start talking about porn now. I don't know, but
Okay.
I'm going with
Nice.
what
Hmm.
with what it's saying because it's a big difference. We're talking about sex and we're talking about people running in line and cutting lines, right? It's a culture of impunity. You look at it like they know how to act. They acted right 10
they
hours
acted right
prior.
when we were here.
They
Yeah.
knew when they was getting on the plane, like, yo, I cannot just cut lines and run in front of everybody.
No,
But
for real.
we in Lagos now. Oh hell no!
Once got like,
Going
yeah,
down
once
that
got
beach,
It,
yeah,
like,
it,
once you got
turn down.
acting a fool. Everyone's acting
hold
funny.
on,
Like, it's
hold
so
on.
So
Even eccentric that is talking, you see how he cut people off on the channel. It's a culture.
it's a
no.
culture, man.
Listen, it
It's a
was my turn.
problem.
It was my
No,
turn. You guys
you
be
don't
trying to
see
hand
it's a
with
problem.
time. It was my turn, right? Then we had
Allow me
turns.
to
Y'all
talk.
do the
Allow
rest.
me to talk. Jagu, it's
It was
just
my
you and
turn.
the Locopi. You don't know
I
that's a
need to
problem.
research it.
Listen,
How hard is it to change a culture? Because in a work environment, it's not that hard because it's a
No, no.
smaller scale.
We must understand it comes from the language. You see, when you say culture, you can say cult. It belongs to the same um, language stream. You can say inculcated, which is coming from the same language. So we have to understand how rigid or flowing cultures can be. I mean, it's accurate to say it's the culture. It's accurate. You know, we fall into cultures. You know, by the time I was in Japan, it didn't take me long. It took 10 days before I understood what the Japanese were all about. And somehow you fall in line because that's how everybody's behaving. You know, it's not necessarily that me personally, if I'm in Nigeria, if I don't behave like a Nigerian, I'll be stumped into the ground. I can't allow that. So you flex and change and assimilate, if you will, to certain cultures. So going to work, you're quite right. In a work environment, that is a culture within that office or within that industry. We these things aren't as difficult as we're making it out to be. We don't
in,
need.
in, in this
Then why is it so
sense,
sticking then? Why is it so
in
sticky if
this
it's not
sense,
if
it's
it's
just like
not
this.
that hard to
Uh,
change?
what it is when it comes to behavior, okay, behavior you can either act right or you can act belligerent, right? And that depends. Society depends. So what could be right in where you live might be wrong where I live. But the bottom line is what rules behavior? Consequence. So if you don't think there's any consequence, so the consequence really is the culture. I'm not saying solely, but to a large extent. So what is the consequence for this action? That dictates your culture. So 10 hours ago, eccentric knew not to cut the lines, was in lines, and 10
Hmm.
hours later, The plane landed, boom, eccentric is in front, handing out bribes, pushing old ladies and kicking them off the wheelchair. So now I'll play with you, eccentric. Well, I'm just saying that's what it is, you know. Yeah, you know what I mean. So that's basically what
We
it
are, we
is.
are going to be rounding off soon. I think we should. We can wish our people a happy week. I think give us 10 minutes, then we round up. Emilokun, please go ahead and AY can have his say.
Don't give it to
So,
Loco Pio. He took his turn by chopping everybody else's
minded.
time.
He just came in straight off, just started talking. He didn't wait for anybody to ask.
Just tell him I said he don't interject Emiloko. That's what you need to
Ah,
tell them.
No, no,
No
no,
interject. Let him have
you
his
So
talk,
say.
let,
you
let me
want
ask him
to
local before he says something though,
share some
because okay, I
technology.
want to try to crystallize my question. So let's say we don't have 100 years. Let's say we have less than 20 years. What would you recommend to help transform our society the
20
fastest
years
way
before
possible
what happens?
before the end is now? We will be the rapture will come and
Before we start
the
before we
rapture
start
will
flying
come
into
and
space.
it will be over for us. Our time is done. So,
Mm.
but what do you think that is required to be done? If you are given the charge that 20 years you have to transform this society. Because from what I gather, it's not that easy. But
What,
what would you
Nigeria?
do?
Look, forefathers, if I want to
Yeah,
transform
Nigeria.
Nigeria,
The same formula can apply elsewhere.
if I want to transform Nigeria, these are the things I'll put in place. Um, I want to ensure that there's dignity in labor and that we are respected. And I'll do everything to make sure that happens. And that starts with being truthful. Because the moment you let people know that you are trustworthy, they will naturally give you their support and they can give you their lives as well. And I'll do everything to make sure that that trust is rewarded. Let the system be equal for everybody, but let merit rule. If you have the qualifications, you should have the job. Let the system encourage innovations. Let the system be there. Create the system, create the platform that people can come in. Because you see, even this intelligence you're talking about, creativity and all those things, it doesn't come from heaven. It is basically picking up somebody else's work and bringing a new dimension into it. So what do we need? We need people to come in, make an environment so that you can even attract intelligence from other communities to come and stay and find comfort developing themselves and offering the intelligence that you may own them. But this thing starts from us being truthful to ourselves. Let us be truthful and let us start to work. I don't know, the way I'm saying this thing, sometimes it might appear so simplistic, but if you need to just crystallize everything again, when you want to build a crystal, there's something they call nucleation. You just have to inject a small particle into the medium where you want to crystallize, and the crystal begins to grow around that small particle that you've put in. So these are the things you just have to. So for me, I'll make sure that everything I can do to make that environment conducive and trustworthy, that people can easily say they will give their lives for Nigeria and it will be rewarded. Show that reward, amplify goodness, and criticize wickedness or wrong or every form of corruption. Criticize it really, truthfully. Every form of goodness, amplify them. For example, you have a person that died in the Ebola scenario. How much have we amplified such a life? that people can tomorrow say, I'll give my life to Nigeria because they can see the reward of people giving their lives to the country. Amplify things like that. When you hear people doing good, make noise about it. This is our own. You see, you can't have somebody having a first class, you are giving that person 100,000, and you're having a big brother Nigeria, they are giving 100 million, and you say you want to have a good system. You can't. So you have to amplify goodness. You have to let people feel dignity in their labor. You have to make the system work that if you don't want to be rich, you should be comfortable as a citizen of this country. Look, these are the things that will make.
But based on your submission so far,
yes,
you are still making submission for your 100 years timeline.
No. Look, to Nigeria,
well, we have 20 years.
To Nigeria, I told you there's something called syllogism in English language. It is when you want to make a point, but in order to make that point, like this thing must be done no matter what, you are going to the extreme just to prove that point. I'm not saying we need 100 years. When I said overtaking is allowed, how long do you think it takes to overtake?
So what do you plan on doing the leapfrogging that needs to be happening? What's your plan for leapfrogging? Because there has to be elements of leapfrogging for us to get to where we need to get.
I am not in that governance. And in the creative space, I can't give you accurate steps. But I'm only telling you in principle what should be in place. If you want look, we shouldn't be bothered about catching up or overtaking people. That is not the right thing to look at. The right thing to look at is just doing your daily work and growing to make sure that your people are always comfortable. Your people find purpose in being who they are. By the time they grasp that understanding, naturally we will overtake people. Naturally.
That's the kind of attitude that says you have time. You are not taking time into account.
Look.
You have to still watch other people.
You are afraid that you are afraid of losing your life without experiencing. I'm telling you, this thing might not happen in your own generation. You need to have that sight in place.
Let me explain something to you. Like, when you are running a 100-meter race, I don't know, you probably have done 100 meters.
You are not running with anybody. This race, look,
calm down now.
Wait. I know where you're coming, but let me say something.
What do you think I'm saying? What do you think I'm saying?
At a point, Africa was ruling the world in the name of Egypt. After a while, this rulership has to go. This is life. Life is in cycle. There are some cycle you just can't overtake. Now you need to.
This one is a bigger cycle.
You're calling it today Philosophy Sunday. You need to see things philosophically like that and know where you stand. That is being truthful to yourself. But when you want to start overtaking some people that are not there, you don't need to start looking at to overtake them. Look to develop yourself. If you do that enough, you will overtake yourself, you overtake your mind, you develop. Are you saying Japan has overtaken some people? Or China has overtaken
now. We are going to, it's just an exchange. I want to try to question your reasoning.
All right, sir.
When Egypt fails, but the people like that live in Egypt, those type of people don't fail. We are talking about a civilizational and racial people that potentially face a threat similar to the type that the Indians and the Aboriginals and the others face. That's the level we are talking about here. This is not. This is a civilizational situation. So it's not just Nigeria. So if you are dealing with something like that, you have to take time into account, because it's like running a 100-meter race and you think you're doing very well because you're not looking. Hold on now. Okay. You think you're doing very well, but you're not looking at the person next to you. That person may have gone way ahead of you. So you thought you were doing very well. You're operating with your own mind. You don't know whether you should push harder or push just relax. So that is the point I'm making. That's why you keep an eye on others.
I get your point. I'm not taking away the impact of keeping your eyes on others 100%. I'm not taking that away, because one way or the other, you need competition, healthy competition, in order to grow and develop. And I think that is where you're coming from, if I understand clearly.
We didn't keep our eyes and look at it. We paid the price for it now.
Look, that was then, but this is now. And this is the thing.
Don't make the mistake now again.
Well, no problem. obviously, you asking the question, I think you have it figured out in that regard. That is why maybe you should also give your submission to the answer, and
No,
let us also see how it
I
goes.
like people to try to arrive there,
No. You don't say you look.
or go past me
Now that
one way
is
or another.
yeah,
Sometimes I do learn. You can
yeah.
review something that I didn't know.
You can say that for me as a person, I believe time is a construct in this regard because I have a lot of perspective to what we're discussing, and those things are part of my equation that I'm using to compute this solution I'm giving to you. So time is not one of the things I'm considering because I feel like eventually, if you are on the right track and we are truthful and serious, look, in being truthful, you should be serious. I feel it's one whole. It is not separate. In being truthful, you should be diligent with your work. And I believe if you are truly diligent with your work, then you should be at 100%, at least catching up and being equal with your mates naturally. I feel so. So it might not be like that to some people, but that's the way I say it. So I feel that time is not a factor because I believe if you are doing the right thing, you will always be at the right place at the right time. And that means eventually you get catching up with other people. So, but you see, the thing for me is that we can't just jump from step 1 to step 5. Right now, we need to really lay the foundation and lay it properly. But I don't think we are even doing that now. And that will never make somebody like me say, I want to die for Nigeria because I know it's a waste of time right now. So until you have leaders that make sure that dying for Nigeria is purposeful, it is rewarding, it is something that your children will be proud that we have a father that died for this country because they will be respected because of that. And that's why I said we should always amplify goodness, amplify merit, amplify courage, amplify the positive virtues and principles of life so that a lot of people can imbibe that. Like, say, come, if I do this, it is fine and okay. But right now in Nigeria, what are we saying? Those who are doing the positives, who are making you, who should exhume positivities, you look at them and you are seeing that they are corrupt and nothing, even the justice system is not taking advantage, is not putting them into, you can't even see a reason to want to be good. Then how do you convince the young ones to submit their lives or to really be innovative? These things are the innovation or intelligence just jump on people. It is system, it is the environment that makes it happen. And we want to have the large majority of minds to be innovative. You need to develop a system in order for that to happen. You just don't have them bet into it like that. So these are the things that I'm saying that come. For me, you want time, all fine and good. If we can work with time, if we have vision, and maybe as you have that idea, you can have a design for that, and that's fine. That's fine with me. But me, I'm looking at it from the qualitative aspect. I'm not even quantifying with time. I'm looking at it from the qualitative. What do we need to put in place? Because that is what I think is not even there. That is why I'm clamoring for let us go our different way so that we can, at least maybe if we can start from homogeneity. If we can see a small group, everybody believes, okay, at least now we don't have the problems of the North. The South doesn't have the problem of the North. The North
Wow,
doesn't
you
have the
just have
problem.
to
No,
throw
no,
that
wait,
in
no,
there,
no, no,
isn't
no.
it?
Listen, please. Don't take my word out of context. This is just this is just solution we are brainstorming. I'm not saying it should happen. I have said I don't want Nigeria to break, but how do you solve the problem when everybody
Or how
can't
can you
break it?
possibly see a vision when you think that the apex of your thought is breaking up?
No, that's not the apex, sir. That is the worst of my solutions, and I think let me say that is the realest of it. It's not the apex. It's just like, okay, what is the realest of all the solutions that can at least happen without affecting everybody generally? Because I know a lot of people can't commit into one Nigeria to becoming great, and that's why we are here. We are today. So until we
So
have
to
a lot of
you,
people
to
doing
you,
that,
what is the
because
difference between your apex idea versus your realest one?
the difference is commitment, sir. It's showing people that they can become, they can be that. Sorry, my daughter is coming here again. Is to show people that they can give themselves to this country and they can feel satisfied doing so. That is it. Build the roads and let people know that yes, we are building quality roads and we are not embezzling from it. You can't be using one fund that you can build 15 roads from, and you are using it to do one, and you want me to trust you to do that when we can see that it is not. This is not true. It is even obvious, and you are building less qualitative roads. So you see all of these little things. You build the hospitals, let people know that yes, sir, we want you to come to our hospitals, and even we ourselves, we are going to be treated there. We are going to make sure that our medical doctors are working here. You know, these are the things that we are talking about. That changes the psyche, changes the culture.
I think I get where you're coming from. Even if I disagree with your lack of urgency in terms of timeline consideration. But I do get where you're coming from, and I agree by and large with your this thing. But for me, I feel like
No.
what
You
I've
see,
experienced.
the issue of urgency, I've said it. I'm not disproving that we shouldn't be urgent. Only that for me as a person, I'm just looking at it from that principle aspect. If I see those who can plan urgency into what I'm discussing about, all fine and good. It's a good plan. I'm not disapproving
Yeah.
of urgency at all. I'm
Okay.
just
Great.
not seeing it right now.
We
That's
are
it.
on same page then, and
Absolutely.
yeah. I think it's AY now, isn't it? AY, please go ahead.
What do you want me to
Yeah.
discuss
So the
now?
question is about how do we get to a point where, let's say we have, I think it's the same as his, like, given that we don't have a short time, I actually believe empirically, based on my educated guess, that we don't have that long to get our act together. And if we don't, how do we leapfrog? We are talking about civilizations now that are out there talking about copying human consciousness into machines and advanced AI, quantum technology that they are going to use to unlock other people's data that they are busy storing up now. Just all kinds of crazy stuff going on out there. The pace is just, and with
Do
all these
you
wars going on,
do
the
you
advanced
even have
digital
do you
platform.
even have stored data? What do they want to unlock?
We do have
The
some.
the
Godfather,
Yeah.
it's only cucumbers. Oh, don't take me off. It's cucumber.
Are
Ejo.
you
Eating is not
sure?
allowed. Eating is not
Sorry,
allowed.
a cucumber is fresher than my
I know, I
outlook.
know. You can,
So
if you did backstage, you can see here now. They're not being
Okay,
thrown out.
okay, I'll turn off this thing and they come.
to
Just
be, I
finish
think
it.
I think I said it all. I feel like we just repeat ourselves. To be honest, to be honest, I don't know. I think Emma said it. I will agree with 99% of things he said. Right? I feel
Yeah.
like having this discussion is more like just repeating ourselves.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just a cycle. It kind of it's not boring, right? Because I think a lot of us we know the solutions. I think implementation is the issue now.
But isn't
Um,
that what one is asking for? Because if you say you know the solution,
mm,
you'll be surprised when people say stuff. New
mm.
things are brought to light. And
The
often when I
I,
hear people talk, I do learn new things sometimes.
yeah, it's not making
Especially
us.
maybe the way you talk, I will learn something like what AMA said now. What I learned is that initially the way we reason about these things tends to be like, yeah, we've got some time to sort it out. Now it's not
I-
urgent. You learn
So what
somehow.
Em said a lot of nice stuff, of
Mm.
course, which I think almost all of us we understand these issues, right? The few things I'm gonna put there is first of all, we are not deliberate about solving our problem. Like there is no good intention like in solving the problem. That's the first thing we need to correct. We have to be deliberate. Like we really want to solve our problem. We really want to sit down and look for a way. We have this problem. How do we solve it? It's just like how you have three House of Rep members, 360 House of Rep members sitting there, senators, 109 sitting there. Are they really look at the issue in terms of um remove what you will get today? You're looking at the country. We want to build this country. We're looking at it in 30 years. We want to make sure this is done. So again, that's what I think is our biggest problem. Sometimes I feel even this our so-called leaders, I feel some of them might even be thinking how greedy they are. They might just be thinking, oh, you know what? I don't think I will spend another 20 years on it. Who cares? They're going to deal with it. You don't build a country like that. It's just like a father that will think like, I'm not going to be here. You do whatever you want to do. You got to do your best to help a country. Do you understand it? So the tension is not there. Like what Emma said, don't want to repeat a lot of stuff he said, right? Even the developed country we are calling today, do you know the number of soldiers that sacrifice their life just for the country to be okay? Do you understand it? They understand it. Like somebody needs to pay the price. In our own situation, we are not ready. That is the first one, the intention. The second phase is the planning. The planning has to be deliberate too. In such a we have a proper planning. You clean up a system. Okay, just like if what Tinubu came in, if he was really ready to get this done, right? There are little things you will do that will solve part of our problem. The first one I was looking at, you have the NIN, you have the BVN. Why do you need all these numbers? Unify the numbers, identify every Nigerian.
Yo,
If they
you
are in
just went to
Nigeria,
exactly what I was
if
going
they
to
are in
talk about.
Nigeria, if they are in abroad, try to know the number. Try to know, have a system that report anybody that is there today. Try to know, have a system that will make the government to know there is a new Nigeria born in Kamfacha local government this morning. Those are the things that are kind of vital. If you do that, then you start planning. Okay, we are estimating our population to get to this. They are building new community, deliberately build the hospital, build the infrastructure, schools in the new community, expansion, make provision for all this stuff. Yes, like the tax bill, I supported it. It's a good step, but it's not enough. We have a lot. So when you do all that, you start cleaning up the system. In fact, have planners, have a master plan that even if you are no more, the next person will start from there. So the genuine, we are not genuine people, to be honest.
Yeah, but AY
It's very
though,
frustrating.
this is why reason matters.
Mm.
Because if one of the things I tend to find people when they talk about stuff, they will be doing this is that will be like, you don't know, you don't even have a choice. You seem to think that there's an option to this. And I think the reason why that is important is because when you think you have options, when you don't, especially in terms of when you have to do something, it makes you a little bit dumber because you are not thinking clearly. That's why reasoning is very critical for our people.
Yeah.
And and we need that level. We need, how does one raise the psyche? Although we talked about campaigns and all the rest, which is
Yeah,
what is advised to.
it's just like when you look at it, right? I'm making some contribution right now. Emme has made some contribution. I mean, we are not even one of the best. We have a lot of Nigeria that think at high level that can really like. When you are genuine, right? You got to look for this solution. You got to look for how to solve this problem. You need to the young ones from primary school, secondary school, give them a different orientation about nationhood, about nation building. There are a lot we got a lot of work to do. I can't even in fact if I want to write, I will write like but we have a lot of brilliant people. Nigerians have people that can get the job done. That's one thing I know. So if they are genuine, if I'm for example I'm the president of Nigeria, trust me, I will look for the people anywhere they are, Nigerians abroad, Nigeria. Look for them, encourage them, it's the most important thing for us is to start the work. As long as we are progressing, as long as there is improvement, as long as we move it's not gonna come one day and boom, 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 boom. Say, oh, it's just like, for example, when you see, I've been seeing like the Minister of Interior say, oh, Nigeria passport are now easy. You apply today, you get it this afternoon. it's a good thing, but we need to have a system. It's not that when the minister leave now, we go back to square one. That's not how to build a nation. So you don't build a nation waiting for a Messiah. How we used to think, right? Oh, if this man come by, we face all the problem. No, it doesn't work like that. He's not going to be able to do it. It's just like how you see America, they have a system. It doesn't matter who is the president, really. The system will still be, even if there is no president, the system will function, it will work, right? So that system, we need to look for that system. Then we start making improvement. We start making improvement. Discipline within ourselves, we have to be disciplined. So it's a lot though, but I feel like you just talk. You are not acting on it. Nobody is taking the advice. It's more like, to me, it's not like a cycle, waste of time, waste of energy. Otherwise, you can think better. If there is any place you can submit, for example, okay, tell people to write, we want to do this thing, put suggestion. People can be writing, but it's frustrating. I'm not gonna lie you.
Every day I'm learning more and more. See, I get when people say, "Oh, it's talk." I think it's through talking we learn new things. Because sometimes the more something is crystallized in your mind, the more you don't even bother. The fear goes
Yeah.
away. You know how people is like achieving enlightenment. There's no fear anymore, and
Yeah.
all you is purpose now. So every day I'm trying to learn that too.
Look at the part of corruption, right? When you look at the corruption now, let me make sure that too. Like, people are in government. You say you love your people. You are gonna go use substandard material, quack, cut things to build roads. In 3 months, this road are damaged already. You just do it artificial for people to see that you're doing something, right? This is actually a big problem. You don't build a nation like that. Okay, look at the other one.
And
Those
at three
houses.
and at times 7 of the price I used to build one.
Yeah, it's madness. If you, Father, if you understand what is going on in the government, or more, you gotta cry. Like, it's complete madness. Why? Not that you still make money. That's why I usually tell you, when I look at all these government, they are all the same. They are crap. Like, this corruption is so massive. The other day, they caught somebody with 750 something houses in an estate. There's some people say it's a method. Some said, what are you gonna do with those houses? So you should have a capital punishment. Buy that person. You should shoot his head. By the time you put this hard policy, I mean, you can't take our billions without going to grave, because those money, what we don't know, probably they were supposed to be used to develop things that we, for example, build roads so that people will not be dying on the road. Some of them, this capital, this corruption you see, they actually worse than the armed robber that is using gun to rob, because
They are worse.
you are killing masses, you are killing generation. So that is why they need to buy with this kind of stealing, high level stealing. Instead of you to build an hospital that worth, for example, $5 million, you take the money, you let people be dying every day. We tolerate this nonsense. If it's China, they will not look at you twice. Even the former, like their something like CBN, like head of the bank in China, they
They're about
just
to hang
sentenced him
his
to death
ass.
for corruption.
About to
So
hang him.
we need to go hard
And
on
in
this one.
Vietnam too, did the same
Yeah,
thing.
the
All that
lady,
billionaires again.
Is the way to go, for father. Is the way to go. Once it's
They don't
confirmed,
play around now.
is above certain.
There's
If you don't do that,
consequences if
corruption will
there's no
not go.
consequences.
I mean,
There's no consequence in Nigeria.
if you
It's none.
No.
increase your meal ticket from company, you can give them, those who can have minor punishment. But this money, you people, somebody will go and be stealing billions. Come on. Once you have the strong evidence, like everything, you just take him out. Otherwise, people will not learn. It's gonna continue. We can't continue this way. Then everybody will, it's just too much. Sometimes it's not. I think Nigeria, we know the problem. We
What's the
know the
solution? What's
solution.
the solution?
I'm
No, he
just
did talk
enumerate
about
the
it now. He talked
solution
about
too. I'm talking about the solution. You don't listen,
he
except
talk
you,
about capital punishment now. He talk
except
about
you gotta be talking about the solution.
He's been talking about
Except
it.
you,
Who's going to enforce
except
the
you,
capital punishment?
Exactly. So
Yes,
that's
that's a
the
good
problem
question. Who
because
is going to enforce it? Because sooner
Nigeria
or
is a
later,
place that
we have to get on the ground. People like us have to be getting on the ground and changing stuff for the better. And we don't have enough of them. Look at the Terefaro team now. That one has been taken out. Anybody that just seems to want to have common sense in Nigeria, they take them out of the equation.
Nigeria is a
This
place
is
where
not healthy.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
one place that's one place where you see
It's a lot,
people.
and what is really funny, what we are not taking cognizance of
You're giving
that
a
is so
grocery
serious.
list of the problem. What's
Hold
the
on,
solution?
Cedric. Hold on, you for Cedric. Why did you turn Passat? Hold on.
Give us a
So
solution.
hold on,
This
hold
is
on.
what happens now when people come
So
here. It's like that's why they say I'm
yeah, it's
enabling
not
this
worse than
behavior.
Passat.
Eh?
Yeah. So
It's your
so
fault.
so
Bob,
so
it's your fault.
you see the other thing,
Everybody,
right?
even this Ibaska that was a gentleman, the person he comes here to say that you hate Jago. That's why you won't let him
I'm
talk.
still the only gentleman here, me and
Yeah,
Emma, every
right.
other person.
You pass
So
and told
so
you now.
so some of the stuff, right? We are not taking very seriously. The population is blowing up. We don't understand this, man.
That too.
Things are getting worse. So I'll give you an example. If you graduate from Nigerian University 20 years ago, 50 years ago, when you graduate, right, you are able to still apply for jobs. Like even if you don't get a job, you apply, they call you for interview sometime. Now, I can tell you boldly, in the past 10 years, the Nigeria graduates, I can tell you more than 75% they don't secure any job. If they do, those that secure, they are low paid jobs. So it is
Underemployment.
underemployment. It is a big problem. We take it for granted. So these youth, they really like the only thing that I get. What do you want them to do? Some of them can go into crime. That's what is going on. And the number of students that graduate from Nigerian University a year is not a small number. That number can be, I don't know, in a year can be up to 100,000 from my own estimation. If it can be up to
I think that we
100,000.
can transform Nigeria to one of the most educated country in 10 years if we employ that's this in deliberate action and technology. We could
Maybe not 10
scale
years, but
we could
10 years
scale
is
up the
not enough.
educational level. It depends on who is in charge. If
10
you can
years is
scale up
not enough.
education with technology.
You might not
Yeah.
understand it.
So,
You might not understand the rot in that country.
yeah.
It's
So that is why,
Hey,
that
Emma, you
is,
really want to continue for you've been talking for like 29 minutes.
let me finish the last point. The last point.
God damn, AY, too.
Cedric, what's your
You're
problem?
giving us a
We are
lot of
rounding
grocery
up
list
now.
of problems. You're
Cedric, are
giving
you
us
in
a lot of
Nigeria? Huh?
Nigerians can
Why
talk
do you
for
have
God.
red
Eh?
light in your room, though?
Look, I'm in Nigeria.
You be native doctor.
That
Why you get
Nigeria,
like
you can't
Oh,
be
yeah.
Nigerian.
No, I think
The
you have
connection is
red
too
you
light?
sharp.
got purple light.
Yo, AY, you depressed the shit out of me with this grocery list of problems, man. I'm out here like thinking, man, it's Monday tomorrow. Wow.
Good
What is
night. Good night.
Exotic,
Depressing the crap
what's
out
the
of me.
matter with you today now? Exotic
Good night.
just having to go at everybody today.
Yeah, Cedric is
It started
is
Yeah,
with the
uh,
between
West
between
is
castrating.
It's
high.
between
cold. It's cold
between
here. I don't get my
between
It's cold.
between Emmy and AY, they
Cedric,
spoke
where
for like
you?
an
Where are
hour.
you?
Between the two of them, he's in Washington. They spoke for like an hour. Both
Oh,
of
you're
them.
in
Unbelievable.
DC.
But
Yeah.
don't before we spoke, as you said, we waited
All
for
of you,
quite a long time.
5 hours.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
Yeah, but
it's,
but
Emmett,
me, I haven't
you guys
really
lack
spoken though.
critical.
I
You
just
guys lack critical analysis. That's the problem. You
interjecting
guys
like
lack critical
20
analysis. It's so boring, man.
seconds,
Like, listen to this.
20
You guys
Jesus
just go
seconds.
on and on.
Christ.
are you sure you are listening at all? Or
You say the same
did
thing. You were
did
saying the same thing over and over. You guys going around. I'm like, really?
well,
There's no
because
conclusion.
you won't understand the gravity of what I'm saying because you didn't live in Nigeria actually.
There was
So
no critical
that's
analysis
one of the
from the
reasons.
submission.
I
The
don't think
submission
you
lacked
have
critical analysis.
I don't think you should have
But
anything against what
in
I
any
said,
event,
except if you couldn't think if you couldn't reason along.
Cedric is American Nigerian,
in
so
that in
It
that
he
doesn't
doesn't
make sense at
understand.
all.
In
No, it
any
doesn't.
event, both of them
I just told you the
spoke well,
story of
and
traveling to Nigeria. Like
Can we
I told you
let
the
can
story of
we
that.
let half of Turkey is inside Europe speak?
yeah,
Traveling in Nigeria is not
I might,
related to
I
staying in
might change my
Nigeria.
name next week
Hmm?
because I seen,
Yeah, you
you
need
know
to
what I mean?
change it. It's a lot of wahala.
Maybe. I'll
Everybody
see how
knows
it's
you are
gonna.
speak the truth, and you
No,
better change
everybody
it.
know me as artist, formerly known as I speak the truth. But yeah,
Just
anyway, let
just
me
change it
anyway
to
we,
BBR.
you know what I mean? So, but the
Hmm.
thing is, Nigerians do not like consequences for their actions. This is a country where you can blow something up. You can give guns to people. I'm being serious. You can blow something up. You can give guns to people, and they lock you up. You know, anywhere else that person is probably doing life or facing the death penalty, and people are there crying. Well, he's been locked up enough. It's been 2 years. Let him go. You know. So you think these people really want to lock up or give corrupt people the death sentence? They don't want to do it because
Imagine
they
someone
don't.
like me in office. I will approve all the death penalty. I'm not going to even get.
Mm,
I don't
What
care for appeal. The
what
reason
they
why is
gonna
because it's for
do?
the greater good.
But what they're gonna do is they're gonna set you up, and you're gonna be the one facing the hangman's
I
noose.
don't send. If I fall,
Uh,
see, you have to understand it's a systemic thing. If I fall, it means some other person that does anything to will fall. You see what I mean? You have to.
Nah,
How
that's not
systems
what I
are built
mean.
is
That
built on
no,
precedence.
that's not what I mean. I
Okay,
said
I thought you were saying they were going to set me up, then I go and
no. I
face
said
death
set you
penalty.
up, meaning you're gonna be innocent, and they're gonna kill your ass. Like you innocent. You came in there on
I
some
would not like it.
revolutionary
I would not
shit.
like it. But see, you have to understand, I would not like it. It's just like a soldier that goes to war. They don't want to die. But if they have to die to protect their people,
It
so
don't
be it.
work like that.
I don't mind.
Okay, so if that's the case, these guys tried it. Murtala Muhammad tried it. He got popped. They knocked his head off.
Yes.
He's dead. Corruption continued. Gideon Orca came. Before Gideon
Yes.
Orca, Maman Vatsa tried his own revolutionary thing. They killed him, his own best
Yes.
friends. Gideon
Hmm.
Orca came. Boom, same thing. Knocked him off. You
Yes.
tried, you're just gonna die, and the
Yeah.
corruption
But you are
continued.
looking at it, you are not looking at it from the bigger picture. Those people tried, but if other people took over from them, the impact will be greater. You will fall today, but tomorrow
If
when you succeed, they will remember the ones that fell along the way. That's how it
if
works. If you
if
should go on to succeed, yeah.
good if but it didn't happen. If my
But we have
grandma
to. We don't have
had
a choice, otherwise we are done.
tires for if she had 3 tires on her knee, she'll be a tricycle. If it's not
So yeah,
happening.
you are making it you are making it a big if. But I would like to think that when than if, because if we
No,
are making
that's
it
not
an
what I'm
if,
saying.
we are done.
We can only say if it never happened. So we can only go on things that have happened. This is why I gave the examples of the people that tried in the past of the history of that country, and they
But you are
tried it
giving it in the negative context. I see it as
because it was negative that happened.
okay,
Huh?
but you are not seeing the good that happened.
What was the good? Tell me. Go ahead.
The
Tell
good
me.
is to
Tell me
reduce
what was.
corruption.
How did Murtala's death, Orca's death,
Yes.
and Mama? No. Yes, you hold up. Calm down. So how did Murtala's death, Mama Vass's execution, and Gideon Orca's execution reduce corruption in the grand scheme of things in
Okay.
Nigeria?
So if one person is fighting corruption today and they fall, the next person takes a while to come and the corruption emerges even stronger. Then another person fights it and they fall. It doesn't mean their contribution was negative. It's a positive thing that they've done. Even if they paid with their life, and their life is a small price to pay for how many million people? People die,
But
a lot
you
of people die for
forefathers,
less.
forefathers, forefathers, forefathers. Hold on, just hear me out. You're speaking on the morality of their
No.
action.
I'm
Hold
speaking
on,
about
hold on,
the
hold on,
cost.
hold on, hold on, hold on. You're speaking on the morality of their action. We're on the same page. Was it a good thing they did? Yes, absolutely. They tried to take their country in the direction that
I'm
all of
speaking on the
us
effect too.
hold up. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Hold, just calm down. So we agree that what they did was outstanding. At that point in the history of the country, that was needed. What I'm saying is, if you go in there and now we're just speaking in
Thought experiment.
suppositions, right? Assumptions. If you go in there with the way that Nigeria is right now, what I think,
Thank you for coming in. The ghost DNA.
you
You're
go
welcome.
in, you go in there right now, and you say you want to set up you want to set up the death penalty. What I'm saying before I move on is that you will probably be the first person to get hung in that country. More than likely, they're gonna hang you first, and corruption is gonna continue unabated. You're not gonna make not with the
Okay,
way
you see what
the
you just
country
said.
is right now.
That kind of thinking it should be the reverse thinking. Now, I would have fought corruption. I would have tried to slow it down. Maybe my impact may not be significant, but that is one punch against corruption. The next person comes a second punch. That is how it works. And we have to see from that point of view, because when you see from the point of view that the corruption is winning all the time, nobody else will want to take a punch at
How
corruption.
long do you
When you
you
say corruption, like what are
you
you
think
specifically
in
talking about?
very fantastical scenarios? Let's pretend right now, and I was going to talk about something completely different, but you've led us down this path, and I'd like to still talk about what I want to talk about. Let's pretend today, December the 9th, in the UK, you are made president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you try to institute the death penalty today. I'm not talking about next year or the people who have a different character in 50 years. I'm talking today, this second, and you become president and you institute a death penalty against corruption, governmental theft. How long do you think you're going to last in that seat?
How long?
Hmm.
I think I will last. My prediction is that I will last 3 4 years.
I guarantee you won't last until next summer.
See, don't worry. I'll be busy killing all the enemies of the
So
state by the time.
you're the one that's gonna
I'll be
drag
busy
all the
killing all the
politics.
enemies of the state
Yeah.
before they get me. I'll get there. See, your problem is that you think I will just be sitting back and take it. See, because someone like me, the mission is more important. I don't care about individuals. I don't care about politics. I don't care about all the talk. I don't even care about corruption necessarily. I care about the system, but not corruption in itself. So anybody that is in my way in sorting that issue out because of the way I picture it in terms of the danger we face, man, I will mow you down. By the
4,000.
time by the time I mow you down, the next person will be thinking about they want to do me in. I'll mow that one down. Yeah,
You
they'll
can,
get me in
yeah,
4 years,
yeah. You
but
can
I'll
dream
be
a
mowing
lot.
people
You
down.
can dream a lot. Let me bring you back to
That's how people
reality.
behave. That's how you change
Oh, yeah,
systems.
yeah. Good. I really trust you that you can do that. You're gonna be fighting over 200 million people. You're gonna lose, and you're gonna
Who told you?
lose.
Who told you I'm going to be fighting
And
200 million people? Nigerians hate corruption, you
again,
know,
listen. No, Nigerians do not hate corruption.
and
Nigerians hate
Nigerians do.
when Nigerians actually don't. They actually love corruption.
Nigerians
Most
do.
okay, whatever. So if Nigerians hate corruption, even standing in line, like Eccentric said, even after living in the West, if they really abhor corruption, they would not carry out those attitudes. Nigerians don't hate corruption.
They don't know better. That's the
Nigeria,
problem.
exactly. So they do not hate corruption. They pay lip service to the fact that if corruption doesn't, if it don't benefit them, then they complain about it. When they have a chance to jump the line and violate the law, and if corruption helps them do that, they will commit corruption.
They
So
will,
Nigerians
but
don't abhor
that is human
corruption.
nature. They will. Most people, societies will. But if you have a system that they see the benefit of not being corrupt, they will defend it. And if they see you,
Everybody,
hold on
we
now,
all
calm
know
down.
that, but you're
If they
not
see you
saying
fighting
every.
corruption, they will support you too.
Yes, sure they will, and they're the
As long
ones
as it's
that do.
not them.
If
If they see you fighting corruption, they will support you.
No, they won't. The country is
Are you
in
telling
some,
me Nigerians will see somebody that stole money from them and you persecute that? If you go and prosecute that, they will hate you.
yes, they've done it for 67 years.
Who?
Yes,
Who did they hate? Because
absolutely.
they
All
no.
over
Tell
the
me one
country.
rich man
These
that they
are the people.
prosecuted in Nigeria that stole
These
Nigeria's money
The
that the
Percy
Nigerian people
tribe will
hate.
hate you.
I started off.
Exactly.
I
It's only the
I
tribe that will hate you.
that means people will hate you. Are
No,
the tribes
of
made up
course
of
somebody will
goats?
hate you. Now, come on. Even if you try,
The country,
listen. If you
forefathers,
try
look,
to kite that person, somebody will hate you anyway.
the country is in such a precarious situation. The values of that country is so decrepit right now. It is sad. It is rotten. Not saying in the future we cannot find a solution, which is actually what I wanted to talk about before being let down
The
this
more
line.
it is easy to
But
change.
all I'm saying is, if, like I said, I did not say 20 years from now. I didn't
I'm
say
saying
50 years
now.
from now. I'm saying today, if you were head of that,
Mm.
if you were the head of the presidency right now, what, who you, who, who out of all your colleagues are corrupt? All the people that put you in power are corrupt. Who do you want to start hanging?
You
Who?
know who I was. You see that then you have to get the right kind of people to work with you. You're not going to. Why would
Right
you go
kind
and
of
work with people
people.
that are not don't believe in what you are doing?
Right kind of people.
See, yeah, you see, when you say me as a leader, the way it works is that you don't go, you don't get there as an individual. You go there as a group of people that believe in the same vision. That's how
Yeah.
leaderships work.
That's why Sowore, with all his intelligence and all his revolutionary tactics and ideals, that's why he can't even get 25 votes, because Nigerians hate corruption so much.
Because he hasn't given them anything to vote for.
Oh yeah, okay.
Stop
But
blaming
you're
the
the one
people
that's
for it
gonna.
when
So
leaders
you're
have
the one
not.
that. So you're the one that's
You
gonna give
oh
them
look at
something
this one, look at this
to
one, look at
look
this
for.
one, look at you see that see. He's the one that created the scenario. And now he's saying I'm the one that put it for. You see all these corrupt practices. See, we try to stop it, and now you are trying to turn the table on me.
Who,
Eh?
me?
You created a scenario that if I was the president, now you say
Yeah, because you started with the whole thing. So I'm giving you. I'm
I
trying to be
said if I
realistic
was the
with
one,
you,
I was going to
but
carry out death penalties.
and I'm saying how you're gonna do that in the current state that Nigeria is today.
I'm going to tell them people have to account for the crimes that they commit. Anybody that commits crimes, they have to pay, and hence the law has to apply.
All right, listen, it's nice to dream,
I
okay?
can
Because
review it. I can offer a review just to make sure you don't go and
yeah,
kill
okay.
the wrong person.
Forefathers,
But
Nigeria,
once it is confirmed, boom.
yeah, Nigeria is not there yet. Nigeria won't be there for at least another 3 to 4 generations. You can forget about that.
Then we
Today,
are done. Then this topic is up. Then we are done.
one of the most
We don't have three
prolific
or four generations.
well, that's all you can't, you don't have a
I
magic
don't think we
wand.
have it.
Well, you don't have a magic wand either, so you're gonna have to just relax, because one of your most prolific legal luminaries is currently rotting his ass off in jail today over something he just said. Now, whether he was right or whether he was wrong, we don't know, but the overwhelming consensus of people that are discussing that topic with Mr. Farotimi and Babalola is that this is corruption reigning its head again. But in any event, if I will get like 5 minutes, let me just, or even three, let me go to what I really wanted to
Okay.
talk about. Thank you. So I just want to go with what me and AY and I've actually discussed this at length. The number one thing I think I would do if I was president today is exactly what he said. I want to know, to the closest number, who is a Nigerian citizen. I want to know who's on that land, who it is, and what I would do is very simple. I don't know how the numbers work. I know they have all this BVN and NIN and what else, AY. There's a lot of other ones. Either we're gonna scrap it and start again, which, if we were to start again, we would only, if we were to take biometrics, because I'm also a big believer in non-governmental interference in people's privacy. So I don't believe in just gathering people's data if it doesn't relate to like background checks or if you haven't committed a crime. So I'd say maybe 16 and above, and then after that we do the American Social Security system of we already know who your father was. He was 16 when he put his fingerprints down. If you get born and vital statistics takes your information, we know, okay, this is your father. We don't have to fingerprint you. We already know. We give you your social security card. What I would do would be there would be a 12, maybe 24-month deadline. Everybody got to get registered. Everybody got to get registered. You don't get registered, you lose your
24
citizenship.
months.
Yeah, 24 months. 24
Wow.
months.
Talk about Oga go slow. That is really
Exactly.
slow.
That's a very long time. It is a very long time, but it is. I will say it's not go slow. You got to look at.
That is go slow now.
No, it's not. It's not.
24 months to
24 months
to
to
know
go and register
every.
NI or something.
No, yes. So we have to know every.
Yeah, it's not too much
How
now.
long?
However, that thing,
How long have they put the NIN out and not everybody has it in that country? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you see, you are using this crazy
It's a
people
listen,
standard.
listen. It's a simple question. Because you want to criticize 24 months, which is actually a very short time for
It's go
what I'm
slow.
trying to good. So I'll give, if I was me, I'll give 24 months. Okay. And within that 24 months, we want to know who everybody is. And there will be, if you don't get registered within that 24 months, and I only say that because I know it will create a political logjam. There will be people that will be looking for ways to inflate their population. There will be people that will complain and say, well, we don't have this infrastructure and we don't have the way to read the interlands in our region. So why would you give us only 24
Wow,
months?
that's your priority.
Yes, but my priority is data. Like AY said, you know why
We
nothing
have
works?
data already.
No, you don't. No, you
we
don't.
don't have data,
No,
man.
you
Yeah,
don't. You don't
People
know.
have
less on
bank
data.
accounts. We've
No,
done this show before.
for
People
We
have
don't
bank
have
accounts.
data.
People have NI.
how many
I
people are in
was
Nigeria right now?
hold on, hold on. Yeah,
Wait. What's the population of Nigeria?
200 or so million.
Based on what?
what's
How
the
do you know?
population that have bank account?
No, hold on.
I
Exactly.
think
No,
I
I'm
think
going to get
the
there.
the bank account numbers from what I gather, I think it should be around almost 100 million or so, something
So how do
around
you know
that.
there's 200 million people in the country?
Because based on average child and you look at the number of bank accounts, you can extrapolate the population of a country.
What are you
You can
always
extrapolate. You can
talking
use
about, my
statistics.
man?
You can use statistics.
See,
Like
let me tell you something. I was on this show once.
Dude,
Now,
eccentric.
I think maybe it was you even. I don't know why we
It
have
was
to go
it
through this
was all of
again.
us. Eccentric.
I was on
Let me
this
tell
show
you.
once. I was able to extrapolate the population of the UK based on NI numbers and this thing, the birth rate, and it hit almost precisely the population of the UK. So you
What do
can
you
do these
mean?
things.
What would you say?
Any
How can you
statistician that is
compare?
worth
Listen,
their salt can be able to extrapolate it.
What is the birth
you
rate of Nigeria?
yes, I was about to
I
ask
think,
him that.
yeah, but I think it's 4 point something or 5 point something.
What is the death rate?
The death rate.
This guy is funny, yo.
I think the death rate.
That's
I don't know the death
mortality
rate.
rate, right?
Yeah, no, I don't know
The
the death rate. The death
mortality.
rate is probably a lot lower than the birth rate.
Who
Definitely
goes in?
lower.
How do you count the immigration and emigration in and out of Nigeria? Knowing that
Come on.
Nigeria has knowing that Nigeria has very porous borders. So these are things you have to know.
Yeah,
yeah,
5 point.
you can use bell shaped. You can use Gaussian. You can use bell shaped distribution too.
It's
Oh,
already been
What?
established.
Hold on. You can use
you
what?
guys are freaking crazy.
You
Bell
can use
shape or
you can
something.
use Gaussian. Yeah, bell shaped
Best
distribution.
shape
It's
curve or
What's
something
bell
like that.
shaped?
distribution. It's statistics, dude. What the hell? Don't
Is
do that.
Gaussian distribution you're talking about? Not the. Is that what you're talking about?
I
I
call
think
it bell
bell curve.
shaped.
I think I've heard
Bell
of that
shaped.
bell curve before. Actually, bell curve was yeah, I've heard of bell curve. I don't know
The
what that is yet. I can't be sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
bottom line
I think it does have a point too. Common type of distribution for, but yeah, they're different. Maybe you are right
Of
too.
course,
Or you all have different
there are
curves.
different types. Yeah, just
Gaussian distribution is very effective.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
how do
Gaussian is
But
very
you
good.
know?
but
How do
still,
you
you need
I'll
to
tell
know
you
the
the
know.
pattern.
movements? How because you're talking about all this Gaussian and Belgian. How do you know how movements It's how many people
Yeah.
go in and out of Nigeria,
We
knowing
know
that
that by and large it's not that significant given all the people that are moving into.
it's not that significant. Do you know?
Because
Let me tell you something. Do you know that, let's assume Boko Haram, for example, was in the United States, or if Boko Haram was in the UK, to the last member, we will know their identities. We will know who each and every one of them is. You know that, right? And
not
you know why that
necessarily,
is?
you don't have to
No,
know.
no, very, very necessarily. If I don't know
You
what
won't
you,
know.
we will know. I don't know what you're thinking. If
You
Boko
won't know.
Haram, well, you won't know. If Boko Haram was in the United States, to the last freaking member, we will know them.
No, you
If we
won't.
had, yes,
Why do
we
you say
will,
that?
because we will have that information based on the data that we already had. We will have that information to the last
Okay.
member, to the last member that buys a freaking shoelace at the Walmart behind your house. We will know everybody. You can't have a militia like that or a rebel group roaming all over the United States like that, and you think we won't know who they are. We will know.
Not everybody you know.
Yeah, we will know them. We will know
You
every
are
single
assuming
one.
that, but if that was the case, there won't be cases where this guy just popped up from nowhere and did something because they are part of this. He belonged to a shooting club or something like that.
Listen to what I just said, okay? Because you always speak things that you just decide I'm just going to argue, and I'm going to argue for argument's sake. I just said if we had a militia group like Boko Haram in the United States that has been tormenting a section of the country, in fact, they formed their own emirates in that country. I'm not saying it is magic that we will know immediately they pop up, but as far as Boko Haram has been in existence in the United States, we will know everybody
What if
that
they
People
are
is
join
transplants?
people
Though?
join them all the
uh,
time and leave. How would you know who is who
What if
all the
as
what
time?
if
they
they are
are joining
transplants?
and we are gathering intelligence, we will know every single one of them.
But
And why
okay, the reason why you know has nothing to do with whether you gather that data or not, because that is something
yes,
that
it does,
America
because we
has been
know
doing before now.
exactly. We will know them because we know their identity.
The Cold War happened, and they were able to track people like that because they have interest in those people.
What
The
has the
idea that
code?
data
What
can make mislead you
what
even. They can use
has
data
the
to mislead you
what
if you are
has
just
the
going by data.
what has the Cold War? Because I do not understand how you always carry on your arguments at times. We are talking about an internal
You are the one that
strife.
brought the terrorists into the
Yeah, we because you keep taking the conversation everywhere, and then when
you
the
brought
person
terrorists into
tries
this
to,
discussion. I brought Cold War into it that Americans are able to track people that they need to
what
track
we're
without
talking
needing
about,
data.
we're talking about what do you even? Hey, why you want to take over the call because it's starting to frustrate me now.
Fafana,
Yeah,
Fafana,
anyway, say Gaussian distribution again. How did you say it?
Fafana, Fafana, you
Was he
remember
talking
ye,
about Gaussian distribution? I hope that's not Gaussian he was referring to.
Anybody,
Fafana,
AY,
huh?
don't tell me you were referring to Gaussian when he said that.
yeah, yeah, Gaussian, like
No,
Gaussian.
I don't think it was Gaussian he was talking
You
about.
guy, I don't forget the distribution. I know be student. I know there are a lot of distribution. I know. I can
Now,
remember
out
binomia,
of everybody that
binomia.
has spoken, this is half of Turkey is in Europe is the worst one because
Yeah.
his solution is just data.
No, because each time I say something, you try to tackle it, and then I try to explain it, and then you bring something
But you're
nutty,
saying data
and
is
then
going
each
to
time
solve
I
your
try to
problem.
say it, and then you
Eccentric. I don't even know.
and then you
I'm not
interrupt,
against
and
it. I'm just
then
saying that you are putting too much
Eccentric.
faith in
I
data.
was just messing with you. I was messing
because
with you. Don't worry about it. I was
I
messing
can
with
still
you.
remember binomial distribution. I think Poisson
Binomial, yeah, binomial.
distribution, normal distribution. There are a
Binomial.
lot of distribution, right?
Yeah,
You gotta
binomial
find the one
distribution.
that
Yeah,
is. I can remember few. I can't even remember. My head is
Binomial. Those are
I,
under polynomial, isn't it? Or something.
yeah,
binomial
binomial
distribution
distribution.
is used in
No, is
statistical
something.
analysis.
Oh goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's using like what's that called again though? Quantum mechanics. Yeah, quantum mechanics.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's using quantum mechanics.
People are just
So almost all the distribution
Okay,
can
let's
be
leave it.
applied in different fields,
Yeah.
but the statistic, you can use a lot of those distribution.
Yeah, statistics is quite an interesting. Statistics is a powerful subject, you know.
Very
I think
powerful.
if I knew, I would have paid more attention at school.
Dude, another
Yeah,
one.
you were not
Another one is
serious. I
Matrix.
said it.
Matrices, man. Matrices is freaking powerful, bro.
Oh yeah, Matrix is another diabolical
Like,
one. Yeah.
dude, like with matrices, right? If Boko Haram, like Nigeria, like the authority can actually draw their image and show who they really are just using matrices. Like they
I
can,
think Matrix is good for AI and
if they have an image, any type of image, how no matter how
simplicity
poor
is
it is,
something
they can
else.
Hold on,
reproduce.
eccentric. Hold on,
Essentially,
eccentric.
how do you
Father, you said
identify
metric is good for what?
them just by
Pardon?
image?
You said metrics is good for what?
Yeah, it's very good for AI. It's
Metrics is
mostly AI.
AI now.
Yeah.
It's
Matrix is
AI
just AI.
actually.
Yeah.
So it's
No,
not
not AI though. It's just a mathematical
so that's what you
expression.
use in data science, right?
Yes,
Not
yes.
so metrics. It's not like the normal 2x2 or 4x4 metrics.
No,
You are talking
massively.
about multi-dimensional metrics.
Yeah,
Like
diabolical stuff.
there is what you call, if you look up like anger values
Eigen
and
value.
anger vectors, those are the deeper part of metric. You can
Those
have
are
infinite dimensional.
Man, I really did. I hate that again value.
Don't
Having
say
to
that,
find it. Yeah,
man.
God,
Don't say
determinants and all
that.
that stuff.
So hold
Aiken
on,
Valley,
Cedric.
don't say that, bro.
Father, we used to use, my professor, he died this year. We used to use hand to calculate all those stuff.
Yeah,
Not even
you have to now.
MATLAB.
Who give you mathematics thing to go do and do? You have to solve it by hand now.
Yeah, like
Where in Nigeria?
in Nigeria. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the same thing here. Oh, it's the same thing here overseas.
I have a very good professor, Professor Idiodi. He was one of the best mathematical physicists. He's studying abroad all over. He's so good. He died 3 months ago.
Why use a hand when you
But
can use a computer?
that's one professor I know, man.
You can use an app. You can use an app to do it. You don't got to
The
use.
thing about matrices is that I like matrices a lot, but at some point you can't even complete. If you have, let's say, 2 hours to solve a question, you can't complete because it's so massive, so many arithmetic.
If you make those ones I'm telling you, like when you go into transpose of metrics, if you are doing algebra value, algebra vector, if you made one mistake, you are gone.
You're supposed to make.
I think lecturers don't penalize you for arithmetic mistake. It's procedural mistake. If you make procedural mistake, that's the one they come after you.
Yeah.
So
mathematics, you don't need the answer. If your procedure is right, answer could just be 2 points.
Because they know you are you can do arithmetics. It's just
if
a
I'm a
human error.
professor, if you have a professor, your procedure is right, your answer is not correct, you made mistake. I would just, if it's 20 mark, I can just remove 1 or 2 marks.
Yeah,
that's why you check your work, though. That's why you check your work. You reverse and check.
Sometimes you don't have
you add
time,
in
though.
the value to see if it's correct.
Exactly. One of the things you do in the exams that I discovered was that if they give you an exam to write and you cannot finish it, just write the process down. Sometimes you don't even have to do the real process. Just write the process that you need to use to solve this. This is the question. They will reward you for that. Just writing it down because you are telling them that you know, but you've run out of time.
It's not in Nigeria though.
I guess Nigerian people, they are mean now.
So there
That's
are
what we
some
need to fix to. I speak the truth.
So the system in Nigeria is also different, right?
We need to fix that system too.
You have to understand the professor. In Nigeria, professors are very wicked. A lot of them, they will deliberately just fail you, man. In abroad, it's easy to do all kind of stuff and get away with it. Except
but
you really
what are you going to do about the teachers, the professors that sleep with like the female students? What are you going to do about
this? My screen is freezing all over the place. Let's close that. Let's wish our people. Let's wish our people a good week ahead. Let's wish our people a good week ahead.
Let me answer.
We need to head off.
Remember what happened to the CEO of the insurance company?
I really wish we could have covered that. Actually,
no, we can
we can use that in Nigeria, man. We don't got to use the police. You know what I mean?
Father, you remember what I said to you about Syria yesterday? You saw what happened this morning?
Oh yeah, that he has
But
fallen, isn't he?
you
You
were
tell me.
saying I told you within 48 hours. You said in a few weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah. I
that's
said
what
was
in
I think
doubting
he
it
48
was
hours.
not
actually. I
saying.
was doubting it. That's
I
true.
You were
knew
saying
he
in a
was
few
gone.
weeks, in a
I knew
few
he
weeks. I
was
No,
said
gone.
no, no.
nah. Within
I'm the
48
first to
hours,
say
he's
that
there.
if I get something wrong, I got that one wrong. That
As a matter of fact, when we were
mm.
talking yesterday, he was not even in the country. He
Yeah.
left already.
Yeah, yeah. He
That
went
was
to
not.
Russia. That's what I gather.
There's no
Mm.
way they overrun your country with that much speed and you're gonna last a week.
Or more, the
Hell no,
speed
it's
was
never gonna
much.
happen. It's
Mm.
not happening.
I think
Done.
I think there is a lot of questions to be answered by the Iranians, the Russians, and even Assad himself. What kind of country did he run? That this is not the first time Israel has been bombing that country. Israel goes like whenever they like. It's like backyard, bomb it whenever they like, and he will just sit
Because
there like, what
Israel
is wrong with
wants to
him?
take Israel. It's not what's wrong with him. It's what's wrong with the West. Israel has taken over the Golan Heights
Yep.
forever, since forever,
No,
and
but
they've been
to be fair, what's wrong with
and
him though? He's running a country. That country is massive. Oh. It's not like a tiny country.
yes. So
Yeah, Syria is historical and
Israel has
massive.
a plan to take over that place, take over Iraq, take over parts of Saudi Arabia, including Mecca. And if you look at the patch on the IDF's on their left hand, they tell you where the
Hmm.
Greater Israel parties. So they're moving. This is why they sponsored that. Them and the West.
Let them
Biden
keep
is about to
going
leave.
on
Let's
now. It
do.
will
Israel,
backfire.
Israel, Israel is the continuation of Nazi Germany, bro. Like that's what it is.
Let's be
Well,
careful when we
yeah.
start saying stuff like that. But
Why? Why?
I
That's
just
true,
think
bro.
that no, because that's not fair to just say because there's a lot of
No,
other
there's
people in Israel other than Netanyahu. Um,
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, who
all the
cares
people
if
in Israel.
there's
They all have dual
other
citizenship. They can go
people in
back to their
freaking
country.
Germany too, but we still call them Nazi Germany. That
Actually, even now, Netanyahu is a bit afraid because the leader of this opposition, right?
Galant, Galant,
Um, yeah, the leader of
Galant.
this opposition, Julani, no, Mohammed Julani, Al Julani.
Oh, you're talking about the Syrian rebel
Yeah, his
HYT, right?
grandfather actually, it was when Syria annexed the Golan. That was when he left. So I mean, there's America will still bombing some area this night. To be honest, there's a lot going on in Middle East now. It's
America
crazy.
was bombing some area in Syria. You mean?
Yeah, they will. So
Mm-hmm.
they've been trying to bomb some weapons that across the border. This just so the thing will not escalate. They try to contain some of the
I think
militants across the border.
there's been a lot of exchange in terms of land because look at almost a week after the French was basically asked to leave 2 or 3 African countries, and then Russia lost Syria, and I think Russia made a mistake because if you look at Syria, the importance of Syria to Russia. I don't know how they allowed Syria to fall while they are busy worrying about Ukraine the
But,
way they were doing.
but they never left though.
Um,
They
um,
never left. They still have their strategic
yeah,
location
they
there.
have it now, but they
Where they
don't have
live.
their leader, the leader that they like. So this leader may ask them to leave, just like Nigeria asks Americans to leave, or others.
Russia actually leave it. They are gonna leave.
Yeah,
Russia
they
has
probably.
to leave.
It depends. So we don't know. We don't know what this
They're
is
not
because
gonna
some people
leave.
are
They
saying
can't.
they are not too sure where these guys stand.
No. Russia will not be. They will
He
try
has
not
his
to.
own
Russia, they
problems. He
have a
has to
lot.
leave.
They have a
They're
lot they're
not
dealing with
stupid.
now.
They
Yeah.
got to deal with
No,
their own. They got to
they
So
might
reach
they might be
peace with
against Russia,
Ukraine.
but where do these people that are taking over? Where do they stand? Do they stand with Israel, America, or they are their own people
They're
like
gonna
Al Qaeda?
listen. We've seen this movie 1,000 times, and if
Thousand
we've seen
times,
it
yeah.
1,000 times, we've seen it 1,001 times. What's gonna happen is very simple. America's gonna sponsor them like they did, give them all the weapons, keep fomenting trouble, probably instigate them against Syria or against Iran, cause strife in the area, try to stop battles everywhere, and then it's gonna backfire. One day they're just gonna come together and hit an American interest or Israeli interest, and boom, everything escalates again. So it's a book we've seen before. We've seen it with Al Qaeda, we've seen it with Islamic Brotherhood,
Libya.
we've seen it
We saw
with
Libya.
ISIS, we've seen it with all they do. It's the same playbook, and it's gonna
Same
just
playbook.
it's the same
yeah,
thing
a
is gonna
lot
happen.
going on. To be honest,
I
Yeah.
really don't know fully what is going on because I think Iran, personally, if you ask me right now, Iran has played a very, I don't know whether that their leader, that old guy, seems to be a little bit out of it at the moment.
Well,
Because
so
there
like,
are that's yes, because the reason why I say that strategically Iran has arrived at a point where they can easily go nuclear, and which some people suspect they have. And but what I think they are doing, they are trying to use to get some kind of deal with the West. It's like the other day he came out and started saying that they want to work with IEA. This type of thinking is what is going to
deal?
destroy that country. Yeah,
You
yeah.
think Iran wants a deal?
That
Iran is
I'm
fighting
telling
for
you,
its.
Iran is saying it.
Iran, listen, Iran is not.
Let me
Look,
see what I
the
can find
West,
evidence of it.
the West is not. If you were the West, if you were negotiating in this kind of, you're not giving them a deal. You have them on the ropes right now. You've put Hezbollah in disarray. You've almost decimated Hamas. You've killed the top generals in Iran. Why would you give them a deal? Why am I giving you a deal? You're supposed to be coming, groveling, and begging me. So that's not what it is. Iran is just being calculative right now. We can't
Yeah.
strike first because they're going to hit us hard. We got to wait. Let's see what the other side does. And just like why they didn't hit Israel as hard when they retaliated, they just showed them, like, listen, we are capable
Have the
of doing
capacity.
this even without nuclear weapons. We have XYZ. We have these hypersonic missiles. Our top, our GC is still intact. We still got something
Look,
for you.
look, no, you know
So it's
what is
not
bothering
begging
me?
for, they're not getting a deal, and they know they're not going to get a deal.
Okay,
The
let's say
best
they're
deal
not going
they
to get
could
a deal
get,
now. Calm down now. Let me just say something. See, what I'm reading here is that they are saying that Iran is poised to dramatically increase stockpile of nuclear weapon grade uranium. You see, that bothers me. If this is what IEA is saying, I would have expected that Iran would have done it already behind the scenes. Because what are you waiting for? You mean all these wars that are happening have not allowed you enough to? Oh my God! If I have anything to save myself, save your
maybe they
soul.
can, maybe they can, maybe they don't have the technology. You're saying that they're
I
just going
see.
to go
See,
boil
because
water and
I
add
was
powder.
convinced. I was convinced 2 months ago that Iran has gone nuclear, and they may have already gone nuclear. All this stuff is they may just be talking surface, because Israel went nuclear. Nobody, they were still talking surface for a long time before they later
No,
on started
everybody
acknowledging
knew
it.
when America was transferring nuclear weapons to Israel, and they were
Um,
like,
America didn't give it to Israel. Israel got it
America
from
definitely, America and the rest of the West gave Israel their nuclear weapons.
the
How would
West.
it?
It came from the West, one of the Western states, but I don't think it's America.
America was primarily number one that gave. America manufactured.
America went to inspect it,
Yeah, that is
and
what
they
they
didn't know.
told
The
you.
Israelis hide it from them.
Why will Israel? Do you really think anybody on this planet can manufacture a nuclear weapon without the United States knowing? How is that possible, forefather?
Iran did.
That's impossible. If Iran has it, America will know. And it's up to them whether they want to tell us or they don't want to tell us. America has that much intelligence to know when Iran has nuclear weapons.
You know about the earthquake that happened about 2 months ago. I think
Yeah.
at that point, Iran tested a nuclear device. They claimed it was
Some people said,
an
yeah.
earthquake
People
because
say
they
that.
shut down the skies and the land this movement in that area, that specific area where the so-called earthquake occurred. But at the same time, what is confusing the Americans and the people right now is that where the earthquake occurred is where you should expect earthquake to occur. So
Forefathers. Nothing
that's a little bit
can.
confusing people.
You're confused. That kind of
I'm
thing,
confused. Say whatever you like.
you're very, very confused. That kind of thing cannot confuse the United States. Okay. So simple
Yeah.
calculating seismic levels if an occurrence like that happens, they know. Simple. America has planes that patrol every skyline in the world, checking radiation
Oh,
levels.
calm down, calm down, calm
Hold
down. I hear what
on.
you're
No, I'm not.
saying.
No, no, I'm not calm down. Let me finish. Let me finish. So I'm not calm
What
down
coming
because
down?
you keep coming up with these things. America has the intelligence now. If we want to put it out or not, is a different thing. If we want to give false information to the world to make them either not inflame the polity, or we don't want our adversaries to know that we have
Exactly.
to let our adversary know that we have figured out a way that to know if they have these weapons.
Everything you
Maybe,
said just now is
maybe,
relevant to what I wanted to say.
trust me, everything I say is very relevant. Maybe through
You see that?
military
All these
intelligence.
Ojoro people.
Yeah.
Ojoro over there. You
So,
steal
so,
my
so,
answer, and I'm telling you that I agree with you that
yeah,
you
because
are
no,
rejecting
but
it.
you don't have to, it's okay. You don't have to agree.
But
So
I agree with you what you are saying there. What you said about
I really appreciate it. So
that.
if it's either
Can you let
through,
me add to the conversation? And
okay,
let's go to and fro.
all
See,
right.
I agree with you that America may know that Iran has gone nuclear and they
I'm
will
gone,
keep
man.
quiet
Please.
about it. Yeah. Don't go
Please.
yet. You need to wish people before you go. You just wish people
All right.
a good week ahead and stuff like that. Bishop,
Thanks.
what do you wish for our people?
Wish you guys a good week ahead. You know what happened to the CEO of whatever insurance company? We need to do that in Nigeria, man.
Seriously.
All the
United
elites,
Healthcare.
all the elites, man. Get your. You know what I mean? Stop taking these guys out. You're
Okay, I
that's
thought I
the
said you
evolution
should wish
right
our
there.
people well. Now you're talking about something else. Bye. I will see.
Yeah,
You see,
peace.
thank you for joining us, Eccentricas. And so,
Sure.
but see, I speak the truth, or no, I speak the truth. Let's forget about it. That I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that point. That they will keep quiet about it because they don't want to trigger an arms race in the Middle East.
Mhm.
That could be the reason why Israel delayed this attack too, because Israel was eager to reply,
Which
and
attack
Israel thought
on
when Iran
Iran?
attacked Israel, yes, when Iran attacked Israel, I was under the impression that they were supposed to attack. Then that weekend, that Saturday, boom, there was a kind of
They
said earthquake, suspicious looking earthquake. Then
they
Israel delayed it for a month.
Israel delayed because they knew they were in trouble and Iraq was ready to throw down. So they did not.
Mm,
Iraq was like begging for it. Iran was like, "Give it to us. We got the S-400s, we got the S-300s.
mm.
Come on,
But they
let's do
did
it.
though.
We got the
They did go
hypersonic."
there though. They
They're like,
went to Iran.
yeah, but what did they bomb? They
I just
went
feel
and
like
bombed
Iran
the
played a bit of a
deserts.
weak hand. Iran played a bit of a weak hand. They were leaking like a sieve, like Hezbollah's a whole echelon was leaking.
How were they leaking like a sieve?
Look at what they were able to plan into in Hezbollah supply chain and Hezbollah. This in the fighters were all over. They were tracking them like everywhere. They
Yeah,
know
but
everywhere they were.
I mean, it's war.
And
You can
Iran
check.
lost so many generals. It's like Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. They keep
So,
mobbing your people
but
like
let me
flies.
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you really think if Iran wanted to retaliate and start knocking off American top officials, military, even diplomatic, you think they can't do it?
No, not American. How about
No. I
Israel?
actually wait. Israel is not. I'm asking them. Israel is small, so that's why I'm asking about their big boys.
No.
So
Ask Israel because I don't think they
no,
can even
because
go
I
America.
believe. Okay, so you don't think
They will struggle to
Iran?
get Israelis.
You really think they will struggle to hit
An
you?
Israeli general. Yes, they will struggle because they'll be losing
No.
generals. They will not be able to
Listen,
reply.
sir. It's always good when you always listen. When someone says something, listen. I did not just mention the military. I mentioned even diplomatic officials. So if we cannot get a hard target, there's something called a soft target. We can go after the soft targets, and this includes embassy
Iran,
officials.
that would not be dignified.
Exactly. So, but in war, what is dignified? So you're telling me it's
No,
okay?
it won't be
Hold
dignified
up.
because it will make Iran look weak when you are
Yeah,
just going after
okay,
somebody
so
that's working at the consulate
it
instead
is
of going after
war.
the
It
person that
is
is in charge.
war. It is war.
Israel is going after their generals. That's what
It
I'm
is
talking about.
war.
It's
You
making
do
Iran
not.
look weak.
It is not. It is war. Exactly. You're right in a way, but it is war. You do not dictate how I retaliate. So if you hit my generals and I cannot get your generals, I hit your diplomatic attaches all over the world. Let's start killing each other.
That
But
just
but
makes
So
them seem weak.
if
Why would you
what
go and
but
makes
hit
them
but
seem
diplomatic
weak, it is war.
attaches?
but I
If they,
think the reason
my question to you was, do you think, because if it was Iran, let's get this straight, and this is my point. If it was Iran running around blowing up IDF soldiers that was not on duty, they were in their civilian lives, because this was what these Hezbollah people were just carrying out their normal civilian life. They weren't on the battlefield. If it was Iran that was doing that, or killing generals from Israel, what do you think the world would call Iran's actions. Okay, I'll help you out. Terrorism. That's what they'll
Of
call it.
course.
Okay, okay. So Iran knows the implications and how complicated their actions would be. So it's not like they cannot do it. It's like what will be the consequences if they will turn the masses against us. That's why they've been doing things like we want to attack, we're only attacking civilian installations. We're only attacking, say, military bases and the such, and we're making it measured and we're letting the world know. Listen, we're calling the United Nations, we're calling the United States, we're calling the UK and saying, listen, if you have any civilians in that area, get out of there because we're trying to do this. If Iran was to carry out their own retaliation the way Israel does with impunity, killing civilians and hitting civilian areas and leveling cities full of civilians, what would the world say?
Yeah,
So don't think.
I
So
know what
don't
you are
think.
saying now,
So
but
don't
in a
think. So
way,
never.
Assad
So
deserves to
so
fall,
so
though.
so
In a
don't
way, he
think.
deserves to fall.
So
No,
don't
sorry,
think.
hear what I'm
So,
saying
so
now.
don't think Iran does not have the capability. Iran has the capability. What Iran does not have is the public backing, but bit by bit, because the world opinion is shifting with regards to the West. Eventually, you will see if this continues.
The West
These
may have
people,
taken Syria. You're here saying public opinion is switching over. Personally, I think Russia may have made a mistake here because I think Syria is worth two of Niger or three because of the position of Syria. And somebody even said this. I think it was Russian foreign minister said it today. No, not Russian minister. One other analyst said it that Syrian location is the path that Russia needed to use to get to Africa. And now, if they lose Syria, it's only Iraq that they have as a chance, even. So it's a very, very big blow to them. Maybe something is going to open up later on, I don't know. But
Syria,
that
Syria is
that's a
very
bad
strategic.
mistake. Yeah, it's a bad mistake. This thing, I don't know because Russia now is now saying and Iran they are saying they already lost faith in Assad. That's what they are saying. And maybe there's some truth to it because Israel normally attacks Syria, but I never see Iran responding. It doesn't just stays quiet.
why
I say
should if why should is if you were a military general on the Iranian side, you would actually have called for an attack on Israel,
I
knowing that the strongest countries in the world are looking for an excuse to freaking
okay,
obliterate
that's a
you.
fair point.
That is what I wanted to say.
It's a fair point.
That's just the
That's
reason
what
why
Iran
Iran
is
is
That's
not.
the
doing.
reason they have no choice. They have to hold back, and they have to
Yeah.
fight the war according to
Yeah,
public
yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
So, but if Iran's existence is threatened, let me tell you something. I think a lot of people are not understanding. Iran is one of the oldest
Mm.
civilizations in the world.
Yeah,
Mhm.
100%.
Iran has been fighting since they used to use swords. The Persians have been fighting since they used to use chariots. They graduated to guns. They've actually been fighting since there were
But you know we
spears.
know that now. Why are you repeating
Okay, I'm not repeating anything. Don't, you will feel froggy in a second. Don't worry. So Iran has, yeah,
Why are
because
you
you
telling
always
us
do
what
this
we
to.
already know?
I don't know if you know because you're not speaking like you know. So if this country that has been around since the days of Babylon and been fighting, and they are all in all these historical books, you really think if they want to get down, they can't get down? They can. And if their existence is threatened, there's no doubt in my mind that they will. Just like Israel. Israel is just as brutal. You know, the West is just as brutal. If these people have been fighting forever.
Yeah,
This is
okay.
not
So
new
I'm
stuff.
my criticism of Iran is not only the fact that they didn't reply directly, is the way they supported their so-called allies. The way they supported them was not appropriate enough. Maybe they are worried that I don't know what they are worried about because there is escalation. Give them good tools. If you have all those big tools that you have, give them some of them so that they can show Israel something too. Because or show other people that are causing problem. Look at America sending Israel some of their best weapons ever. You know,
How
some of the
much
best jet
weapons so
fighters they're
far?
sending to Israel.
What kind of jet fighters do you think Iran really has? Tell me.
No, I'm not talking about jet fighter. I'm talking about their missiles. Their more substantial missiles.
Okay,
Hypersonic missiles.
well, they can't just give hypersonic missiles to freaking
Why not?
Hezbollah,
Why not?
but
America is giving it to Israel. America is giving
well,
Israel some of their
think about
best
it.
tools.
Israel is a country. They've been given a lot of armor, piercing,
Why are you giving
anti-tank.
them toys so that they just keep
What do
getting?
you mean toys? Do you know how the IDF has been getting
Okay, fair point.
decimated
It's not
in
toys.
Gaza and in Beirut? You mean toys?
No, no,
Toys?
no.
Why do you
It's
think?
not toys. But so
Why
hold
do
on,
you?
hold on. I hear. Oh, stop doing this fake
Because
outrage.
you keep
Let me
interrupting.
talk, Jare. I'm trying to exchange with you. The point I'm trying to make is that what I saw with Hezbollah is that maybe not the weapons they gave them was good, but the communication, their ability to insulate themselves from Israeli monitoring was so poor, and they should know. They should have known that by.
What do you
I don't
mean? What do you
understand.
mean? What do you mean? Insulate themselves from Israeli monitoring?
Like the way Israel is able to track them,
You mean the network, the
How do you?
security?
Okay,
even able to track their this in the way they order the walkie talkies.
okay.
Like
So
they were
let
wiping
me.
their leadership out
All
like
right. Okay. So let
Sansan.
me. So let me ask you a very simple question. In your own opinion and in your own estimation, how do you think Israel got to get those walkie talkies into the hands of Hezbollah leadership and their fighters?
How they managed to get into? They intercepted the company that manufactures it and basically manufactured it
How
themselves.
how did they know what company Hezbollah was using?
They got the information by either intercepting communication or spies.
There you go, not spies. Someone's working with them. That is
Yeah, but
very
they
easy.
should be tight now.
It's very
They
easy
should be
to,
tight.
they should be tight.
Why don't they have spies in Israel?
They
Is it
should
only
be tight
one-sided? Yeah.
because well, maybe they don't have the influence. How do you even know? How do you know? We don't know. This is how intelligence works. You don't know. You don't know what Iran has. You don't know if they have a spy in
I
there.
must say that there was a set of Israelis that were arrested by Israel that they were spies for Iran. Actually,
Exactly. So you don't know that because this is how intelligence works both ways. So if interest matters, everybody has a price.
but theirs were not that effective now. Nobody.
How wasn't it effective? If you think, do you
It seemed
think
to be one way.
even if you give one shred of information to the opposite side, you know how much damage you can cause to the existence of that state?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I just feel like Iran doing what they did, and I'm sure Hamas probably forced their hand. Hamas didn't probably take permission from Iran to do what he did. He forced everybody's hand to get involved in this wahala right now. And my prediction last year or 2 years ago was that America will want a war now with Iran, maybe even Russia, or try to knock Russia's head down and stare China down now because they know
I don't think so. I doubt if
the
America
reason
wants
why
a
is
war
because
with
I
Russia.
think estimates, even analysts out there, they believe that by 2027 or 2028 it will be too late. China will be too way ahead of America by that time for America to be able to do anything about that axis. They will be too, and that is why it makes sense for them. That's what, in short, partly why you are seeing all this now. It makes sense for them to spoil for trouble now than to wait later because China is advancing faster. Makes sense.
Well, China's a see. This is what I don't understand, and I think this is why I think these dinosaurs that control the world today, a lot of them just need to die off. You know,
They are not dying
yeah,
though.
yeah, yeah. No, they need to die off. These men
Biden is still holding strong.
they are relics of the past. Their mentality is not in tune with what we need in the 21st century, and this is why I
And they
fervently
are old
agree.
men, They are, many of them are
This
old
is
men.
because they have the mentality. It's a mentality thing. This is why I wish that a woman and a black woman at that
Oh
was
my
going to
God.
be at the helm of affairs next year because it would have shifted trajectory. It would have shifted the way people think. I think it would have the influence of the kind of lobbyists that influence the United States and the direction it goes, I think it would have waned. Maybe not immediately, maybe not in the first 4 years, maybe not in the preceding 8 years, but maybe as time went on,
I
everybody would
think
have
Trump is going to
probably
win the influence of America. I
nah,
think just by default he's going to do it.
nah, not with the people he's putting in his cabinet. A lot of people are crying now, wishing they could take their votes back.
They keep saying that. I think
Okay.
history suggests that Republicans and
And
Trump
you are
himself.
here we go again.
You see there all these Democrats apologies. You see
How
that
many
Here we
black?
go.
How many
they
black?
don't start now.
How
The
many black
Democratic
people?
apologies have
How
started now.
how many
I don't. I'm telling
how
you that.
many black people do you think
Uh,
are in Trump's cabinet right now?
I think I remember he mentioned one.
One black person.
I don't know whether there's another. Yeah, he mentioned only one.
How
Do you
many
think I
black?
expected
Anyway, how
any
many
less?
people are in his cabinet?
Which cabinet? Whose?
I think he's
Trump's
at least 20
Trump's
something
cabinet.
now.
No, how many black people? I said.
I don't know of any for
I
now.
haven't heard of any.
No, it's only
Forefathers
Yeah.
one
is
I
one.
know.
Maybe forefathers is
Who?
that one.
I think the minister or something, secretary of home this thing,
Who?
housing,
HUD?
urban housing. Yeah.
What's
HUD?
his name?
We don't know. They
Oh,
said
I know
black.
him. Oh, yeah. Let me say, Trump black.
I saw
You know
one
the
this thing.
black.
I saw one news where one of
Yeah,
the
black
his
cabinet
close
member.
ally was crying, was like, oh, they isolated him, blah blah blah. I said whatever.
Yo, they're gonna take away healthcare
Yeah, that's him
benefits.
there now.
They're gonna take
That's
away
him.
healthcare benefits for veterans.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
housing
about to
and
start
urban
dipping into
development.
yeah, HUD. So they're gonna start dipping into Social Security. And
I'm telling you, this is a white cabinet, man. They are there for the white population.
people are gonna cry. All these people that voted based on hate
The
and
world is just in
misogyny,
a big
they're
mess.
gonna cry. By next year, they're gonna
You think the
cry.
white? Are you referring to the white vote that voted for him?
I'm talking about the poor people that voted for him, which make up a
I don't
majority
think they
of
are
the
going to
people.
cry. You.
Oh, you don't think so?
That's a
All
mistake.
right.
Oh. I don't think they are going to cry.
When all those benefits that they think they will get, they're telling them, nah, we're not giving you any more benefits. Listen, they cutting healthcare. They're taking away healthcare insurance for veterans. You know what that means? You couldn't do that like 10, 15 years ago.
Still,
But
they are
this is
not
the
going to
excuse.
regret voting Trump.
Why would they regret it? Why wouldn't they regret it?
We
Well,
shall see.
Because
January is
they
here.
believe. See, your mistake is that you see once I was educated by one guy in the UK. Jacob Rees-Mogg. I think sometimes we and that time it occurred to me that he is correct. He said something about voters that we think that their interest is only in economic stuff. That there are other things that they prioritize more, like migration and those foreigners coming in. They prioritize it more.
forefathers,
They
those
prioritize
things,
this in abortion higher.
those
Many of these
things
things.
hate only counts when the consequences of your vote has not hit you. When the consequences of your voting pattern hits you, when a freaking black drug addict tackles your daughter in the middle of an alley, your blonde-haired blue-eyed white daughter, and gets her pregnant, and they say, well, she got to give birth. Your grandchild is going to be that same black people that you hate now. You can't have an abortion. When all your healthcare benefits get taken away, you don't have money. You can't
They
get
don't
private
care.
insurance. You think people
You
don't
don't get
care?
it. Republicans have been doing this to them forever. Republicans took their jobs and send it overseas. They don't care.
All right. Well,
Was it not Nixon that went and signed the deal with China? You
yeah,
see them
because
punishing the Republicans for it
oh yeah, they did punish him by putting Clinton and the rest of them
because
right
he went
after.
and broke into somebody's this thing. That's why. That's why
So
they
they
kicked
did.
Nixon out.
Listen, like I said, you until the consequences. Listen, it's simple life. Whatever you do, you're gonna see the repercussions. By December next year, by this time next year, let's see what happens. It's not going to affect
Democrats, I don't know why Democrats are really really mean. I don't know. Look at what they are doing now. You know what? You know what a foreign minister of Russia said. I found that very this thing interesting. He said the last time Trump wanted to come into office, what Biden is doing now is what Obama did to you know, the last time Biden wanted to come into office. No, Trump wanted to come into office. I mean, that's what he said. The last time Trump wanted to come into office, Obama did the same thing that Biden is now doing to Trump again. That
what did he do?
Obama expelled Russian officials from America. He kind of ramped up tensions between Russia and this in America. And the same thing Biden is trying to do. That this is what they do. And it's like, how did we not pick up these things before now?
The forefathers.
Every day I'm getting, you know how sometimes you are carrying a poisonous snake, I didn't know. There's somebody tell you, say, oh, this thing has been nice to me all this while, but it never beat me. That's how I feel with the Democrats. They are like, now I'm so scared of them.
Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, they're all the same.
You see,
Okay.
now before they were not the same. Now they are the same something because
well,
I'm going after Democrats now.
yeah, sure, because you did you live here or you studied American history in school. So anyway, the Democrats, Republicans, whatever party they are, as far as you are not in the clique, and the clique means your color of your skin, the color of your eyes, and the texture of your hair, meaning white people. You're not in the clique, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. So once they're white, they're all on that side, and the rest of us are here. And the only way most of us can get a semblance of in the middle is financially. All right.
All right.
So,
I think let's round up. I think you want to round what we are saying up so we can just
right.
close out.
So if if financially we can get there, that's good. But the bottom line is they're white. It doesn't matter. You're black. All that they kicked out this Russian person and they kicked out that all of that does not matter to me. What matters to me is the economic and social impact that this
What they're gonna
elections
have in the
carry. Anything
country.
else does not really matter to me. I really don't
Yeah.
care.
I tend to know how the other larger community thinks because they are here in the UK, and I've seen how they vote conservative. Conservative, like the Republican Party in America, here in the UK they win more elections, even if the Labour Party is for the people. I'm telling them we'll give you free broadband, they still vote the other because they still vote the conservative because the conservatives don't like immigrants, and that's when that Jacob Rees-Mogg said that thing. He said, you are thinking that they are prioritizing the economic interest first. That's your mistake. If you keep thinking that, then you're not responding to their true interest.
What do you think poor people will worry about? No. Listen, before the elections, they
Their culture
prioritize.
matters more to them.
Before the elections, they care about, oh, get that N word out of there and get that being out and get everybody out. They're the ones taking our jobs, the jobs we won't do. They're the ones. We blame them, right? Fine. We hate everybody. We don't want elections. We don't want a woman. We don't want a black woman. We don't. Fine. Before the elections, after the elections, you think that is what they're worried about, or the bread that's going to be on their plate?
After the elections, they are going to be worrying about their plates, but they are still not going to regret their vote. That's the problem. They will not regret that vote. I'm telling you, the reason why you know the next time they will still vote that people in again. They did it in this UK. I'm telling you. So thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that. And AY, thank you for spending all this time with us here. Support diaspora voting. Thank you for joining us. If you have, do you have any parting shot for people before we close out?
Free Simon Ekpa. Free
I can't hear
Mazinab
you. You're
Khan.
muted.
Oh, you see, the head is.
Look
Can
at
you
that.
hear me
This
now?
audio is gone. When he's defending Democrats, his audio was perfectly fine.
Can you hear me?
All these Obama food people. Yeah, you can't
Can
help it. Is it me or
can you
you?
hear me?
Oh no,
I
no, no!
think
It's my audio. Oh no, this is not good. This is so sad. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
okay. Everybody take care. Good Lord. Free Simon Ekbar, free Mazinam Dekano. Can I'm on your side. Me and you against 4 5.
See that. You see, all these type of people. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to get involved. AY, what do you have to say for your people?
Just have a great week. Work smarter, not harder. You know how we do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
not
you for
much.
that. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
And I wish you all to have a fruitful week ahead and approach the world unapologetically. And if there are boundaries to be broken, break it.
Local
And
P, don't wake up. Oh,
oh my God, if there are boundaries to be breaking,
Local P was on cloud nine.
if there are boundaries, if there are boundaries to be broken, break it. And at the
What,
same time,
what's gonna take it?
and
Wait,
at the
wait,
same,
wait, wait. Fafada, I heard you guys this afternoon where somebody was saying how the state in the southeast were so beautiful. I was like, on head. When we say it, they will tell you, oh, man, I was surprised though. That discussion, I wanted to jump on. I'm
yeah,
like, what are these guys talking about? That is actually the reality. So
mm,
we just deceive ourselves. So you see, it now appears to me these people they know what they're talking about. They
yeah,
deliberately
you
distort
can't eat your cake and have
facts.
it. One minute you're saying you are
Yeah,
marginalized, the next minute you're saying you are more developed than other parts of the country.
yeah,
It's like, well, what
yeah,
is that? You can't keep
yeah,
behaving like that. And
yeah.
what upset me a bit was when Pansat was insulting Benin and everything, saying
Oh,
they
he
just
does that
and
every
they were
time.
laughing. Not it's not just
Yeah,
him; the others were laughing about it. I was like, why
I
do you do
saw
that?
them.
If
I
somebody
saw
was
them doing
mocking
that.
the Biafran people that were being
Yeah.
killed and all those things within a day, would you
It
be happy? You wouldn't be happy.
it it shows to you
Your minority.
if non-Igbo ever
Mm.
join Biafra, you will face hell in that country.
And that is
So
what is causing
people
problem
know,
because
the
those people
people
never
know.
join them. Those people never
Yeah,
join them because of it.
yeah. They
And
know,
Well,
they know.
it's very
Oh,
easy to
oh,
get
no, no,
them
we are
to.
supposed to be closing out. Let's not start another wahala now.
but before
Ekene
this,
will tell
no,
that
We are already
when
wishing
you
him
tell
bye.
them, I think there was a time we have
Is
this
is
conversation. I think during the
I,
women's session,
see, hold on.
when the
Look,
women hold on,
Ekene will
look,
tell that.
we are supposed to be saying good night. You need to wish
Sure,
our
I'm not
people
going
good
to say
night.
something again, sure. I can't say something
We
again.
are supposed to be going.
Give him 1 minute
I can't
now.
say
Give
something
local
again.
Okay,
one
Let
minute.
me say something now. You guys
One
have been
minute.
talking your bomb belly. I keep quiet.
You
So
were
let me say
We
sleepy
are
now.
closing
You
out
were
when he's
sleepy.
going back.
Enjoy
Look, you
yourself.
were snoring.
He wasn't snoring. Don't mind him.
no, it's not good. Nah, no, it's not
Muted
possible.
your
Nah,
mic.
it's not possible.
We're
Not possible.
going when you came. When you came in. So
I know.
just take 1 minute.
Like when I was like, even you said talking about this guy's issue. Like even when they were doing their convention, whatever, you check, none of them even try to pretend to recognize so-called minority. They call minority, and like you said, it just show you when you talk against them, all of them will come out and like, no, you want to say, okay, no problem, let me keep quiet. But when one of them is talking against other people, they will not come out to say, no, no, stop talking about
Exactly.
that
They'll
thing.
just
Not
be
nice,
laughing.
but keep
It's so
quiet.
wrong.
Like to tell you the craftiness of what they are doing. You understand? But when you talk, you
Mm.
like, don't worry. Now you're within now. You
But
understand? 100 years
P,
or whatever.
free Nam Canada, right? And free
No,
Nam
no, 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 no. Free, no,
Simon
please
Ekpa.
don't. No, look, injustice to that guy is too much. You understand? Free the guy. You can't be. Why are you
Free
keeping?
not
Why are you
Dog,
keeping him for?
free the
free
big dog.
not the Kano,
You
but
understand?
don't
No,
free
free the
Samuel
guy.
Ekpa.
He doesn't. It's not the guy has nothing to do with all the other bigots that are here now. No, the bigots are here. We
Why
know
are we
them.
saying that he didn't do anything wrong? You can
No, no,
say they
no.
should
Hold
free
on.
him
See,
based
look.
on
When I say
amnesty,
cover
but
that
not
listen, no,
that
cover
he
that
didn't do
listen,
anything
cover
wrong.
that listen. If the court, you understand, that's the
Say
arbiter
God.
Convicts
of
him.
justice said free him.
Yes.
You don't have
You
anything
don't
again
have
to
the
say
right,
he's
bro.
guilty. You don't have the right to hold him again.
See, the Nigerian government is using him for political games.
You are still not
If
getting
they
it.
wanted
That
to
is your
prosecute him, they should
business.
have
You
prosecuted
understand?
him.
If you don't know more than those people in the legal system there right now, right? You don't know more than them. You've not read books to the reason why they say you should go or not. Maybe because of the way they took him has nullified any other
Yeah.
But them
any
that are
other
holding him now.
crime,
It's still them
any
that are
other crime you
holding
think he
him
must
In
have
now.
America,
committed.
we call that fruit of a poisonous tree.
You understand? Any other crime he must have committed.
So
The
you
way you
accept
take
that
him,
punishment, but you're not accepting the one that they are holding him now.
just think for that. Look, see, it's just like um in the US, even the UK here, if they catch you for some illegal reason, whatever, and before they investigate the case, later found you guilty, and they've kept you for like 5 years, and your case is just 2 years or 3 years. Once they find you guilty, they'll ask you to go. You've already been like in that
Yeah,
custody
that's
for
what
like
they
Answer.
five
did.
years.
That's what
You
they did
understand?
with Julian Assange, actually.
You so one
Time,
of them
sir.
says like it's simple. Because of the way they took him, you understand? You can't like it's the illegality there has nullified any other legal reason for keeping him. You understand? So it's like
You this one,
you,
you're
you, you
just
can't do something or
creating your
nothing. Sorry?
legal precedence here.
No,
You
but
understand?
he's
That's
So
right.
that's
He's
that's
right
just it.
though.
not.
So
He's right.
No, it's
that's
not
just
right.
it.
I don't know where people got all this
No.
thing from.
No
If I
problem.
mention
Look,
fruit of
there's
a
something you don't
poisonous
understand
tree, where do you think
about
I
legal
got it
system.
from?
You
They
understand?
should take Samuel to Nigeria, free
Like,
Nnamdi Kanu, and use
So
say
America
because
to replace him.
they arrest, sometimes the UK will arrest you, and they like Julian Assange now that they were holding for how many this thing. Even there are people that they held in the UK. You know now, this is local. They held in the UK for years before they even deported them to Syria or any other country. So it's not
if an
uh,
arrest,
unheard of.
if an arrest is improper, say evidence was gathered illegally, say you did not read a suspect his Miranda rights, say you did not have probable cause and it cannot be proven that you have probable cause to place that person under arrest. Everything forthwith that comes off of that is a product of the
So,
fruit.
so
Oh,
from what you are saying
hold on, let me
now,
finish. Let
oh,
me
I don't have
finish.
time for this.
So
I have to close
everything
out.
is
Stop going on for
called,
long.
you don't learn. This is your problem. You don't like to
I've already
learn.
heard you.
This is your problem. You don't like to learn.
Okay, I don't like to learn. Okay, fine. All this while I've been learning, and you say I don't like to learn. See, all I'm saying is that if somebody robs a bank, just because you say that the procedure wasn't correct, the person should just walk free. Then the person go and robs again. Then what do you say? Oh, the person
Not
the
true.
procedure is
Okay,
not right.
so in that case, there is something called exigent circumstances. If there were exigent circumstances, you don't have to start saying, I have to follow the rules of evidence gathering. I saw a
And
threat, I
beside
had
that,
to
for brothers,
eliminate the threat. But
look,
say you suspected that person, say you never suspected that person of robbery, but you accosted them based on like racial profiling, and then you start finding evidence of a robbery. There's a very big possibility that every evidence you gathered after that, because you didn't have probable cause in the first place, will be nullified.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something. So,
that's a
let me ask you
different
one
thing.
question.
But
Did you
not
catch?
when the person
Did you
actually
catch him?
stole.
Hold on. Did you catch the guy? Right, really, 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 really financing the people you called Apple. No, no money was traced from his account, both international and local, to anybody's account. One, two. Then did you
You
see
don't
him
know
like
that.
lead any front? The only thing you see, all was just statements that came from his mouth. So the highest you can charge is inciting. You understand? Highest you can charge
Mhm.
is inciting violence against Nigerian people. Highest you can charge. And for whatever reason,
And
if you
what
still do
is
not
the
have
sentence
evidence,
for inciting?
sorry,
Sentence for inciting
you understand? If
violence
you
in Nigeria.
whatever. So you can't just like keep the funny thing is like, look, there's no way it's done in the world, funny enough, to keep somebody when the court have said go. Do you get
Mhm.
my point? There's nothing just do anywhere in the world, regardless of whatever you want to call it. Once the court have said go, okay, let him go. They go and bring proper evidence so we can hold him. Not with your mouth to say because he said this. Bring proper evidence, bring it here, I'll hold him. Or are you not trying to tell me that the court is working in favor of Nnamdi Kanu and against the federal government? Is that what you're telling me? No.
No. They see they are
Exactly.
all working hand in hand. Don't you get it? This is the game the Nigerian government plays every day. They can't even prosecute a
No,
single
no, no,
case.
no, 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 no. No. That's not how it is. That's not how it is.
Hmm.
Because he's not caught financing terrorism. He's not caught. It's just what you can say is in support of so-called terrorism. Worst case, like in support.
why do you think Samuel Ekpa was arrested though?
Yeah, you exactly. Oh, his own. His own is also inciting. His own is also
Nigeria
inciting.
went through diplomatic channels. They're trying to extradite him. And
You understand?
Finland is
His own is
probably just
also
saying,
inciting.
should we extradite a Finnish citizen.
I really doubt if Finland will release Samuel Patonage.
No, the thing that if
Exactly,
there's
because he's a
bilateral
citizen.
agreements between the two of them, when it comes to and exchange of prisoners is inclusive, they'll bring him. If it's
No,
something
but
like that,
not.
they'll never bring him.
But they will be
They
setting
will
a
not release
very
it.
bad
From, from,
precedent,
from what I
especially
can
if
see
he's
here,
a
though,
citizen of Finland.
from what I can see here, though, you may have a point, local, in terms of
Forefathers,
the.
keep quiet, my man. Not the, let me hear what you may have a point here. You scratch baby. You tell me you want me first. You
Okay,
tell me.
fine then. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. All this.
You don't piss off father. Let's
Eh?
close out.
No. I don't pass the stage of being
You piss
pissed.
off the boss.
Lotto don't
What's the
vex,
point?
man.
What is the point? But they did say that it's around 2 years or so of fine that you could be fined for inciting violence. From that point of view, you could have a point that okay, he has been in prison for how long now?
But what about if that incitement led to the death or injury of another?
I don't think that's the whole point, and it's not very clear. And penalties
So
and
if there's a
all I
clause,
saw is
well,
yeah.
if there's a clause saying the potential penalty increases with, like, if there are
Oh, they say it
aggravated,
could include
if
life
there are
imprisonment. They say it could include life imprisonment if it includes
exactly
something to do with terrorism,
exactly. So those are
acts of
aggravating
terrorism. Yeah.
factors. So if there's an aggravating factor, he will
Mm.
potentially do a lot of time in prison.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, if the court said, free this man, let this man go
Let him
home
go.
on
Let
bail,
him
you
go.
have no right to hold
Not
him.
gonna keep
I don't know
him.
why people care about the court. When the court is doing something nonsense, you don't care. But when they do something, you want
Which
to,
have been
you care.
the question I'm asking you now? You
Mm.
understand? Who is the in charge of legal system? It's not the court. So that means you are keeping the guy illegally.
See,
You don't get the point.
personally, what I'm looking, see, all these
Sure.
things, all I look at in the equation is, did this guy contribute to the this in prosperity of the Nigerian people, especially in the southeast? No, he didn't contribute. All he did was create chaos himself, and for like not really justifiable reason, he started threatening Nigeria with violence. I don't know why anybody would do that. Then
But contributing to
Like
the
you said,
development,
that was well
his
before
threats.
any serious violence.
not
Forefathers,
contributing to the
he's
development of the
threatening Nigeria with
Southeast
violence.
is not
Threatening.
against the law.
If you do try that in UK now, they look at it.
Forefathers, hold on. You say
Try that
threaten.
in UK
You understand? No, yeah,
as an
what you
experiment.
if it,
Threaten
hold
the
on, but
UK with
they will not
violence.
listen to me. Hold on, forefathers. Try it, check it. UK threatening the violence. If how many years it will be? Check out. You did it. UK
Right, they will ruin your life. First, they will first jail you for doing
Eh,
that.
hold on now. For how many years now?
They will
How
first
many
jail
years?
you. Then they will. Tommy Robinson is in jail right now because Tommy
Nah.
Robinson is in jail. This is the English Defense League leader. He's in jail right now because he just did some mortgage stuff. They will ruin your life for you
No,
if you try that
hold on,
nonsense with them.
forefathers. Your
What are you
problem
talking
is
about?
in jail for something else, but not for what for the EDL whatever. No, cop that one now. Huh? So
Yes, now
let them
they
rule
don't
his
have
way they
to
want to
jail
rule
him
his
for
life.
EDL now. They will just look at Julian Assange. Is he not a woman that kept him inside, inside
No.
inside
You know,
embassy
okay,
for many years? They will
okay,
ruin
but
your life.
no, hold on, listen to me. You see, ruin is different politically, but with justice, that they can't do anything.
No. Your own.
Uh-huh.
If you threaten violence, they will arrest you under
Uh-huh.
Terrorism Act, and they may not release you.
Hold on, if you say they did not release you, if they now see that, right, you are still inside the cell orchestrating the same thing, then they will not keep you like, oh, okay, maybe if you go out there, we will not trust you being a good citizen if you go out there. So we'll keep you here so you will not go and cause more. But in this case, he is telling you that he doesn't even support what is happening right now. The killing doesn't support the killing, that is even insulting whoever is orchestrating that killing. So what else do you want? But see, I believe all this is not worrying.
It says contempt. Okay, so maybe
No
contempt.
worrying.
Of course.
But if I was a judge and
He's been jailed for
Kanu,
mortgage fraud
if
too.
Namdu Kanu was brought before me, if I was a judge, in as much as I support him to be released, because supposedly, from what I've heard and what everybody says and what I think I read, if I understand it properly, was that he was allowed to go home. But if I was a judge, I'm not going to release him.
No,
At
no,
least
no,
not
no, no.
without
No,
a
no.
written
If I was a
this thing.
judge, if I was a judge, now hear me out. I support his release. But if he was brought before me, and I was a magistrate or a district judge for the fact that he's a potentially very dangerous person, and he has proven himself to be a flight risk. I will not release him. That does not mean, again, let me reiterate, that I do not support. I support that he needs to be
I
released.
know, but then
But the
you not
court
ask
has
now.
made a ruling. But I'm
Mm.
saying if I was the judge, I'm not going to release him.
Okay, now if you are
Wow.
coming from the ground of like, oh, because he bailed out before when he was asked not to leave, he found himself in Israel and London, this and that. Then you can use that ground to like, oh, okay, I want to keep him, but prosecute him.
Yeah,
It's honestly
exactly,
like, so, yes,
exactly, exactly. So they
it's not because you
violated
are
his
keeping him
rights.
now.
Yes.
Is this serving sentence? No.
No.
Do you understand? So in your own case now, you say, okay, go for it's okay. Judge the case now. Let's know if he's guilty or not.
The government is wrong to just keep him. Like the government should have
Exactly.
prosecuted him.
They're,
I know
they're very
they are
wrong.
playing politics with him. Whenever they need to release him, they will
Judge the
release him.
case so that they'll be counting when you be released. Judge, no worry. Sentence is
Let me this is Mark Enelli. Thank you for coming in. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. A for real, I see you. Adam Mas always supporting. Thank you all for coming in. Chuk Ugo, Tope O, Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. You are also on the panel. All guys there. Blessed is there. With God, all things are possible. Thank you for coming in. You all. Mike Onwalele was here too. Probably, angry. He's angry. Mike Onwalele. Tiba Jack, thank you for coming in. Okachaten, I see you there. Okachaten, I see you. Thank you all for coming in. Ruru Ugo, thank you for coming in. And somebody bought a gifted 5 badge Dr. Damage's membership. Fortune Nwida, Fortune Nwida, thank you for coming in, and I will play you all out now with our Nigerian national anthem. I hope you all have a great week ahead. I hope you all do your due diligence to increase your consciousness of things. Be aware and question everything. Everything should be questioned. Look at what they are doing to Dele Farotimi. Thank you all for joining us today. Bye, everyone.
hold on. Let me ask a question.
Why are you holding there?
No. You the whatever the London protest for delivering me.
What happened?
You picture something like you should go there and go and give us report now.
I'm so busy. It's ridiculous. I'm so busy. It's not even funny.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm so busy. It's not even funny. I shouldn't even be here now.
You know what you should do? You should go there and beam it live on Dr. Damages.
When,
sir? It's only, I don't know. I think maybe if you have time now, you could, because I remember the last time you did something like that.
Because that was just one thing that doesn't even concern. Okay, well, Nigeria Matasha.
All right, let's close out.
What time on day?
You all have a great week ahead. Stop trying to hold me on.
What time?
I don't know. I don't know what time. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I think it's tomorrow. I don't know. Don't say I told you. I'm not sure.
Tomorrow Sunday or Tuesday.
If you just check online, you see the information. Just check online, you see it. I don't want to give you wrong information. So thank you all for joining us. Ezena Samuel, I see you there, Ezena Samuel. We are not happy with what is happening. Yes, I don't know which one is happening. Yeah, I'm glad you are not happy. It's good that when we are not happy with what is happening, we have to question everything. All right, bye everyone. Till next week, have a great week. Like I said, unapologetic, break boundaries, do what you need to do, because we deserve a place in this world. If you are to build a civilization someday,
support diaspora voting.
Able to be deliberate about these things. We have to be deliberate. We have to be deliberate.
Support diaspora voting. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, support diaspora voting. That is very, very important.
Yeah. By the time if you want to have a say, no complaining. Let's support diaspora voting. They will make change.
All right. Bye, everyone.
No problem.